When you see your shot go up.
What's up, everybody? We are finally here. It's the DraftKings 250K tailgate weekend as we celebrate all things DraftKings leading up to the big game in Tampa. We got huge Madden contests, special guests, and big events like an American Cornhole League tournament and Major League Eating event featuring the GOAT, Joey Chestnut. So let's go over the weekend's festivities in detail. How about that? Let's do it. All right, at 2 p.m. in just a few minutes here, we get things started with the Madden Stream 55K big game preview contest featuring a Madden sim between the Chiefs and Bucks. Adam Kaufman and Brendan Glasheen will be joined by popular Madden Twitch streamer J-Dub for that one. That contest is free to play, gives you a shot at a grand prize of $5K. Now, once that sim is over, we have a special show featuring the DraftKings end-of-year NFL Fantasy Awards at 3:30, telling you who won things like Fantasy MVP and Fantasy Rookie of the Year. I'm going to be hosting that with Jeff Ulrich and Reed Fowler joining me, and Kenny Ducey will also stop by to offer a little advice on tonight's NBA DFS slate. Then at 4 p.m., the American Cornhole League makes its DraftKings debut as we bring you the 2021 ACL kickoff battle from Winter Haven, Florida. So check out some of the best cornhole players in the world do their thing. Then at 6, it's back to Madden Sim action as Brendan Glasheen and Tom Carroll bring you the Eagles at Browns. Following that game, DK Live editor Sharad Kira is joined by Julian Edlow for an episode of NBA Pre-Lock Live as they take you through Saturday night's late NBA slate rather. Then more ACL action at 7:30 as our friends at the American Cornhole League preview the finals of the ACL kickoff battle. Then to wrap things up, back to Madden Sims. Glash and Tom are back to bring you the Steelers and Bengals at 8 p.m. And Adam Kaufman and Matt LaMarca have Madden After Dark covered with the 49ers at the Bills at 10 p.m. All right, guys. That's just today, though, okay? Tomorrow, we have a preview of the Fantasy Tournament of Champions, more Madden Sims, big game previews from the likes of Pat Mayo, the Unreasonable Odds podcast, and our very own DK contributors, plus live coverage of the DraftKings Major League Eating Big Game Snackdown, featuring Joey Chestnut and other MLE competitors trying to eat their way through 8 different types of tailgate food. I heard there's going to be jalapeno poppers. Then finally, a special edition of The Sweat, getting you ready for the big game, and then Leaderboard Live, followed by one final Madden Sim, which will replay the big game between Tampa and Kansas City. Now, before we start our weekend with a great Madden Sim, last night on the Dream Stream, we ran a giveaway for free entries to our NFL 5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire contest that has a grand prize of $1 million. Now, we're revealing the winners of this giveaway throughout the day, and that starts right now. If your name is on this list, congratulations, you've won a free entry into the NFL 5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire contest for tomorrow's big game. Stay tuned throughout the day as we reveal more winners. All right, guys, that's pretty cool. I'm already tired, though, trying to just get you guys ready for everything here. I'm already exhausted. So now that I've told you all that, I'm going to get some rest. Let's pass things off to Adam Kaufman and Brendan Glasheen, who welcome in a special guest for a Madden Sim previewing the big game and featuring a 55K prize pool. Take it away, guys. I'm going to see you after the game for the DraftKings end-of-year NFL Fantasy Awards.
Well, Jesse, you're tired, but I'm relieved. I don't have to run down all of that stuff that you just covered here coming up in the next little while and over the course of these couple of days. It's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you all for hanging out here with us. As you heard, it is the $250,000 weekend tailgate we got going on here for DraftKings. Tons of Madden simulations as Jesse ran down some huge prize pools, including, of course, this one on the way. It is a Super Bowl or Simper Bowl in our world preview here between, of course, the defending real-life champs, the Kansas City Chiefs, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who are looking for their first championship in about 2 decades, but for Brady, number 7, which would be more than any other franchise in history, no less. So we'll see if he is able to pull that off. We're looking forward to it. But that's the real game. That's coming up tomorrow night. Here for this one, of course, we have got as we like to say around here, the football's fake, but the drama's real. It is the Chiefs. It is the Bucks. It is on the way. Let's bring in the other people who will be right here along with me. Of course, you know him, popular Madden Twitch streamer, J-Dub, and a guy that we hope will be the equivalent of Silent Bob, Brendan Glasheen. Guys, how are you?
Well. Hello, Adam.
See, already reckoning. Let's bring in our featured guest, though. J-Dub, how are you, man?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me.
Oh, pleasure's ours. And obviously, we welcome any and all new viewers that are along with us. And we'll tell you a little bit about what we do here over the course of this next hour and a half that people are hanging out with us. But first and foremost, J-Dub, I know you spent some time talking to Emerson Latzia during the week, and you discovered us way back when. For people that don't know, that are popping in for the first time, these Madden simulations have been around for 10 months now, which is kind of crazy. A little bit more than that. We started all the way back on March 28th, obviously very early on in the pandemic with the shutdown of real sports. How'd you stumble upon us?
Right. I just was looking for some football. And, to be honest, I was trying to come up with some ideas. I knew the opportunity that we had with people that were going to come into we call it the index, the Madden index. Mm-hmm. And whenever I stumbled across what you guys were doing, I just thought, man, this is a great idea. You guys have put together a great show, and I just want to say thank you for helping us in the Madden index.
Well, pleasure's ours. And again, we appreciate all of you being here with us, Clash.
Yeah, it's great. I think it's excellent. And that's how this all started, J-Dub. Folks like yourself that have helped kind of promote what we're doing. And we've created a little family here. And I think for a lot of folks, it's been a challenging time to say the least. But we're happy that these sims have taken off. And we can't say this enough. Our game ops team has been fantastic. The people want to come and make lineups, man. There was a thirst there with no sports. So it all begins with our great DraftKings users and also the game ops team, or this wouldn't even exist. So it's pretty phenomenal that you're a fan of us, and it's become a family here, and that's what we're all about.
All that in mind, by the way, lineups are locking in just the next couple of minutes. So for people that have not jumped into the massive free roll, and I know typically we create our own more modest one for people that we know are watching or we assume are watching, the real diehards that are with us in the DraftKings conference room, the YouTube chat, the Twitch chat. But in this case, we opted not to do that, not to have a smaller little 200-person free roll, because it's all eyes on the $55,000 free-to-play pool with a whole bunch of money on the line, clearly. So we encourage all of you that you jump into that one. We will be keeping a close eye on it. Naturally, it's a lot more than the 200 people that we're used to, playing more intimately with us and against all your favorite commentators, but it's going to be thousands of people that are involved in this thing. How often do you play these, never mind DFS in general, J-Dub, but these Madden simulations in general? Do you jump in, make lineups?
I do. It's funny. I play with my brother and my two nephews that are out in California. It's something that we do together. And we set lineups together. My nephews are both twins, and they are in third grade, and they have more football knowledge than I had after I had probably graduated college. It is nuts. No lie, they got first and second in our family league, and I even invited some people that watched the stream into the league, and they just dominated us. First and second, no lie.
That's so great. So that that in mind for this Chiefs Bucks showdown here, do you have any thoughts on guys that are ideal Madden plays?
Yeah. I want to give my sleeper first, but I'm not going to give my sleeper. Who I think is going to have a good game is going to be Tyreek's always open to having an 80-yard deep bomb over the top. There's really nobody in the game that can keep up with him after about 10 steps. But I'm going to take Should I give them this? I don't know if I should give the crowd this.
They don't have two
lineups are blocked anyway. They don't have time.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Cole Hardman. He was he was one stack. He was $1,000. Mecole Hardman has the opportunity to go off. He will touch the ball, I would say 6 to 8 times a game, and he has big play potential. I think he might be one speed lower than Tyreek. But we're going to see him on the field, and I believe he's going to have a big game.
Now, here's an important thing to know, folks. We've got the Madden Stream info page, and it's really easy. Just go to Google. You know, I'm not even going to tell you exactly how to find it with all the backslashes and you know everything involved in the URL. Just go to Google and search Madden Stream info page. It will be the top result that pops up, takes you right to the DK Nation page, DK Playbook, all of it. You're going to see the page, top result. Again, we'll give you depth charts, Madden depth charts, the depth charts that we follow for these simulations for every single team. Everything you need to know about these guys, X Factor abilities, superstar traits, overall rankings, top speeds, as J-Dub alluded to. Again, all the important notes, because our depth charts do not explicitly follow that of the real life NFL. For instance, you know, here in this game, you might see a, Clyde Edwards-Helaire go off. You're not going to see Darrell Williams probably even get a touch. Whereas obviously, in the real life and in playoffs right now, I mean, it's a question going into the Super Bowl tomorrow, who was the lead back for Kansas City. So you want to be mindful of the Madden Stream info page depth charts if you're going to join us for future free rolls or paid contests, be it later on today. There are a few that Glash and I will both be doing, or obviously in the days, weeks, and months to come, as we take you out to virtual Tampa Bay, which, as we know, is the host of this year's Super Bowl, Raymond James Stadium. The Buccaneers, for the first time in NFL history, a team, actually the host team for the Super Bowl. We've never had a team host the Super Bowl before, so that's going to be a really cool treat. And we thank you for jumping on here with us as the ball is kicked off. We are underway, and Tampa Bay getting the ball first. Again, Jordan, J-Dub, Brendan Glasheen, I am Adam Kaufman. Thanks, all of you, for being with us here, whether you are watching along on YouTube, Twitch, wherever you are finding us. It is a great pleasure to have you with us. Some of the top ownership in this larger free roll, by the way. Patrick Mahomes, no shock here, about 80% owned. Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill, both right around 65%. Tom Brady is sub 50%, right around 46. You got Mike Evans at 40, Leonard Fournette, Scotty Miller, Rob Gronkowski, and Chris Godwin all in the 30s. List goes on from there.
And Koff, got to shout out the DK Sim fam. 24,103 total entries in the Madden Stream 55K free big game preview. Excellent number to get us going today.
Big play to start off. Brady picks up a quick 20 and into the hands of Scotty Miller. 8.5 fantasy points per sim, and there have been 43 of these that we have done in Madden 21 for Tampa Bay so far. 48 on the Kansas City side beyond our regular exhibition simulations, tournaments that we have done. We had a preseason tournament when Madden 21 was launched just before the real NFL season kicked off. We recently, last month, or actually it was December, had a holiday tournament that overlapped with Christmas, Hanukkah, just before New Year's. And so, that was a lot of fun as well. The Chiefs have played their way into some Simper Bowls as Brady, pressure coming his way, gets rid of it, throws the ball out of bounds as he is so inclined to do. 1 out of 2 for 20 here. But Jordan, these, what is it about Madden 21 in particular? As we know, there's been, over the last couple of decades, such a growth in Madden, not only in terms of technology, and obviously it looks and plays better than it ever has before, but what is it about, even Madden 21 versus Madden 20? What are some of the improvements gameplay wise that you really enjoy about this game? Is that ball incomplete?
Yeah, the first thing that I would say, and we just saw it right there, was that the throw out of sack animation has become prevalent in 21. We didn't see this in 20. It's a new feature that they added for 21. They're still polishing it up. I do believe that they'll get it right. As of right now, there's still a lot of throw out of sacks whenever there should be taking some sacks, but it's an imperfect perfection. At it is. If you talk to everybody in the community and you ask them how they like to throw out a sack, not too many people are excited about it because it causes interceptions. So whenever you're playing the game, you have to try to get rid of the ball before the throw out of sack animation occurs, or you have about a 50-50 chance that the ball is going to get picked. Now, as far as the simulation goes, it's a pretty cool feature because it is a part of the game. The coding for something like that would be extremely difficult. But if you look at the evolution of the game just over the last 3 years, you can see that they're moving towards an animation based as opposed to more of a simulation arcade style game, which means more realistic animations, more realistic movement. I'm excited to see what they're going to do with 22, but we did take a big jump from 20 to 21.
Important to know too for the people, if you are joining us for the first time, some of our settings, of course, 8-minute quarters is, you can well tell we have arcade mode here, so you don't tend to see a lot of picks like Patrick Mahomes in these 48 simulations that the Chiefs have played so far. His numbers are just as you'd expect for a 99 overall guy with a bazooka X factor and insane accuracy ratings, the 97 throw power, all of it. His numbers are just off the charts. Like the touchdown to interception ratio, J-Dub, is 116 to 12 in 48 sims, and he has also run for 11 touchdowns as well. So we don't see a lot of picks. We get a lot of near picks as Rob Gronkowski, another former Patriot, one to the other, getting the ball down to the 2 here for the Bucs as we're 2+ minutes into the opening quarter. 1st and goal on the way for the Bucs, so good opportunity for Leonard Fournette, the power back, or LaShawn McCoy, maybe even the 3rd down back. Every once in a while, Ronald Jones involved in these sims. We'll see who jumps in right here. But that is an interesting aspect. A lot of higher scoring games makes for more excitement for the fans, for the users.
Mm-hmm.
J-Dub, if you had to pick, and we're going to probably see something unfold in the next few plays. Boom.
There you go. Nice easy touchdown.
Oh, man, O.J. Howard.
Wow.
O.J. Howard, just $3,200 in our contest, 5.9 points a sim. So no, not Mike Evans, not Chris Godwin, not even Scotty Miller, not a running back from the 2. Tom Brady hitting O.J. Howard for the first points of this game. Howard in this is what we talk about. This is why we say any given sim day. This is the fun here. O.J. Howard in this $55,000 free roll is only owned in 6.7% of lineups, 0.2% in the captain slot.
Wow.
So O.J. Howard is also the fullback 1 for Tampa. And I was going to ask you, J-Dub, and want to shout out again the 24,103 entries for this 55K big game preview simulation. The Chiefs, of course, are loaded with offensive talent. The Bucs are as well. Talking Madden here, which team do you enjoy playing with more when you do your streams over on Twitch?
It's got to be the Chiefs. It has to be the Chiefs. There's just so much speed. Don't get me wrong, the defense, the young defense, there's a lot of speed over on the Tampa Bay side. But as far as picking a team to play with in a head-to-head, Kansas City all day.
I can argue with that.
Is there one team over another that you are, I guess it's kind of you can take the question either way. It's one, are you pulling for one versus the other in the Super Bowl tomorrow versus which team you think is going to win?
Yeah, I'm pulling for the Chiefs. I am a Chiefs fan. They're not my most favorite. They're not my most favorite team. Now, I got to explain this, guys, because I get a lot of grief for this. I've got 3 favorite teams: the Bears, Chiefs, Seahawks, in that order. But I was a Rams fan, and you know how St. Louis was handled there, a couple years ago. I had to find another favorite team, and that's who I kind of stuck with.
Hey, they won last year. Well on their way to a second.
Yeah.
Watch it.
Facts are facts, man. See,
well on the way. I wouldn't go that far.
Patriots fans, and obviously by default, in a lot of ways, Tom Brady fans. And from a historical context, this is just it's a fascinating game. As we know, the couple-week lead up to the Super Bowl, it's what the discussion has been, right? I mean, it's been Brady versus Mahomes. Everybody and their mother has been asking Mahomes catch Brady one day. Is he going to be the GOAT? Is he going to be the record setter? Can he narrow the gap in championships? And, as we know, there's a big difference between a 7-1 edge and a 6-2 edge if Brady's able to go out and win tomorrow versus Mahomes. But I don't know, where do you fall in line with that? Do you get into the GOAT arguments? Do you even care about that sort of thing? Or you like to just sit back and watch the games?
There's been a lot of speculation about this the last 2 weeks. The fact that, I don't know if it's a fact necessarily, but there are a lot of reporters reporting that if Tom Brady beats Patrick Mahomes this game, it kind of nullifies Patrick Mahomes' attempt to take over the GOAT role. So I really don't know. what Tom Brady has accomplished is impressive, and I want to see Tom Brady continue to break standards at his age. So,
well, this is uncharted territory now, right?
Yeah, uncharted territory. It's impressive to watch. I don't ever want it to end.
Well, that means you kind of want him to win on Sunday.
He just said he doesn't want him to retire.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be too upset if he wins.
Okay. Perfect. I can live with that. That was Kelsey, by the way, who just made the catch there.
3rd and 1 from the 48, a little more than midway through this opening quarter. Going to take off. Good fleet of foot attempt there by Patrick Mahomes. First and a whole lot more. Picks up 10 down to the 39. So you mentioned earlier that obviously, discovering us way back when and tuning in for these things and making lineups. And, I don't know how often you kind of casually just will pop in and check out a random sim on a wild weather Wednesday or on a weekend or whenever the heck it might be. But, as you know, and I heard you say this to Emerson during your chat during the week, that we tend to get off the rails a little bit here sometimes. It's not, purely, and for people that are here for the first time, and we've probably leaned a little more on the football early because you are new, but the football tends to be kind of the backdrop, the simulation of what these broadcasts are a lot of the time. And for anyone that doesn't know, we're here all the time. We do 6 simulations a day, computer on computer, 7 days a week, very rare exceptions. There are 42 of these, coming at you every single week, and every team involved in playing multiple times a week. But the conversation, it gets a little wacky sometimes. You found that entertaining? This guy over here, my partner in crime, shaving his eyebrows and doing things like that?
He wants to know what your favorite movie is, so just tell him now, okay?
Favorite movie?
Yeah.
So I'll answer the first question. First question is, of course, I'm what's known as a lurker. So whenever I'm working throughout the day, I'll have your stream up and listen to the conversations, watch some football. It's kind of a not necessarily a break from reality, but it kind of pulls me out of the job for a second and allows my brain to step away from what I'm doing. So thank you guys for that. Secondly, my most favorite movie, I don't think I have one, but I guess the movie I've seen the most would probably be A Christmas Story or Home Alone.
Well, only because, Christmas Story's on TNT on repeat all
right. Yeah, exactly.
Days at a time right around the holiday. Although Home Alone, that's another one that's on all the time, but that's up there. You gotta love Home Alone. Mahomes, deep pass, end zone, touchdown. We are all but tied. Tyreek Hill.
Not me, Cole Hardman, J-Dub, but that guy, Cheetah, pretty fast.
Yeah, it's the breakaway speed after the cut. He's got 2 or 3 steps, and he is gone. If you, as a defender, if you don't play his cut correctly, it's game over.
How do you think he's going to do tomorrow? From a DFS perspective, obviously, there are a lot of people thinking about their showdown lineups tomorrow. And man, who do you captain? Do you captain Tyreek Hill? Do you captain Travis Kelce? Do you try and put both those guys in your lineup along with Mahomes and maybe an expensive buck or two? And that means obviously going super cheap with a value play at captain. What's your general approach when you're thinking about the real game versus a simulation here?
Right. I think you want to, especially with the Super Bowl, you want to try to pick somebody that's going to get the MVP. MVP means a lot of points. Now, the guy we just saw has a huge ceiling, high ceiling, Tyreek Hill. There's probably only 3 or 4 people who, in my mind, has the potential for the MVP. That's Tyreek, Tom, Patrick, and then probably Kelce. Mm-hmm. Tom Brady moves the ball around. He's gonna hit the open player. He's gonna hit the open receiver. As far as Kansas City goes, Patrick's either gonna take the top off by going to Tyreek Hill, or he's gonna check it down to Kelce.
Hey, Koff, want to shout out the chat here. Buzz Killington had Tyreek in the captain, William Peterson. J-Dub, your clan is coming over here on Twitch. We've got Germ, Darth Dracul, Dougie has him in the captain spot. Eric Grande says, I have OJ Howard and Tyreek Hill. So shout them out, everybody, if you got these guys in your lineup. Howard and Hill with the touchdowns.
We do have the Twitch and YouTube chats open. So, yeah, shout us out. And, as long as we get those comments up in front of us, we'll shout you out as well. Appreciate you being with us. As Flash mentioned earlier, It is a family here, man. I know there are thousands watching across all of our platforms, but in particular, YouTube and Twitch, that's where we're locked in and where we're monitoring the chats and engaging with you guys. And it, you know, whether, like J-Dub said earlier, whether you're just hanging out and you're lurking, or whether you're obviously actively part of the chat, as so many are, the hashtag team always hears, we talk about all the time. It's great. It's great to see, because it is, as you said, J-Dub, it is a break from reality. It is a distraction, you know, for everybody. There's a lot of real world stuff going on in the last several months, pandemic and otherwise. And this has just been a good escape for people here late in the opening quarter.
Scotty Miller again.
7-all game, Brady up to 92 passing, still in the first. That's 42 touchdowns for Tyreek Hill in 49 games in Madden 21.
And he is the captain in the leading lineup. We have a three-way tie right now in the 55K free big game preview contest here on Tailgate Weekend. So great number, 24,103 total.
Got Winter Bold here on Twitch say, let's do a 55K tourney once a month. Sounds pretty good. Hey, anytime that I've told you guys, and I mean it, reach out to DraftKings customer service or DK_assist on Twitter. Anytime you have any thoughts about what you would like from these simulations, from the Dream Stream in general, because, you know, you were vocal early on about quarter length or arcade mode versus simulation, whatever it may be. Your thoughts, your advice, your comments, they're welcome, they're listened to, and evolution comes. So whatever it may be, prize pool related or who knows what, let the people know. DraftKings is always paying attention and always working to better the product, and I think we've come a long way here in these past 10 plus months.
Absolutely. Guys, I as I sit here listening to you say that, I think of how lucky the chat is, because next year at this time, or even here in the next 6 months, especially after football's over, there's going to be more people in here, especially once they find out exactly how you're doing this. You're integrating your website, and then the opportunity to make some money. This is gonna be ever evolving, like you said. I believe there's gonna be a lot of people in here this time next year.
Well, on Twitch here from Kaufman's, or actually it's YouTube, Kaufman's Movie Collection, which is, of course, a shout-out, J-Dub, to the wall of DVDs behind me. COVID is temporary, but Simland is forever. Thanks for doing these, Clash, Cough, everyone. You guys have been great entertainment the last year. And, you know, it is true, not the great entertainment part. I mean, I hope and think that's true, but that's not for me to say. What is true is that we're not going anywhere. You know, to J-Dub's point, this audience.
Stay here.
Yeah, we are here forever, whether you like it or not. But we know you like it. We appreciate it. Again, it's J-Dub, popular Madden Twitch streamer, Brendan Glasheen. I am Adam Kaufman. We are here with you for a Super Bowl preview here in Simland, though. Tampa Bay playing host to Kansas City, and through one quarter, it's 7-all.
Well, look at the stats, right? You can go through the stats, Cough. I'll pop in here on the leaderboard. And right now we got a solo leader, Deadpool 002, Hill captained, Mahomes, Brady, McCoy, Miller, and Howard.
Important to know, by the way, and you know, the people that are here with us all the time know this all too well, but if you're new, the stats are manual. So we got our great game ops crew. It's not live scoring like you're used to when you're watching, you know, real NFL games. Obviously, it is manual scoring, and you know, occasionally it'll lag a couple minutes behind, but everything gets up to date, so not to worry about that. 2 for 33 from Miller, your leading receiver, but you do have touchdowns from Tyreek Hill and OJ Howard. Those are the only scores in this game. Passing touchdowns for both Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady so far.
J-Dub, thoughts on game script at this point?
Scotty too hot. He's going off. You know, I think that this man's gonna. I don't want to say go for the MVP. He has a couple more catches, maybe secures a touchdown. But OJ Howard and Tyreek both had 2 big plays. It's all going to depend on who's going to win the game here.
Sure. Makes sense. And we're being told scores are now updated through 1. Shout out to our great ops team here today. We have Patrick from Game Ops as well as Tate. Sneaky Tate. Tate always does a good job, though.
Retees, did you know, on Twitch says it's almost impossible to get out of this gang. I'm saying once you're in, and by the way, bandwagon never fills up, fam. You know, tell your friends, tell your family, whomever it is, jump on over, be part of the DK Sim fan, because the door, you know, not unlike on Full House back in the day, the door is always open. Winter Bold says, I spend more time with Twitch than I do my family. I think my wife and kids would probably say the same about me. You'd be like Lash. I mean, even Sarah, his wonderful girlfriend, will pop into the chat and be part of this thing because she knows if she wants to ever see him and interact with him, it's going to have to be through the Dream Stream.
Well, she is a great viewer and consumer of these sims, just like everybody else. Why don't we move on to this, the giveaway here. Last night on the Dream Stream, we ran a giveaway for free entries to our NFL $5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire contest that has a grand prize of $1 million. We are revealing the winners of this giveaway throughout the day. If your name is on the list, you're into the club, Club Madden. It was just installed a few weeks ago. This is a different club, but you get my drift here. You've won a free entry into the NFL $5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire contest for tomorrow's big game. Stay tuned throughout the day as we reveal more winners. 48 hours of this cough. This is just the beginning. We have so much more coming. You have the what if Super Bowl matchup, Buffalo and Green Bay tomorrow. We've got more Madden Sims today. We've got the Cornhole contest coming up, the eating competition tomorrow. Oh, and we're going to replay this matchup again after the real big game.
Yeah, look, man, it's $250K in free-to-play prize pools the DraftKings is doing over these couple of days. And, there's no way to overemphasize how cool that is, how much fun that is. I know people like to participate in free-to-play pools all the time, for these Madden Sims or paid contests, and that's great. But free-to-play $250K in prizes,
awesome.
Why wouldn't you? And that's why, obviously, there are so many, tens of thousands of people that are taking part in this particular free roll. And, a lot of new viewers. Even our guy Vince says, Koff, please shout out my son Clay and daughter-in-law Nicole. They don't believe that you will come on, Adam. I've been here since day one. Do me a solid. Well, Clay, Nicole, if you're watching, and anyone else that wants a shout out for that matter, thank you so much for being here and hanging out with us. Again, we've got roughly 1,000 watching just on YouTube, hundreds here on Twitch as well. We appreciate you guys greatly. Smash that like if you're watching along on YouTube. Give us a follow on Twitch. It is, again, just greatly appreciated that you guys would take some time out of your busy lives and spend some time here with us, especially on a weekend. With that, quarter number 2, I'm going to hand the quote-unquote play-by-play reins, because that's kind of sometimes hit and miss for us on these Sims, over to Brendan Glasheen for quarter number 2.
Yeah, J-Dub, we talk about the sim, right? Talk about the sim. Got to be locked into the sim. But, as we've discussed, we'll go into all sorts of stuff here on the Dream Stream. Right now, Deadpool002 leading the 55K free big game preview with PHI-CLE in the captain. It's Bucks ball, and on the handoff to the 31, Shady McCoy. We'll see him. No Ronald Jones. I know he's a popular play in terms of what he might bring to the table tomorrow. Leonard Fournette is the RB1 for Tampa. We're up over 200 likes already. Love to see that.
Eric says in the chat, Koff and Glash on together. I'm taking a screenshot. That's something to know, J-Dub. I can't imagine why you would care, but I'm going to tell you anyway. Glash and I we very rarely do Sims together. And people seem to out there think maybe you've heard it when you tune in from time to time. They seem to think there's a feud between the two of us.
Might be.
Is there a feud between you guys?
No.
Or is it just competition?
That was not convincing. No.
Well, J-Dub, what do you think? Do you think we're friendly?
I think you guys have perfect banter.
Good.
It's very kind.
Yeah.
You can say we don't. That's cool too.
Just fool them one at a time, right?
No, you guys have great banter. I mean, obviously you guys compete against each other.
I guess
right.
It matters speaking we do.
Right, Koff? We actively root for each other, unlike other people.
Except when we are going head-to-head playing our DFS contest. We are otherwise actively rooting for each other.
Actively. There's that word. Interesting. All right, come on, here we go.
Who was also one of our commentators, says, Glash, Koff, please shout me out as I'm watching while my son sleeps in the car. Hey, Rossi.
Brady with the X Factor lit. Scotty Miller again down to the 2. Third reception for Miller. Want to shout out Christian DeAndrea, Train Island. He's over on Twitch, hanging out with us.
That's what you like to see.
Chris Robinson, what's good, buddy? Thanks for being here. Brady's X Factor Pro reads. A little drop back. He'll look to throw. Gets rid of it. and Godwin was closest to it, but into the stands.
How much does it amaze you, J-Dub, what I know we kind of glossed over it before, but what Tom Brady is doing at age 43 on the heels, and granted with a loaded offense around him in Tampa Bay. I mean, certainly didn't have those weapons toward the end in New England, but what he's doing at 43 with 40 plus touchdown passes and comebacks in the playoffs and on, it's amazing.
Absolutely.
Gronk touchdown.
Oh,
That's
huge
not
cash.
so bad either.
To answer your question, if you're a fan of sports, you have to appreciate what Tom Brady's doing. The athletic ability, the persistence to stay healthy and to achieve more and more. The guy's the GOAT. It's hard to root against him. It's kind of like watching LeBron. We're in a very special era of sports. And as I stated earlier, I hope it doesn't end, but it's going to come to a point at some time. Hopefully not this year. I'd like to see him go to 45. Isn't that the age that he said he wanted to play to, was 45?
So he's been saying for years 45 was the go-to. He's been saying that for a decade. I want to play till I'm 45. And of course, back then people were like, okay, sure time. And now on the cusp. And he just said earlier this week during media availability, now he's thinking beyond 45.
Wow.
So long as he can continue to take care of his body and obviously TB12 method and all the different things that he does with his strength and body coach Alice Guerrero. He is thinking beyond 45, and now you got former teammates of his saying, I could see him play until 50. It is just absurd how this guy is continuing to revolutionize that position, the most important position on the field in this sport, and one of the most important positions in all of sports. It's incredible.
No doubt.
Yeah.
J-Dub, by the way, if you have your Twitch open, feel free to shout out loyal members to you that are watching, because someone has told us, Flocka, THC, I'm here from my guy, J-Dub. Do you recognize the name?
I do, yeah. Oh, yeah. I know Flocka, Six Kings, Just ND, Duffy. There's a few of them out there that I see.
Please, if they've got something to say, inside joke that you want to share, we're here for it.
Oh, I don't know about that. Maybe we'll keep that one on the hush until.
All right. We'll move on and pretend we didn't say that. Okay.
Well,
they
but
can
as you
try to
know, we
make fun of me.
don't take ourselves too seriously here.
I know. I'm joking. There are some inside jokes that we have on the stream. We'll see if anybody feels like talking about that. We'll see. I'm sure they will.
So both quarterback X factors lit. Mahomes with the bazooka decides to run, gets the first, nearing the 40. He'll gain 13. 2 carries, 24 yards for Mahomes. Gronkowski just scored for Tampa. He's 33% in the flex. We have a new solo leader in the 55K free big game preview contest. 5,000 DK dollars to first place. Hunter0220_AD. Brady in the captain spot. Mahomes, Hill, both Tampa tight ends, Gronkowski and Howard, and then Scotty Miller, who has 3 for 42. Here's Mahomes from the 38. Kelsey, that ball batted away. Nicely done by Tampa there. Levante David, who was a new X factor in that December update. Mm-hmm. In terms of what Kansas City's got going on from that update, nothing changed. Mahomes, Kelsey, Hill, all X factor players. And for Tampa, Levante David, now a superstar. Ali Marpet, the offensive lineman, has superstar traits now as well. 2nd and 10, that ball complete, easy money for Mahomes. Just about at midfield, Demarcus Robinson getting in on the act. Wide out 3.
How significant is, like Glash and I, we're here, we've done these Madden simulations, not specifically the two of us, but our group, our team, the last 10 plus months, we've done almost 2,000 Madden simulations between Madden 20 and Madden 21. Yeah, and we've each done, I don't know, north of 500 probably. We've been around a lot. What we're not doing, because they are computer on computer, is sitting and playing the game the way that you do, obviously. So when you're doing what you do, how important, how much emphasis do those X factor abilities, those superstar traits come into play?
Major importance. Yeah, major importance. It's who you're going to go to in the game. there's a user. If you're usering somebody, you want somebody that has an X factor, an ability activated. If you're going to throw the ball or run the ball, you want to have your halfback and your wide receiver activated. There's a reason why they're in the game, and you want to focus on the players that have activation. Even if it's offensive linemen, I'll run with 2-3 offensive linemen activated, and I can sit in the pocket for 5, 6, 7 seconds.
Well, especially when you have Mahomes, right, who's the only guy in the game with the bazooka X factor. So I'm sure when someone has one of them, as Robinson climbs inside the 25 to the 23, Mahomes has only thrown 6 passes, 5 of 6 at this stage. Doesn't that has to make a huge difference, especially when you have a guy like Lamar or a guy like Mahomes who has that one X factor all to himself?
Right. And you're talking about Mahomes and an activated line. You have bazooka. You get somebody with some speed, especially like Tyreek Hill. Sometimes it takes 2 steps. Sometimes it takes 5 steps to get to break away. But you have an 80-yard bomb that you can put up in the air and just let Tyreek go run underneath it.
David says, thanks for bringing this preview to our Sinland Lives, Koff. Yeah, well, I wish I could take responsibility for it, but the team continuing to bring you a lot of great sims over the course of not just today, but tomorrow as well. It's a super weekend here, the 250K tailgate weekend that we've got going on here for DraftKings. Glash was telling you about it earlier, Jesse, as well. So obviously this contest followed shortly thereafter by an American Cornhole League battle kickoff. Before that, we will have a end-of-year fantasy award show that Jesse will host, and Jeff Ulrich, Reed T. Fowler, Kenny Ducey will all drop by for that. There'll be some more stuff later in the day.
Oh, there's that man again. Cheetah to the end zone. My, Tyreek Hill does it again. Second touchdown of the sim, 66% owned in the flex, 19% in the captain spot.
Wow.
Guy's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's that high ceiling. It's that high ceiling.
Yeah. Just to finish that point, as I was stepping all over Glash's touchdown there,
No
free-to-play Madden Packers Bills sim, a what-if Super Bowl with 20K in total prizing tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. You don't want to miss out on that. Also, and this is very important, when you are done with the actual Super Bowl that we are all looking forward to, and also DraftKings will have leaderboard live during that, so Glash, Jeff Ulrich, they'll be around for that as well. After the big game, there will be a replay of the Super Bowl, another simulation between these two teams, the Chiefs and Bucks, with a $25,000 total prize pool. A free-to-play Madden Big Game Replay Sim starts roughly 10 p.m. Eastern, again, right after the Super Bowl. You don't want to miss out on that. So it's just part of the $250,000 DraftKings is giving away all weekend long.
Really awesome. And the fact, Koff, you said this earlier too, we're almost at 1,000 people watching on YouTube. J-Dub and the Twitch fam hanging out, 155 currently on Twitch. Love to see that. Dougie 30 says good drive for Hill and Robinson. Dom says Glash and Koff being so nice to each other, just strange.
It's awkward, isn't it? It's uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean we gotta keep J-Dub comfortable here too. So
I want to make sure he wants to come back.
Right.
By all means, if you guys need to get at each other, don't let me stop.
Well, there really isn't a reason to right now. The NBA slate hasn't started yet, and we'll leave it at that.
From this right here, because again, J-Dub being the loyal viewer and lurker that he is here, Glash is half full. That's a username. You get a lot of parody usernames in the YouTube chat. J-Dub says Glash is half full. Glash, did you run the Sim Tour bus by Koff? It'll be epic. So I understand you're looking to take these Sims on tour.
Yes, I have not ran it by, folks. Leonard Fournette, take it to the crib. Take it to the crib. 84-yard touchdown, yes! Leonard Fournette.
Man.
Wow. Holy cow, yep, and putt it. There you go, buddy. Way to golf down there in Tampa. What a sim! 34 points, still 2 and change to go in this first half.
I don't know what was crazier, an O.J. Howard touchdown right out of the gate, or obviously a Leonard Fournette. I mean, is he in the bonus yet? Got to be awfully close. He's in about a third of lineups, 35.8% of lineups in our large free roll, and 4.6% the captain spot.
Cody on YouTube, where's the flag? What do you make of Fournette, J-Dub? Because, of course, when 21 came out, he was still a Jaguar, which feels like he was a Jaguar years ago, Leonard Fournette, right? So he makes the switch, and if I remember correctly, he used to have superstar traits in last year's game, does not have them in 21.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like he played to get out of Jacksonville. I don't know if his body's hurting him or what's going on. It seems like I can't say he's lost a step. But he just doesn't seem to be playing or as fast, maybe. I don't know. To the eye, it just doesn't seem the same. But he's playing fairly well now. Rojo's playing well, too. And then they have McCoy as well. But the fact that Fournette doesn't have an X factor is primarily due to the fact that he just didn't play very well in the last few months in Jacksonville.
Sure.
Sounds like McCoy might be getting ready to retire if he goes out on another championship. He's got the one, obviously, and looking for another, and this might be the end for him.
There was a cool animation, I guess. The chat is all over it. Steven Lebowitz says, that was hilarious. The sim had everyone ignore TB12's high five, which we did see Tom get ignored from the official, but I think Brady was just making fun of himself. That's pretty awesome.
Emerson's forehead says, Glass, you should be broadcasting this game from outside Koff's window. It is a nicer day out today, buddy. I mean,
clear skies here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You could have popped outside. Snow's even melted a little bit. It's so warm. There was a game back in the day, J-Dub, I don't know how long ago it was at this point, summer, I guess. But, yeah, because of the pandemic, I wasn't letting Glash into my house. But he came and he broadcasted. We did a sim together. This is, I think, only the third time we've done a sim together. So this is historic for the people. And you brought us together. You're the special occasion. And
that's amazing. I'm happy to be a part of it.
For sure. And he was broadcasting on my porch while I was, doing indoors.
Ridiculous, right? Things I do for this guy. Score another one, please. Is that the backup tight end, Ricky Seals-Jones? 1 for 24. So if Ricky Seals-Jones was your punt play, shout it out. Koff, continue, please, for the porch story.
Well, I didn't have to leave any food on the floor for you to eat. I know that much.
I did that myself.
21 to 14 again. Minute and a half to go in the opening half. I do feel like there are a lot of people here, obviously, with us that are familiar with us, and there are people that came over with you, but we don't know, and our audience doesn't know enough about you. I mean, tell us more about, your background and how often you're streaming Madden and just how you came to be a prominent Madden Twitch streamer in the first place.
Yeah, just the story, right? How much time do we have?
Until the end of the sim, man. We got another hour almost.
The heck is going on here? Ricky Seals-Jones with another catch. Mark Underwood in the chat says that's my punt play.
Oh.
Ricky Seals-Jones. Chiefs are up over 200 yards total.
Yeah, so I've been streaming for a little over a year and a half. I got into streaming after I left the corporate world. I was living out in Seattle and needed something to do between going back to school and the corporate life. There's another big play.
Couldn't catch the number. I think might have been Robinson. We'll check it. Yep, it was Robinson. 3 for 44. Kansas City try to tie the game. First and goal, 4-yard line. Right now, looking at the leaderboard in the 55K free big game preview. Go Blue Dude 1 in first place, thanks to that Fournette touchdown. It's also got Mahomes. Also has Hill. Mahomes looking, fires. Ooh, almost picked.
Almost to 300 likes, by the way, people. Smash away. 1,000 people watching on YouTube. Get to 300 likes. But you were saying, J-Dub. Yeah, how'd you go corporate to Twitch land?
Yeah, so corporate. No, we're at the end. We're in the red zone. Hopefully the Chiefs will be able to put it away here. Not put it away, but be able to secure a touchdown. So I've had experience with cameras and production and
Patrick
Mahomes rolling out.
Oh, ripped down at the 4. Go ahead.
So to continue, I've had a few professional work histories, working in production, cameras. I've worked for a lighting company down in Miami. While I worked down in Miami, also was the in-house replay engineer for the Florida Panthers. I've worked with Gatorade. Just have been fortunate to have that camera experience.
Number 3 for PHI-CLE. Holy cow.
What a day.
First half. Still in the first half.
How many people are going to build their actual lineups tomorrow on Captain PHI-CLE just out of recency bias to the sim? That's what I want to know. I got a feeling he's going to do it again.
Unreal. 19% in the captain spot. And now with that lightning quick update by Patrick and Tate from Game Ops, 3-way tie for first. And that's a good point by producer Glennon. We've got a Tyreek lit up this Bucks team in real life in week 12.
That was the game he went for 200 plus in the first half, right?
Yeah, first quarter.
Nuts.
Wow.
Yeah, so to continue, sorry about that, guys.
No problem.
okay.
No problem.
No.
Timing is everything.
Yeah, timing is everything. So
Action.
it came natural to turn the camera on, to set up a nice scene, and I was fortunate enough to have a lot of things in common with a lot of the viewership out in the Madden community. Obviously, we all love football, but also we try to keep it as chill as possible in the morning. That's whenever I primarily stream, is all morning shows, and it's just the best way to start the day off. Drinking a cup of coffee, playing some football, hanging out with the boys, talking football, talking sports. About as close to living the dream as I could get.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's we're gonna stay with this for a second. So we shouted out Blocka Flocka. So I see in Twitch, he shouts you, he tags you and says your streams are really chill and informative in Madden Ultimate Team. You have your own coffee like emoji on Twitch. That is awesome.
Yeah, oh yeah. That's the bat signal, or the hey, like whenever you're in a room with somebody and you see somebody you throw up the coffee cup as you're cheering them just to give them the old nod that you see them.
There you go.
Come on, coffee. You got to drink coffee now. Isn't that a good enough sales pitch?
Just for branding.
Oh, we got a flag. Haven't had many flags here in the first half. Leonard Fournette with the run. Holding on the offense. That's pretty cool.
So how do you dive on in there and obviously having the working knowledge from a technological standpoint, loving Madden, but it's there are plenty of people that fall into that category that can't build the audience that you have. How does one thing lead to the other?
It's timing, it's consistency, it's the stars aligning. I have to say that my growth came from having this. There you go. Having this thing in common, football. Persistence and patience is the one thing that I tell people. It is very difficult to start streaming and not to have the viewership that you want. It just takes time. You have to be persistent. You got to be patient.
How long were you at it before the audience really grew for you?
I was fortunate. It came fairly quick because I was working with Madden and EA.
Oh, Tom, be a hero. Is that caught? Mike Evans?
Yeah.
Are you here? Mike Evans, welcome to the show. While not a score, big time yards there, garbage points. Mike Evans, second catch.
Brady's up over 200 passing still in the opening half.
Wow.
Now we've reached halftime, but that's pretty incredible. Pacing toward the bonus and then some.
Those passes in traffic, J-Dub, when they just heave it, and Brady's got a decent throw power of 90. At that point, we're just looking like, no way, just going to get batted down. So
right.
that is a luxury. A lot of offense in that first half. What'd you make of it?
That was an exciting game. Like you said, the tight windows that they're throwing into, it's not all that common whenever you play with a controller in your hand. But as the sim goes, this is the kind of football that I want to be watching on a Saturday before the big game on a Sunday.
No doubt, man. Like Koff said, folks are going to be tempted to maybe play PHI-CLE even more, maybe in that captain spot tomorrow with 3 first-half touchdowns. It was nuts.
We've got 40 plus in the captain spot right now. We've got a 3-way tie for first, of course, pending future adjustments. But where we stand right now, Three-way tie for first. Hill in the captain spot. Mahomes, who has up over 20. Brady, both these guys pacing for a passing bonus. Fournette, who's got just the one rush for 86 in the score, so quick 15 for him. Gronkowski and the punt play. Ricky Seals-Jones, who's 2.1% owned, working out 2 for 43.
What a random guy to show me. OJ Howard's got a touchdown too. So on the other side at tight end too. So that's quite something. Want to shout all you guys out again. 24,103 entries in the 55K free big game preview. That is just fantastic. Fantastic number. And look, J-Dub, you were just talking about this in terms of how you've been persistent, getting a following, consistently hopping on. You've made the coffee kind of your thing to connect with folks. Look, Koff and I have had a blast. We had no idea what to expect when this began last March 28th.
Right.
But what we have had the luxury of having is a great operations team, a great production team, and these people that come in here and make lineups. I mean, we make free rolls. Koff started a league within DraftKings, and we're up over 1,300 followers or 1,300 members of this league. They're free rolls. We get 200 entries every night when we make these lineups. It's so cool that people have gravitated towards this. And they admit, even when their lineup doesn't do well, they just want to hang out and talk to each other in the chat. Sometimes the work's done for us. They're chatting with themselves. They've become a family on their own. It's pretty awesome.
Right. That's the unique phenomenon about YouTube and Twitch, is that it's really the people that come in to watch you that creates the community. We're mostly just moderating the discussion, carrying the discussion forward, but they're the ones that are setting the topic. They're the ones that are setting the culture, the pace of the conversation. It's really, and what you're experiencing is this community that we're building, that you guys are building. It's, not to get too mushy or anything like that, but we're really going through a tough time. Like, we don't have a whole lot of social interaction. People are finding this new avenue to be mentally healthy and to contribute to some sort of mental health, to create, the community on Twitch around football, around DraftKings, around setting your lineup.
No doubt, man. It's been so cool. And Koff teased this a bit earlier, how we can go off the rails quite a bit. We can talk about eyebrows, movies. No dice. Everyone remember that the other night? No dice on the onside kick. Yeah, not paying attention. Well, here are some examples. If you missed this during the holiday season, here are some of the other fun moments from the DK Dream Stream here in Simland.
Jesse Cofield, what's up?
Well, actually, guys, up. That's a fire alarm.
I see the kicker.
Do you know?
That's a good question. Like 5% of the league? Oh, my dog just farted. Unbelievable.
Play action. Carr, another shot. Down the field, it's caught. Tyrell Williams, another touchdown. The Raiders are going to win it in Buffalo. There goes Glash's eyebrows.
Wow, we got a big gust of wind and rain coming in to the booth. Do you feel that, Brendan?
Jeff, oh no, here it comes, Jeff.
You feel it?
Ah, Jeff, here it comes. Ah!
Oh my God. Oh. They are making a new Batman movie. It's called The Batman. Absolutely true.
I'm going to try and catch one with my tongue. Oh. Our producer turned it off as I'm trying to lick it. Now I look like a moron. I mean, I already do look like a moron, but come on, give me a break. Oh.
So, J-Dub, as you could probably tell, Brendan Glasheen, my partner here in particular, is he's a lunatic.
Yeah, who is that guy?
Yeah.
But it's true. I mean, we do things get a little wild here in Simland, as I know our loyal viewers are well aware of. But for you, for anyone that's come along with you, for any first timers out there, things get a little crazy, things get a little silly. But you would acknowledge this before as just kind of this being a distraction, a break for people. it's a podcast effectively. I mean, it's a video podcast with football in the background, which allows us to have a little fun and in Glash's case, play dress up.
Right. I'm glad that we had a few seconds to catch our breath there, because I was dying laughing at his eyebrows and shaving his eyebrows.
Round 2? No?
Yeah, do it right now.
Nah, I'm good.
Dare ya.
Impulse.
Sorry.
Just a quick impulse shave of the eyebrows.
Oh yeah, that was hilarious. Thank you for that laugh. I mean, to do something like that for a camera, you have to pay me quite a bit.
Yeah, and he didn't get anything extra. He was paid in likes.
Yeah.
Let's get 1,000 likes on this stream. Off come the eyebrows, and sure enough.
You know what? That was like, 2 or 3 weeks into this thing. J-Dub, it was more so of a challenge, and I figured my thought process during the whole thing was, even if I have to do it, we can't go anywhere. We're locked down. They grew back within 6 weeks. I'm not leaving the house. Now, maybe my producers were like, we're not going to have you do any interviews anytime soon because, you have no eyebrows. But anywho, second half underway. Adam Kaufman, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you so much. Again,
no problem.
If you are just joining us, J-Dub, popular Madden Twitch streamer, Brendan Glasheen, I am Adam Kaufman, and we do welcome all of you, whether you are watching on Twitch, as I know there are about 160 there. Give us a follow. It's appreciated. Up over 2,000 people that follow along on Twitch, and obviously on YouTube, we have crossed over, pretty close to 1,000 people watching along right now on YouTube, and up over 300 likes. Let's get to 350, just a stone's throw away. Smash that like button and do hit the subscribe button as well. There's we don't harp on that nearly enough, and we've picked up about 12,000 as we have a fumble here, and Tampa Bay's going to have it. Quick change of possession, 8 seconds in, and Dominic Sue with the fumble recovery. We've picked up about 12,000 new subscribers to our DK YouTube page since these things started back on March 28th. And you want to obviously subscribe to the DraftKings YouTube channel, not only for the daily dream stream, but for, the push notifications when our shows go live, the sweat, which obviously gets into fantasy and so much more with regard to not only NFL, but year-round NBA and MLB and so on and so forth. There is a ton that you want to be aware of, that all these things, other videos, Pat Mayo's videos with advice on golf and more from the Pat Mayo experience, a lot of things come your way. So you want to be clued in, you want to be involved. And DK Sim Fam, if you are, just getting to know J-Dub here, give him a follow on Twitch. What's your Twitch handle? Is it just J-Dub? Yep, J-Dub, JAYDUHBB. So make sure you're not only giving the DraftKings account a follow, twitch.tv/DraftKings, but J-Dub as well. Again, JAYJUHBB. Like I said, sometimes as we are 21 all, getting a good sim here nice and early, 2nd and 9 from the 28 here.
Good energy in the sim.
No question about it. Chiefs got it. We do get off the rails. We do discuss other things as a very short completion there, and matter of fact, a loss of 3 yards. So we got a 3rd and 12 coming. Alana, one of our loyal viewers, the Kilgores, we love them. Alana, J-Dub, what's your favorite Super Bowl snack? We know Glash is gummy bears off the floor, and Koff likes empty ice cream cones.
Empty ice cream cones can be fire, especially if they're the waffle cone.
J-Dub,
or a sugar cone. This is what I'm saying.
Sugar cone. Yeah.
Like it's not those little like chalky tasting tiny whatever kitty cups. Not those things. But the sugar cone, the waffle cone, you don't. It's better with ice cream in it, but you don't have to have it.
No, there's no rule that says you have to have ice cream cone or ice cream in an ice cream cone.
I feel seen. I feel seen, Glash.
Yeah, this is scary that someone agrees with you on your food takes. Hey, Koff.
J-Dub's going to tell you how much he likes chicken tenders and French fries and bland stuff with no condiments. Mm-hmm. If he's out on pizza, we're going to get bunk beds and roommates.
Ooh, bunk beds.
No, I love pizza. But to go back to your question, what's my favorite Super Bowl snack? It's got to be the buffalo chicken dip. It's got to be the buffalo chicken dip.
Sure.
Can't wait for the eating coming up tomorrow.
There's so much, quite literally, on the table for people to eat tomorrow. It is like grotesque to us normal, like non-competitive eaters. what is coming at these people. God love them. Oh, I'm jealous of the ability. Producer Drew says he's a sane person. He likes pizza. Listen.
Yeah.
Listen. 1st and 10 from the 20. About a minute and a half gone by third quarter. Brady uncorks. Short completion out to the 27. He's up to 212. 2nd and 3 coming.
Cough, Donald on YouTube says, I've been doing Madden stream lineups for weeks on DraftKings and didn't even know you streamed on YouTube. This is great. Subscribing for sure. Double thumbs up emojis.
Appreciate that. Hal says, speaking of us family, Cough, I need a place to stay and watch a movie. Can I have your couch? We are getting rid of our couch in a couple days. You want to? Should I put that on the porch for you anytime that you come over? Yeah, my wife.
Well,
I don't know why.
That's not getting rid of it. That's you hoping someone will come get it and take it off your hands.
No, I mean we're paying. It's a big sectional. We got to pay someone to come get it. You can't just put that on your curb hoping someone's going to come take it. You gotta have to actually pay someone to take it away. Because my wife decided for some reason that with 3 young children, that's a good time to get a new couch.
Okay, Fournette has got the bonus. He is crushing it. 109 for Fournette. Hey, best of luck to you on the couch.
I appreciate that. You were streaming earlier today, J-Dub, playing with your nephews, were you not?
I was, yeah. I had a great time playing with my nephews. I'm surprised by how well they know a route table. You know, they know a post, they know a hook, they know a curl, they know a post fade, a post corner, a corner post. They know it all.
It's just sponges, man. It's crazy because we got, Madden and the PS5 around the holidays here, and my kids, 8 and 6, the older boys, it's how quickly they are just picking up Madden and football in general and all the players around the league. It's insane, and they're already killing me.
Yeah, it's amazing to see how well they actually played with me. We played together on the same team, so I was quarterback, they ran defense. And, I play with grown men normally, but to play with a third grader and to be able to communicate the same way, I'm still in shock.
What is it about Madden in particular, do you think? Because obviously I'm sure being a gamer, you play a lot of games, you play a lot of sports games probably, or maybe you're more just glued to Madden. I don't know, you tell me. But is there something about Madden in particular that just, the interface that just makes it so user-friendly, so simple that, you can pick it up of all ages?
Yeah, I think that they've created the game to be able to, you have to have an entry level for any game, either it be on rookie or to create, I guess, a controller layout that can be simple enough for everybody to grasp. If it's too difficult, people are going to come into the game and then leave immediately because they just don't understand it. So they've done a really good job at creating an entry point for younger people or for older people that haven't played football before. Hopefully they'll continue to work on that space, and I'm sure they will. But that's what we need. We need people to come in. We need this younger generation to step away from some of the I don't want to say a specific game or a game type, but some non-sport games. We need them to come into the sport game.
Darth Tracool on Twitch says, I think all Madden games should be played on Boise State's field. It's random.
Starfighter says, I smashed the like, I hit it too hard, I've broken my phone, all for the love of the DK-CIN fam. My thumb is bleeding, but I love you all. Can I win tickets or a hat or a DK logo, Band-Aid, something, or food? We do tell people, smash that like button. I mean, don't go crazy. Don't break your technology. We've got 1,000 people watching on YouTube, or basically 350 likes. Let's make a big push to 400. Smash that like. We do thank you for watching the Dream Stream. A lot of great content and commentary and all of it, including more Madden Sims coming your way over the course of this day and especially tomorrow as well, surrounding the big game. There are a number of people, it's Twitch, it's YouTube, people are all over the place, J-Dub. There are a lot of people here that would like to hear more from you. And I don't specifically mean today, of course, today for sure, but in general, they want you around more on the Dream Stream. How do we make that happen?
That's great to hear. I think, now, don't quote me on this, but I think you guys have my contact info. All you got to do is reach out and we can set something up.
I like to hear that.
Yeah, we got a couch that's available now based on what we've
it's
heard.
out on the curb.
Yeah, I hear you have a great porch for streaming.
That's right.
And there's candy on the floor?
You happen to find yourself in, I don't know where you are, but if you happen to find yourself in the greater Boston area, then yeah, there's a great porch available for you.
Nice.
Come on out.
And great food. You can forage for candy.
Yeah, exactly. It's all around.
In all seriousness, J-Dub, hopefully at some point down the road when we can go back to our studio, that would be ideal. Come to Boston and we'll hang out in the DraftKings studio.
That would be great.
Punts away, 3 minutes left here, third quarter. So after an active opening half offensively, still 21-all. No points here in this third so far. Hal says, that's my couch. That's true. Already given away Hal's couch. The nerve.
Alex Fox says, cough, your porch is glass territory. Bonzo, buy stream porch.
I tell you, man, I am just excited for, I know we're nowhere near it. We're still in early February, but I'm excited for the weather to get a little bit nicer so that you can come over and hang out on the porch again so that I can actually socialize with human beings in person, not just through Zoom windows. It's going to be a nice change of pace.
For sure. J-Dub, that gaming chair, we were talking about this before we went live. It looks very comfortable.
It is. And I'm not proud to admit this, but I've passed out in this chair a couple times. All from playing video games late in the night. But it is so comfortable that you can put this thing back and you can fall asleep in it.
Oh boy.
Whoa!
Oh!
What a catch.
Murphy bunting with the interception. Snuck around him to get it out at the 16. Bucks getting the ball back.
That's the Chiefs running the Bruce Arians, no risk it, no biscuit. Looking for Watkins.
Did you hear him the other day? He was asked about the origin of the no risk it, no biscuit.
I did not.
Yeah, I wish I could remember exactly what he says, but to paraphrase, it was more or less just, I just believe in going for it. Just like to be aggressive. All right, well, that makes sense. Thanks.
Very honest answer.
Yeah.
Koff, you asked me about this earlier, and Glass Half Full has readdressed it. So without going to people that are more important than us and in charge, I was thinking about purchasing a bus off of Craigslist and then making my rounds around the country and call sims with the DK Sim fam and do one sim in every state. That was my idea. But there are just so many things logistically that would have to get approved that I doubt it would go.
You think so? Like first the purchase of, an RV?
Well, I thought okay, as long as I just buy the RV, no one can stop me just getting in the car and going.
No, it's a hell of an investment on your part for a leap of faith. I don't know if we got to send our guy Jay with you just to make sure that everything works out from a production standpoint. He'd probably be happy to get out of the office and travel around with you on a bus across the country.
How fun would that be? You get to see.
Kidding!
That would be a blast. I don't know how you'd get that bus from California to Hawaii.
Who cares? We'll figure that out later. Let's just get to Cali first.
Look, Gronk had a tour bus. Goon was driving. Why can't the DK Sim fam have a tour bus?
It's true.
Just saying, man. Get in the bus. Get the Madden set up. Have ourselves time. I'm in. That's my wind up in the pitch to people listening. Jason Robbins.
You could actually create kind of like a bio. You could do a documentary of you traveling from state to state, the people you meet, put it all up on YouTube.
You tell me we don't have people out there that are watching along, that are with us in the Sim Fam that work in production, that would people would happily. We wouldn't even have to pay someone to make that documentary. They would love to do it.
Right.
Seconds winding down here to end the third. No offense in that entire third quarter. 21-all. Still the Bucks and the Chiefs as we currently maintain that three-way tie for first with Hill in the captain spot, almost 45 points. Mahomes, Brady, Fournette, Gronkowski, and Seals Jones all part of that lineup. The $55,000 free roll that we got going on here. Currently, and long way to go, obviously, especially because we're still tied. Currently, it would be about $28 or $28, $2,800, big difference going to each of our leaders currently. We'll see how that pans out. Our guy Tom says, does Glash really need more of his antics on tape? I think he does. I think he's addicted to the antics.
I have nothing to hide.
No, we wish you would hide a few things.
This is true.
Scale it back from time to time.
You know.
I got to tell you, the sun coming through your window has made you look.
I know. Yes, it's the elephant in the room. Yes, please bring it up.
No, I mean, it's true. It is angelic. It's straight out of City of Angels, man.
Wow. That's what it will be like. I could actually tell you while I'm in California already.
First time playing Fortnite, says Glash looks like he's sitting in front of plexiglass.
Trying to stay safe.
I can't get in, J-Dub.
Dart says, Glash, sweet glare there, buddy.
Yeah, I know, guys. I've been playing with this shade for the last 5 minutes. Not much. I mean, not all of us are fortunate to bury ourselves in front of the DVD shelf in the basement, but, you know, we'll make with what we can do.
I know you're not going to come after the DVD shelf in the basement.
Part of me wants to know what's behind that wall. There's something there.
Wouldn't you like to know?
I really do.
Pull one of the DVDs down and it folds back.
Look, man, when we were, I guess it was shortly after we bought this house, but we were, you know, still like, I mean, anyone out there who's a homeowner knows that you go through this whole process of house hunting and you look at a zillion homes online or in person, and, you know, you get like house envy, right? And I look at this house, not this one specifically that I'm in, but this house online. I look at this house and they have a video. And I'm thinking, why do they have a video as opposed to just pictures? Because they had one of those rooms that was like, pull the book off the bookshelf, the door opens up and it takes you to like a secret gaming room downstairs. The thing opens up and it was a staircase. I was like, how do I not own this house? How much would it cost me working with a contractor to build a space like that within my home? Yes, we have a fumble here in the Chiefs' hour.
Oh. Wow.
Huge turnover.
Jordan says the hidden room behind the DVD itself only puts awful movies there so people don't spend much time looking.
Tom Brady sucks, formerly James Farrell. Glash, that glare brings out your eyes. Glash is half full before you invest in a bus. Maybe some shades. Priorities, dude.
That's a bobblehead dungeon.
I love you, OJ Howard. Blinded by the light. There's Tyreek Hill. Oh no, it's Sammy Watkins.
You'd probably be able to
Sammy
see
Mostert
if you could see anything in front of you.
The sun is undefeated.
The glare is just affecting how I appear on camera. There's no glare in my monitor at this stage.
The sun is undefeated. So true.
So we've got almost 200 people tuning in on Twitch. We've got north of 1,000 people on YouTube. Turnover Tampa. Kansas City's moving to the Tampa 34. CEH going right towards the pile of people. Not ideal. We have a three-way tie for first place in the 55K free big game preview contest. Tyreek Hill in the captain spot. Mahomes, Brady, Fournette, Gronkowski, and Ricky Seals-Jones, the punt play in the flex for the leading lineup.
Emerson's forehead says, Glass, so is it sunny where you are and sunny where Koff is? Still confused about this weather thing.
Steve Buchanan shows up in the chat. Glash was trying to cover up a pimple, so he blinded everyone with sunlight to distract us. Put that wrench away, Buchanan. Had enough of it.
J-Dub doesn't have to worry about that. I mean, people just saw him. We can see him obviously still in our Zoom window. But that is a crisp background you got going on, man. It's a good, better camera than either of us have, and the lighting is incredible.
Well, look at my lighting now. See how the sun's fine? It's weird.
Well, I see, but the people can't see.
Right. Well, yes, talking to the two of you. As Kelsey makes the catch, he'll reach the red zone, a gain of 11. Mahomes at 213. All three of his touchdown passes to Tyreek Hill. We
Waffles
can find.
Says they don't even read what we type, people. Waffles, I see you, man.
We can find J-Dub if you guys want to find J-Dub on Twitter. He's at J-Dub, J-A-Y, and then Dub is D-U-H-B-B. Check him out. Here's Mahomes. Fires over the middle, Watkins, and he'll be sandwiched at the 9. Another 11-yard gain for Kansas City.
You know why I love the Sim Fam, Jordan?
Why?
Is because we get comments like this from PGZman666. My wife wants me to mow the lawn. That's not going to happen anytime soon.
It's football weekend.
Mahomes to Kelsey, touchdown, Chiefs. There you go.
About time he got involved. He was on a milk carton most of the game.
This is the guy everyone thinks was going to dominate tomorrow because Tampa will be so focused on what Hill did to them in week 12. And I agree with you, Koff. About time we get Travis Kelsey. He's in the end zone, 66% in the flex, 19% captain. Very, very close in terms of percentages with Tyreek Hill.
Train Island, our own Christian DeAndrea. Finally, Travis.
Emerson's forehead. Glash didn't want to explain the weather to you in person. He ignored your statement.
There was the background on that, Jordan, is there was a day that Glash here said that he was going to, it was for my birthday, he was going to bring me some Chinese food for lunch.
That's nice.
And well, sure, in theory, except he texted me and said, it's snowing here. I don't think it's going to happen. I just told him, and we're about like 40 minutes from each other. I said, clear skies here, man.
Yeah, J-Dub, some people that just sit in their basement and call Sims, they think it's just the same outside for everyone when the weather comes to New England.
Well, when you're about 40 minutes away from each other, it usually isn't wildly different, but it's true. I mean, it's true. Like we got, we're a little outside the city. I think we got 1.5 feet of snow the other day, and Boston mostly got rain. So yeah, I get it.
Foghorn, Leghorn of Blue Jays. If Clash was covering a pimple, he would put on Halloween makeup and a wig, just stating facts.
Yeah, Prip would have painted your face for sure.
Herb Dog not pleased with Chris Godwin so far. That is Shady McCoy looking to weave back towards the numbers. He's brought down Brady at 232. So if the quarterbacks can keep it going here, J-Dub, we're in a position where both guys can hit that bonus. Ultimately, this is a good spot for both teams. No one's kicking field goals. We're getting just touchdowns.
Yeah, pretty interesting game. It's an offensive game here.
4:40 to go. Brady, first down, Tampa. 2:39 for Tom Brady. Shady McCoy having a nice sim. 5 catches, 44 yards. He's ran the ball a couple times too.
Important reminder for the people as we are about midway through the fourth quarter. Who knows, maybe if things work out overtime in our future. But if you are new, Madden Stream info page. Google Madden Stream info page. It will take you right to the DK Nation, DK Playbook pages with all the depth charts, everything that you need to know that follow the simulations that we do. Because again, these are not perfectly up-to-date rosters where, like, for instance, Le'Veon Bell is still the Jet. He's not on these Chiefs. So Madden Stream info page, you'll get a look at all the depth charts, superstar traits, X Factor abilities, overall rankings, top speeds, so on and so forth for every NFL team. You want to be aware of those. And these sims, 7 days a week, 6 simulations per day, every 2 hours starting at noon Eastern up through almost midnight. So it's 6 a day, 7 days a week. You don't want to miss out.
5 for 55, Scotty Miller. Brady just shy of 240 yards. J-Dub's with us. Koff, Glash, 3rd and 18. Tampa down 7. It's not over if they don't get this, but we're in crunch time here. Brady looking to throw, has protection. Just gets rid of it before the pressure. Godwin, first down. There's Chris Godwin into Chiefs territory, his 3rd reception. Big time play. Wow. Koff, I thought he was going to get tackled before the marker.
Ever so close, man. Tom Brady, he's got that great awareness. He knows how to avoid pressure from the opposition.
91 awareness for Brady. Deep accuracy.
400, folks. Don't make me beg. Smash that like button.
Faux show. Just shy of 400, like Koff said. First down, Tampa. At the Chiefs, 48.
Ooh.
Evans.
Big tackle.
Big tackle.
Got to say what's up to my buddy Trumpet Monkey. What's up, Trumpet Monkey?
shout out whoever you'd like, by the way. We know a lot of your audience is here with us. We appreciate that.
Yeah, just, I'll take the moment to say thanks to everybody that took time out of the day to come in today and support each and every one of us.
Evans again for a first down. We've hit the 2-minute warning. So looking at the leaderboard right now, 3-way tie first place. We have All Sports 66, Football King 1965, and FAYGOX 2X, all tied for first. Fourth place, Go Blue Dude, has Fournette in the captain spot. Not out there right now, it's Shady McCoy. Brady will throw, deep left side. That is caught for a big gain to the 8. Brady hits the bonus. Scotty Miller, 82 yards.
Man's having a day. First and goal from the 8 on the way. Scotty Miller, early grab for 20, and right now, I don't know if he'll get to the bonus. Obviously, we probably need overtime to get him there, but he's closing in. Booth review.
Booth review.
Oh.
See if those feet were in. These things are very rarely
I don't
overturned,
know.
but
I don't think so.
Out.
Oh, he was out.
Oh, he was definitely out.
Now, J-Dub, when you play and a booth review doesn't go on your side, do you start whipping the controller everywhere? Or are you at a point now where you're calm and collected?
I'm calm and collected. If I broke a controller every time that happened, I would be a broke man.
Yeah, they're bringing it back. 2nd and 10 from the 35 coming. Poor Scotty. Scotty doesn't know how close he was to the sideline. Don't tell Scotty.
All right, let's watch 2nd and 10. We just hit the 2-minute warning. Booth review brings the ball back to the 35. And there's Fournette. So, J-Dub, you mentioned Mecole Hardman before the sim. Is he someone, or do you have someone else in mind that you got to play tomorrow on DraftKings for the big game?
I like Mecole. If you in real life football, if you watch Kansas City and they scheme to get him the ball. But he's either a boom or bust player. So I don't know if I would put a lot on Mecole. Big incomplete right there.
4th and 10. What do they do now? They go for it or what?
Yeah, I think you got to go for it, right? You got 1:43 left in the fourth.
Yeah.
Down by 7.
3 timeouts.
You do have 3 timeouts.
All right, they'll go for it. Let's watch here. Godwin in the slot left side. Mike Evans top of the screen. From the 34, got to get to the 24 for the first. Brady going for it all. End zone, touchdown, Tampa! Oh my! That is no doubt a score! Wow, for Tyler Johnson, the wide receiver 4.
That dude is rarely involved too. Tyler Johnson, 3.3 points a sim, $2,400. He's appeared in maybe half these so far for Tampa Bay. Big game-tying touchdown to even things up with $1:38 to go.
Unreal.
That could flip the standings a bit.
Shout out to Tate and Patrick. They're updating the scores. Tyler Johnson, 3.7% in the flex. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Tyler Johnson.
$55,000 prize pool. This sim lived up to the hype, folks.
Seriously.
Hopefully we get a game like this in real life.
Yeah. First place for this contest wins $5,000 DK dollars. Second place, $2,500. Third place, $1,000. Still plenty of time though, J-Dub. You know, with the Chiefs. 138, 3 timeouts.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Our producer Drew wants me to ask you, would you consider dressing up on a stream like a coach or a player? One of our guys does that.
Yeah.
Sometime.
Oh yeah.
We saw it in a halftime video.
I mean, yeah, if you get the right hat.
Anyone in mind? Like, like, have you been a coach or a player for like Halloween or something?
No, funny you ask. I was just Andy Reid yesterday.
Oh, Andy Reid. He's been on the Sims before. He likes to stop by.
Yeah.
Right, Koff? You've seen Andy on the stream.
I have, yeah.
Nice guy.
Andy Reid.
Nice guy.
Now, what brought that out? What made you be Andy Reid yesterday?
Well, I was streaming for EA. I was streaming for Madden, and we were doing a Madden live, and I have a very large windbreaker.
Oh,
wow.
Tyreek Hill, leaping catch, timeout KC.
And
Tampa took the timeout, sorry.
Huge. So I have a very large Kansas City Chiefs windbreaker, and I was wearing my St. Louis Cardinals cap. And then somebody in the chat said, hey, why don't you put a pillow underneath that windbreaker? So I did that, and then they took some pictures, and we all laughed. It was a good time.
See, you'd fit right in.
Bazooka X Factor lit, CEH, a run of 8 yards to the 16. So we know Kansas City is in field goal range. Butker is a sure thing when he kicks field goals. Accuracy 86, kick power 95. At this rate, it's a 30-something yarder, 33-yarder. But we've been getting all touchdowns in this sim. Wouldn't mind another one. X Factor lit for Hill, the rack 'em up X Factor. Bazooka for Mahomes. A run play, big hole for CEH, gain of 5.
I want nothing more than a Shermanator touchdown to win this thing.
That'd be good. That'd be good. I mean, Ricky Seals-Jones right now is still in the leading lineup as a flex.
Yeah, it would. I'm trying to think of what it would take to actually knock our leaders out, too.
And Brady does have the bonus as a result of that last touchdown drive. KC and Tampa, big game preview, 28 all, and they're getting nothing here. Now, some folks are looking at this like, hey, I'm sitting tied for first. Just kick the field goal. Let's get out of here. I'm good. I'm about to cash out.
I'm not sure there's much in the leading lineups that a touchdown here could knock our leaders off, at least on the City side.
So fourth place has Hill and the captain, so a Hill touchdown would be beneficial.
No, so does first place.
First place too, yes, good
On
point.
the line.
Yep. CEH is in for a touchdown. Wow.
Did they leave too much time on the clock?
No timeouts for Tampa.
You never know, right?
All right.
Although they're out of timeouts.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire with the touchdown, 23%. That's it. 23% flex, 4% in the captain spot.
How far down do you got to dig to find them, though?
In a leading lineup, that is.
Right.
Yeah. It might not mean all that much based on the ownership.
I don't think it does.
So ninth place has O.J. Howard. 80th, yeah, thanks, producer Drew. Fourth place has Tyler Johnson. Tyler Johnson. Wow. Hey, you know something, J-Dub? I give you way more credit now on the Mecole Hardman shout-out because the way this sim has gone, he could have easily played a factor in this because Tyler Johnson on the other side is the wideout for Tampa.
I knew something was going to happen, but I don't think I could have been more wrong about Mecole.
Man, not your fault. He's not regularly a contributor here in the Madden 21 sims, but you're not with us every day, all day. You're not expected to know that.
I wanted to pick a sleeper. I wanted to be cool. I wanted to pick a sleeper that had some speed, but hey, you live and learn.
Okay, so
speed, no doubt.
So J-Dub, take us through the AI's mind. What do you do here? 19 seconds. Are you just chucking deep here on out?
No, I think they're going to work the sideline. I think they'll work the sideline for 2 or 3 plays, try to get Tom Brady within 40, and then they're going to hit a post. They'll hit a post with, man, do you see Ricky Seals-Jones with a deep post? Maybe.
Godwin, bottom of the screen for Brady. No timeouts for Tampa.
Oh,
he will just get it off. Oh, boy. That would have been game if he took the sack.
Yeah, there's that throw out of sack animation I was talking about earlier.
Unreal. Tyler Johnson owners wouldn't mind another one. Lineups with him are in fourth. Tom Brady's throw power, 90. Trips to the right, 10 seconds to go. Brady will fire and complete to Godwin. He's still going.
It doesn't matter.
And that's it. That is it.
Time's up.
Wow. What a finish, though.
What a
Tommy, you
finish.
got to throw a little closer to the sideline there, buddy.
What a sim, though, guys. 35-28. Mahomes just missed the bonus, but Tyreek-Hill had 3 touchdowns. Tom Brady hit the bonus. Fournette had 132 rushing. Shout out All Sports 66, Football King 1965, FAYGOX 2X. Right now, at the moment, Tate and Patrick updating the scores. Those 3 are tied for first in the big game preview contest, $55K in total prizes. Those 3 mentions there will split $2,833. They'll get that each. So pretty good stuff. But
Pending,
scores are
of
not
course,
final.
stat adjustments.
Right. Wow. So
Damn, what a game.
we'll run through the stats here. Brady, 29 of 39, 328, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Mahomes, 19 of 22, 278.
He was at 200 plus at halftime too. Fell apart.
True. It's true. There was a lot of punts in that third quarter.
Yeah. CEH went for 71 in the score. Fournette, 7 for 132 and a touchdown. How about, what was his ownership? Leonard Fournette was 35% owned and went for about 23 fantasy points. If not for Tyreek Hill, man, that's probably our Krusty Koff player of the game.
Right. 84-yard rushing touchdown for Fournette. Evans, 6 for 90, kind of a quiet 6 for 90. Godwin showed up a little bit at the end, but let a lot of people down. Kelsey had the touchdown. Thank goodness for his sake. 3 for 27. Tyler Johnson and OJ Howard scored touchdowns in this sim.
Heck yeah, man.
Wow. All right. I mean, who you got? Koff, player of the game. You got to. I mean, it is in your name, the award.
Yeah, but I mean, we got a guest here, J-Dub.
True. J-Dub. What do you got?
Tell us. I mean, who's the when you consider ownership and performance, who's the top player today? You going right to the top to Tyreek Hill?
I think you almost have to, with 3 reception TDs, 116 reception yards, with only 5 catches. It's got to go to Tyreek. 56.40 points scored.
Now, how about, I don't know if you're familiar with this. We like to call it the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award. It is the LVP, the least valuable player. Who was the most disappointing? You're probably personally inclined, I realize, to go with Mecole Hardman. But beyond that,
Yeah.
for a guy that, maybe factored in high priced and just didn't do much, who stands out to you?
I'd say it's got to be Godwin. They didn't factor him into the game plan, especially at the early part of the game. They tried to get him involved second half, but I got to go with Godwin.
4 for 54, not even 10 points. He was about 32% owned, 5% in the captain spot. Good pick. Disappointing day for him.
But a great sim. I mean,
Sure.
you can't ask for much more in terms of just what we witnessed. And hopefully we get something similar to the real life big game tomorrow night. And when we rerun this matchup in Simland for Madden After Dark, the replay of Tampa.
So what's next for you, J-Dub? Do
PC.
you go from this, talking about a Madden sim to then going and streaming and playing Madden now for the people?
Today, I don't know what I'm going to do. I might take the rest of the day off, hang out with the wife. But you know what? You can probably bet that I'm going to at least play some more Madden.
There you go. Hey, tell everyone right now on YouTube and even your Twitch fam, come on over. I mean, this is great. I thought you added some great perspective, and we can't say it enough how it's really cool that you came to us, you followed along when you crave sports, you crave some football in the off season late winter, early spring. So this was great. Anything else you'd like to share in terms of what this experience was like? What'd you think?
No, it was not only an honor, but it was a pleasure to get to kind of chat and rap with you guys a little bit. Whenever I'm streaming, I'm by myself, so I don't have someone to bounce off of, and being able to do that with you guys has brought another perspective for streaming. So I do appreciate that.
Well, pleasure's ours. And we do want to remind people, by the way, that, when we are done here, obviously, A lot more coming up. There's going to be the NFL Fantasy Award Show that Jesse Cofield will be hosting, and have Reed T. Fowler, Jeff Ulrich, Kenny Ducey along for that. And then to follow, the American Cornhole League Battle Kickoff, 4 p.m. Eastern, about 30 minutes from now. $50,000 free-to-play pool. More Madden simulations on the Dream Stream over the course of the day today. A few more. Glash will have a couple. I'll be back a little bit later for what we call Madden After Dark at 10 p.m. Eastern time with Matt LaMarca. You will also tomorrow's a great big day as well. We've got a free-to-play Madden Packers Bills simulation at 1 o'clock Eastern time. So the unusual start time for us, 1 o'clock Eastern time, for a $20,000 prize pool. Again, a free-to-play contest. Major League Eating Big Game Snack Down at 4 o'clock with a $100,000 free-to-play pool. And then Leaderboard Live, where Glash and Moose will be along and guiding you through the Super Bowl. And then maybe a replay of what we just saw after that. Certainly in Madden land, a literal replay. It will be Tampa Bay and Kansas City from Raymond James Stadium again after the Super Bowl, roughly 10 o'clock Eastern time. That timing a little bit flexible, but another large free-to-play contest with 25 grand in prizes for that simulation, all part of a $250,000 tailgate weekend we have here for DraftKings. So obviously incredibly exciting. It's something that we're all pumped about, and you'll be hearing and seeing all of us plenty. But looking ahead to the real game, J-Dub, before we do let you go, ultimately, who do you have to win? Is it Kansas City?
I got to go with Kansas City. Predicting score of, let's go 67-14. No, I'm joking. I think we're going to see a high. I think we are going to see a high score. I haven't looked at the books yet. I don't know what the over under is, but I do think that I think we're going to see probably something closer to the mid 30s to high 20s.
Be a good game. Be a lot like the one we just saw.
Yeah.
Hey, want to talk to E-Dub real quick on YouTube. He has a question before we go and send it to Jesse. He says, how do we enter the Cornhole contest that's coming up here at DK? You want to go to the Sportsbook app, DraftKings Sportsbook, in the free-to-play pools section. Free-to-play pools, DraftKings Sportsbook app is where you can find it. So, excellent. This is awesome. This is a great time. Great sim.
Yeah,
Off to a great start here, tailgate weekend.
I just love how many avatars. I'm looking at Twitch, how many different, emojis or whatever we want to call them that you have of your face, the coffee cup, all of it.
Yeah, it's another community thing. They created it, and they like to laugh at me.
All right, well, guys, that's gonna do it for us. Want to shout out everyone involved with this broadcast. We have Samir, great job. The DK Sim Fam has gotten to know some of our production team. So Samir has been fantastic, getting us in the right places. Producer Drew, producer Tom, both Toms hanging out with us. It's like the good old days here. Our internal chat. Also to the ops team, they've been great. Tate, who's also hanging out in the chat. Patrick doing his thing. Koff, J-Dub. Koff, you're back later tonight. I'll be back later today. So this is just the beginning for us. J-Dub, we hope we can do this again soon, man. This was good. We got to know you, and hopefully we kind of felt the same way after our first sim. Once you do 1 or 2, and once you get to like 10, you're in a comfort zone. You become family here. So I hope you enjoyed it. That was good stuff.
I had a great time. I hope to join you guys again.
Hey, if you're bored later on today, you know where to find us. Come on back. You'd be
All
like
right.
Spice Adams lurking in the chat and then just hopping in the Zoom.
Nice. Yes, I'll stop being such a lurker.
There you go. Well, again, thanks to J-Dub, like Lash was saying. Thanks to everybody else involved who he already named, and thanks to all of you for being with us.
Koff, good luck with the NBA tonight. I'm sure we'll be in touch. Good luck with the couch, and this isn't goodbye. We'll talk again soon. Okay.
Can't wait.
All right. So we will now send it back to Jessie Cofield. She got the day started with us here for Tailgate Weekend. We will go to Jessie with the DraftKings NFL End of the Year Awards.
loaded her to the internet so she can be accessed at any time.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to DraftKings 2020 Fantasy Football Awards Show. I'm Jesse Cofield. Today, we're going to talk about all our awards winners and debate them with these guys, DraftKings contributors Reed Fowler and Jeff Ulrich. What a duo. All right, we're going to start with the All-Pro team. These are the players who led their position with the most fantasy points. So, we're going to start, we see quarterback Josh Allen for the Bills, 436.1 points. For running backs, Alvin Kamara, he had 383.8. That is a lot. Running back 2, Derrick Henry for the Titans, 365.1. Wide receiver 1, Devontae Adams for the Packers, 380.4 points. Wide receiver 2, Stephon Diggs for the Bills, 349.6. And WR3, Tyreek Hill, 337.9 points for the Chiefs. Tight end, is anyone surprised? Travis Kelce, 331.8 points. In the flex, Dalvin Cook for the Vikings, 364.8 points. And the DST, the Los Angeles Rams, 151 points. All right, Reed, when you look at this list, did anyone surprise you?
Well, from the start of the season, Jesse, I think Stephon Diggs was probably the one guy that Jeff and I both potentially thought, man, he's going from one running offense to another running offense, right? From Minnesota to Buffalo. Look at 2019, Minnesota was 5th in rushing attempts per game, and Buffalo was 6th, right? So you thought, well, Stephon Diggs is just going to go there. Maybe he gets his 7 catches a game. Maybe he gets his 52 or 54 yards a game. That was completely off, right? He absolutely came on the scene. Buffalo became more of a passing offense, ranking 10th in attempts per game and 3rd, I believe, in passing offense. So he's probably the one guy that I'm surprised, but not surprised, because he is one of the best wide receivers and one of the best route runners in the NFL.
Jeff, did Stephon Diggs surprise but not surprise you as well?
Yeah, I think that's actually the perfect way of putting it. I mean, the talent with Stephon Diggs has always been there. I think everybody knows that he's like a true number 1 wide receiver, but you got to go to the right fantasy landing spot, Jesse, to really get your upside, to shine through. And at the beginning of the season, I would have said, this probably isn't the spot where we're going to see that with Diggs. But I think that as much as Diggs is a surprise for me to be on this list, so is Josh Allen. This is a dude who went from 58% completion rate to 69%, got himself in the MVP conversation. In just a pure PPR scoring format, he increased his average points per game by 7 points. These are almost unheard of sort of gap ups in terms of production from Josh Allen. So I think we all know Josh Allen was like a really good fantasy producer. He's got that rushing upside, but I don't think anybody knew that he was going to take this kind of jump, put himself in the top, fantasy producing position of this year, and drag Steph Diggs along with him. And maybe it's a little bit of both. Diggs obviously probably helped Allen along the way, but for me, the biggest, really the only surprises of this list are the 2 Bills. Lots of potential there at the start of the season. I think people were cautiously optimistic, some people, but I don't think anybody expected, like Reed said, for this offense to go from a strictly run-focused, slow-paced offense to like one of the highest volume passing offenses in the league.
All right, Jeff. Well, I mean, there's got to be someone that isn't on this list that you would expect to make it next year, right?
Yeah, there's a couple players I could definitely throw out. I think the guy that I would be the most most apt to talk about those. It's going to be DK Metcalf of the Seattle Seahawks. And the potential with DK Metcalf is just, and I think most people have seen this, the ceiling is so high. I mean, this is just a big body, Megatron-like receiver. Seattle finally started to figure it out towards the end of the year that they can use this guy on more than just like deep throws, down the sidelines or over the middle. They can get him involved on quick screens. Over his last 7 games, Metcalf only saw less than 8 targets once. He's scoring touchdowns in the playoffs and things like that. And I know that there's a little bit of negativity around the Seattle offense, and they, Pete Carroll saying he wants to run the ball more, but you've still got Russell Wilson throwing the ball to DK Metcalf, who was coming on as a heavily targeted wide receiver 1 at the end of the year. I can only see this connection getting better as DK Metcalf also gets a little bit mature, gets some more time and experience. So I think DK Metcalf is a player that I would not be shocked if he cracks those top 3 wide receivers at the end of next year.
Yeah, Reed, who is it for you?
Yeah, interesting about DK Metcalf and the Seahawks. Brian Schottenheimer is going to Jacksonville, so he's no longer going to be the offensive coordinator, which works well for a guy like DK Metcalf because Schottenheimer has always run first. And Shane Waldron is going to be the new OC, and Pete Carroll, in his optimistic fashion, is saying, This guy is very creative and he's very excited. So we know Pete Carroll loves his euphemisms, loves all of his positive reinforcement. So we'll see if that actually comes to fruition. But I mean, it's the Cowboys. It's Ezekiel Elliott. He and Dak Prescott, to be honest. Like both of these guys and Dak being hurt really hurt, not to use the same word, it really hurt his upsides for Ezekiel Elliott. We saw in the first handful of games, Zeke was a guy that was getting more used and getting the production up there as one of the top running backs. But then once Dak went down, that entire offense went down. So I would expect someone like Ezekiel Elliott and maybe even Dak Prescott, if Dak, decides to stay, which I think he is, I don't think there's a landing spot for Dak Prescott now. But I think Ezekiel Elliott is probably one guy that I'm looking to be back up there in that list.
All right, good stuff, guys. We're going to talk about who had the biggest single game performance in just a minute here. Plus, lots more to come today with the American Cornhole League. So let's dig a little more into the ACL. Here's Emerson Latzia with one of the voices of the league, Trey Ryder.
We have a new friend joining DraftKings right now, Trey Ryder, color commentator for the American Cornhole League, who has its 2021 ACL kickoff battle this weekend. You can catch the action as part of the DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend on YouTube and Twitch. Trey, it's good to see you. We've started seeing ACL broadcasts popping up on ESPN, especially a lot during this pandemic. How much have you seen the interest in the sport grow?
It's grown exponentially throughout the pandemic, certainly. I mean, last year we had kind of our slate of events, and going into our second event of the year, it was actually the weekend of March 13th through the 15th. And if your memory is great, you'll remember that's literally the same week that Rudy Gobert, got diagnosed. And then all of a sudden the sports world and the rest of the world kind of just went under lockdown. And so we had that event canceled literally 10 hours before we were supposed to go live. And we kind of had to sit back and think to ourselves, what can we do? How can we rebound? And we put together this plan of, kind of going on a tour, if you will, following all these different safety protocols and trying to just take up as much ESPN time as we could throughout the summer last year, because no other sports were on. We were able to pull it off. And before you knew it, you were getting 4 hours of cornhole live on TV every Saturday for 8 straight weeks. So throughout the pandemic, we took advantages of being able to be agile and nimble and hit some slots that we normally wouldn't have. And it really turned out the popularity of the sport exploded. And, we've been growing rapidly ever since.
And dude, you're becoming like this household name. Like some are calling you the Tony Romo of cornhole. How did that nickname come about? Why are people calling you that?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's way too much credit, way too much credit. But it kind of came about because, cornhole being a very new sport for a lot of people, a lot of them are just learning how to play it. And it's one thing to learn how to play it, but then it's also another thing to learn all the ins and outs of it. And so one thing that I think people appreciated from someone like a Tony Romo is he's very well known for trying to predict what the quarterback is going to do before it happens, because he's played before, and he recognizes cover 2 or man-to-man. When a linebacker or defensive back reacts in a certain way, he's saying, oh, this is what they're looking for. This is what they're doing. And people are mind blown when he's able to just predict what's going to happen before the play starts. Well, in cornhole, when I see a certain block set up in a certain way, or a player puts a bag 2 inches to the left of another bag, sometimes I have some Tony Romo-esque reactions or some gasps and some weird noises. And then I'm also predicting, hey, this is what he's trying to do. In reality, it's just because I've played the game and been around the game for so many years that I know what the play, I think similarly to the players, and I'm just relaying what general strategy is. But for a lot of new viewers at home, it becomes this amazing feat of how did he know that they were going to do that?
All right, so I know you're all wondering which player totaled the highest fantasy point output in a single game during the 2020 season, and it is Tyreek Hill, just under a whopping 61 fantasy points at Tampa Bay in Week 12, and there's the breakdown for you right there. 13 receptions, 13 fantasy points, 269 receiving yards, 26.9 fantasy points, 3 receiving touchdowns, 18 fantasy points, plus the 100-yard bonus. That equals 3 fantasy points, and that equals 60.9 fantasy points. All right, let's bring back in DraftKings contributors Reed Fowler and Jeff Ulrich. Guys, let's talk about the Fantasy Rookie of the Year. Now, this is awarded to the top-performing rookie from the 2020 class, as voted on by our players and experts. So it's got to be Justin Jefferson. 295.2 total fantasy points, averaged 18.5 fantasy points per game. Not to mention, Jefferson is the first wide receiver to earn All-Pro honors in year one since Randy Moss in 1998. His 1,400 receiving yards set the NFL record for most receiving yards by a rookie wideout in the Super Bowl era. So, Reed, do you agree with the panel that Justin Jefferson deserved this award?
Yeah, I think it's really difficult to get it if you're a wide receiver, right? Because it's so much of it is predicated on another player, right? The quarterback getting you the ball and getting you the ball efficiently in an efficient manner. And really, this didn't start, Jesse, until Minnesota figured out, hey, we got this really good guy who's not just a slot wide receiver. He's actually a really good receiver on the outside. And I think a lot of it, too, is contingent on Minnesota's defense also being very bad this year, and so that helped out a lot. Where both he and Kirk Cousins, Kirk Cousins was 16th in DK fantasy points per game this season. So when you look at how bad the defense was, I think that just Justin Jefferson had the ability to reach that ceiling. But in his own right, he's a very, very good wide receiver.
Jeff, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't really know how we give it to anyone but Justin Jefferson. I mean, the target share, and like Reed said, once Minnesota figured it out, I mean, he ended up with a 24% target share, which was one of the highest in the league of anyone. Yards per catch was up there in the top 10 too. And it really comes down to competition. I mean, Justin Herbert was nice, but he was barely top 10 at his position, right? Like the spread between Justin Jefferson and the spread in terms of where Justin Herbert ended up, it's just massively different at their positions. Justin Jefferson was a legitimately top 10 kind of must-own player at his position for a lot of the year, coming through with bigger fantasy performances. Herbert was nice. He had some really big weeks as well, but consistency-wise, he probably brought himself down just in terms of fantasy performance. So it's really just between those two. You could throw names like Chase Claypool we could consider at a couple nice weeks, but nobody was near as consistent at his position as Justin Jefferson. So he's the clear winner of this one.
Yeah, Jeff, and he did all this in year one. So what are your expectations for Jefferson next season?
Yeah, Minnesota is in a really strange place right now. There's talk that Kirk Cousins might be moving on. They might, San Francisco is interested with the Kyle Shanahan reunion. And if they did move on, I mean, there's big question marks. Who starts? Do they get Garoppolo back? What's going on there? So, right now, I don't expect Minnesota to be that much better. And yeah, they're a run-heavy team, but their defense was really porous last year. I don't think they're going to be able to turn that around in a year. So I think they're going to end up in a lot of shootouts again. I mentioned Jefferson's target share. It was near 25%, his yards per catch. Maybe you'll see a touch bit of regression, but at the same time, he did all this. He did all this production with Minnesota being a bottom 6, pass volume team in terms of pass attempts per game. This wasn't a pass-heavy team he was on. So you might get a little bit of regression in some of those stats I put out, like target share and yards per play, but he could also see more targets on the year if Minnesota just passes a little bit more. So I think you're going to see a lot of the same. I think you probably peg him in for another top 10 wide receiver year.
Reed, next year he won't be the new man on the Minnesota Vikings, but what do you think?
Yeah.
That's his Lizzo song reference, for the record.
I know.
I was just making sure.
Yeah, little Lizzo. Shout out Lizzo. If
Shout
you're
out
watching,
Lizzo.
I know you are Lizzo. So
I did not get that reference.
I knew you didn't, Jeff.
Yeah, no, like when you're talking about Justin Jefferson and rookies, right? And you kind of see with other positions like quarterback, but wide receiver especially, so much of it is, that there's going to be a full season of tape on this guy, how he gets off of the line of scrimmage, how he breaks on his routes. So you have that, right? You have that potential aggression, but to Jeff's point, this secondary was either battered old, like very down and out the entire season. And this defense as well. Eric Kendricks got hurt towards the end of the season and didn't help out at all. Anthony Barr tore his, I think, pec in the first quarter of the NFL season. So they were very depleted. And then you saw some of these guys like Everson Griffin go, Danielle Hunter didn't play the entire year. So you take a look at that defense, and they will be getting some guys back, but still, it's secondary that really scares me. Gladney is nice. He played okay as a rookie. He'll get better as the year progresses and his career progresses. But yeah, this guy is so good. His talent transcends all the other trends right now.
All right, guys, let's talk about our biggest fantasy play winner. It is Jerry Jeudy. He scored the most fantasy points in one play in Week 17. He had a 92-yard receiving touchdown. That is good for 19.2 fantasy points. Also, best value play. This is awarded to the player who recorded the most points above value in the 2020 season. Our winner is Travis Fulgham. So in Week 5 at Pittsburgh, he recorded 34.2 fantasy points. He was only $3K on DraftKings, good for 11.4 times his value. All right, so let's talk about this. Reed, Jeff.
Yeah.
It's MVP time, baby. Awarded to the player who was a near lock for lineups and a consistently high fantasy producer throughout the 2020 season. Folding tables everywhere quake at the sound of his name, totaling 436.1 fantasy points on the year, averaging 27.3 per game. Josh Allen. Josh Allen! Reed, yeah, I know. Give it up for Josh Allen. All right, Reed. The numbers don't lie, but tell me why Josh Allen was deserving of this honor. He talked a little bit about him at the beginning when we were talking about Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, one thing that I really like about what he did was that one point to where his production dipped. And you're going to say, well, why is that the case, right? We want our MVPs to ascend and keep on ascending. But what you saw from that really was the maturation of Josh Allen, that he figured out, hey, look, some of the stuff that I'm doing right now, they're picking up on it. Maybe it's the offensive scheme that we're doing, right? Brian Dabble and the Buffalo Bills. Maybe we need to switch things up. You saw that dip earlier in the season, and then he just kept on going up after that, after you figured it out. And we saw 3-4 touchdown games, extremely efficient games at the time where he needed it. So when you take a look at just the progression and the maturation of what Josh Allen was in 2019 to this year, I think it's a clear cut in terms of what he was able to do. Now, you could say Aaron Rodgers and some of these other guys played above in season long where they were getting drafted, but for DraftKings, from a DraftKings aspect, I think it clearly goes to him, especially with the rushing upside that he showed us that he had this season.
Yeah, Jeff, why do you think Josh Allen is deserving of this honor? Come on.
First of all, shout out to Bills fans. You didn't get the Super Bowl, but your quarterback got the DK MVP award. So,
wow.
It's probably even better than you could have hoped for, right? So, Josh Allen had a great year. I think from a fantasy perspective, he deserves some recognition, but I wouldn't make him my MVP.
Au contraire.
Well, you've got to look at it from a positional standpoint. Reed already kind of brought up the argument. You've got Aaron Rodgers, who really didn't average that much less than Josh Allen. Mahomes averaged nearly the same in PPR formats. He played one less game, obviously, so that hurt his overall total production. But the spread at QB between the top 3 or 4 players really wasn't that big. So, absolutely, Josh Allen made a huge jump this year, like I already alluded to. He had a fantastic year. He made me a fan. I'm excited to see Josh Allen, this Bills team, go next year. But at the same time, we're talking fantasy MVP. I got to go somewhere else, Jesse. There's a couple dudes at the skill positions where.
Go ahead, tell us who.
They deserve more recognition.
I know where he's going.
Tell us who, Jeff.
Okay, well, Travis Kelce. For me, it's Travis. It's got to be Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce, if you plugged him in every week into your lineup, were you ever disappointed? Were you ever at a week where man, I really regret paying up for Travis Kelce? In just a pure PPR scoring, he was 3.5 points more than second place, and he was over 10 points more per game than third place. There is such a huge discrepancy at the tight end position this year. Every week it was, who do we roster for tight end? Who are we going for a cheap tight end? If you had just ignored that and just not bothered with it and paid up for Travis Kelce, your lineups would have had so many more points because quite frankly, the tight end position was trash this year. It was really hard to navigate the value of that landscape in a week in, week out basis. So Travis Kelce for me gets the MVP. Had a historic year. broke his own records and receptions and stuff like that, and was just so consistent week in, week out with his production. I think for me, that would have given him the nod over Josh Allen, who again had a great year, but we're talking position, we're talking about, where it really made a difference. He beat the other tight ends by so much. I think he deserves the MVP.
All right, Reed, real quick, if you had to pick someone other than Josh Allen, who would it be?
Yeah, it's Travis Kelce. I mean, if you slotted him as a wide receiver, he would have been wide receiver 3 by like DraftKings fantasy points average per game. So it can't be anybody else other than Travis Kelce.
Gotta be Travis Kelce. All right, you two in agreement on that. Good stuff as always. All right, people, last night on the Dream Stream, we ran a giveaway for free entries to our NFL $5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire contest that has a grand prize of $1 million. Now, we're revealing the winners of this giveaway throughout the day, and that starts right now. If your name is on this list, congratulations! You've won a free entry into the NFL $5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire contest for tomorrow's big game. Stay tuned throughout the day. We're going to reveal more winners. But right now, guys, things are happening. The 2021 ACL kickoff battle. We're going to get a preview of some of tonight's action. But first, ACL, single pro league tournament. Let's throw it over to them.
On me, stepping in.
Oh yeah, he's just looking over your. Cornhole fans everywhere, welcome to live coverage of the 2021 Johnsonville Cornhole Championships ACL kickoff battle here from the Advent Health Fieldhouse in Winter Haven, Florida. I'm Trey Ryder, joined alongside Bernie Neighbors for the conclusion of the ACL Pro Singles Tournament here at the kickoff battle. Bernie, welcome. Thank you so much for joining me. And of course, man, do we have a great slate of games to get down to our final four in Pro Singles.
Super excited about it. Been doing a lot of the games on the secondary broadcast court. Had a chance to actually watch this game earlier with Kyle Malone and Noah Wooten. If you look at this matchup, yes, there's some familiar names, but there's also a couple names that might intrigue some folks. We'll talk about Cameron Belvin more as the day goes on, but I could not be more excited about what this 2 hours has in store for us.
Yes, and thank you for those of you watching on the DraftKings platform, the ACL Digital Network, and ESPN3, wherever you're watching. We appreciate you tuning in. Some of the best cornhole players in the world trying to get down from a field of 8 down to just the finals, which we will be showing tonight on ESPN3 at 8 p.m., which will, of course, air tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern on ESPN2 as part of our final broadcast coverage of the kickoff battle. Kicking things off immediately with this game between Noah Wooten and Kyle Malone. Noah Wooten wins the toss. He delivers that first blue bag, and we are underway.
You know, Trey, as I said before, I had this game earlier when they were playing in the bracket, winner's bracket, and it seemed like to me, and it just could have been my perception of it, that Kyle was kind of trying to outthink Noah as they played. He was always giving him bags to think about. He was making him make tough shots. He was doing everything he could to stay in his way, not let alone on the board, but stay in the way in his head as well.
A good shot of their stats in that first match. Just below a 9 for an average round scoring percentage and average bags in. And like you said, seeing that 8.8 round score and scoring percentage absolutely matches up with the idea that he was forcing some shots. He was setting a lot of blockers, and he wasn't playing the game of bag after bag after bag.
Absolutely was not that style of game. It was, I'm going to put a couple bags in your way. I want to see if you're going to make the correct shot. And to start that, Noah was having a little trouble finding the range. I think at this point, it looks like he's kind of dialed in. In that first game, it took him about 3 or 4 rounds to find the rhythm, and he was already down 10-0. At this point, it seems like he's a little more dialed in.
Malone goes for the early airmail in the match, not able to connect, and he's going to give up 3 and an early lead for Noah Wooten. Now, for those of you who want to understand the format here, we have 4 different double elimination brackets, and in the winners of each of those brackets meet in a playoff. So this is to get into that playoff. Kyle Malone, because it is a double elimination bracket, he is coming from the winner's bracket. He is undefeated, meaning Noah Wooten will have to win twice in order to get into the playoff.
Quick point, Trey, if I may. I was talking with a couple of players after bracket play was kind of finishing up, and one of the things that they wanted me to expound upon was the fact of how hard it was for these guys and girl to get where they are right now.
So difficult, unbelievably difficult to get where they are.
I mean, the depth of talent is extreme. There are no matches anymore that they can just take off. Like, I've got a breeze here. I'll just get through this couple of rounds, then I'll really get into the meat of the bracket. That does not exist anymore in our pro division.
It does not, and I think that's the best way you can see that. We had Jamie Graham, #1 ranked player in the world champion at the end of last year. He has not made it into this final 8, and that goes to show you that the depth of talent that is in this ACL pro division is unmatched.
It's a nice wash there. Speaking on that, just how hard it is to get to. Just the folks at home don't really understand, because some of the names that they'll see, in these 4 matches are familiar, but there's a couple that won't be. But they just don't understand how hard it is to get to this point.
And it's like any other sport. What's great about cornhole, I think, is that it's relatable, and it's a sport that it can actually become relatively easy to be decent at. You can pick up and learn the strategy very quickly and beat everybody at your local tailgate in a short amount of time. But just like other sports, it really takes a lot of time and dedication to become a pro-level player and have pro-level talent.
To be able to stay locked in focus-wise for the amount of time that they have to do with these tournaments. I mean, you're out there for hours at a time. You're playing different styles when you play different opponents, and you have to be able to stay completely laser focused, locked in. Me personally, I can't do it for more than 15 minutes in anything I do. So the fact that they can do it for hours at a time is amazing to me.
Yeah, and they've been doing it for hours on end, and you saw Kyle Malone right there actually change his throw. He took a really long step. He normally does not step. Watch this. He's stepping. He usually doesn't do that. He thought he had to throw it extra hard just to try to get those bags to Russell. Wasn't able to get anything to fall, though, and still a 7-0 lead.
One of the things that I love about watching these two is they have every single shot in the game.
Yes, that is correct. Between the two of them, Malone doesn't throw the roll shot as much as Wooten will, but you're absolutely right. They have every shot, the slide, the push. You saw the push right there, right on cue. The airmail, and then Noah Wooten made that flop and roll shot famous at the 2020 ACL final chase, where he put a clinic when he defeated Jamie Graham in that singles final.
As a matter of fact, speaking of that roll shot, when they played earlier on the side court, he tried it a few times and he was just coming up a little bit short. Now, obviously, if you're trying that shot and you come up short, you know, it's bouncing off to the side, and then that bag becomes completely out of play, and that happened to him on a few rounds early on.
He's got a strong lead here, and I think, now you correct me if I'm wrong, you're the one that was calling that game. This is very different than what we were witnessing on the secondary court.
This is the polar opposite of that game.
Oh, and that was a beautiful cut shot. It was tough to see, but Malone actually kind of tilted his wrist to try to land here and then just hop a little bit to the left as it landed. And he did it again.
Wow, what an amazing shot. They make it look so simple. And they make it look so simple. And these are amazingly difficult shots.
Strong follow through. Malone choosing not to go after it with an airmail, instead goes off the back, and just like that, New Wooten gets into double digits, 14-0. A beautiful shot there. You could see the angle on the bag just to kind of roll around it.
Trey, sorry to jump on you there. But do you find when players have to get double dipped that they just mentally relax in that first game sometimes?
I think so. I think there's definitely a difference in mentality, and that's why, honestly, sometimes it's pretty common to have what we call that double dip, where the loser bracket player comes in and wins twice, just because they've been playing nonstop. They're playing. They get into the game. They kind of have nothing to lose. And then if they're able to get that first game, it then becomes a thing of momentum. And they already have that momentum going into the second game.
Game pressure, as they would say.
Kyle Malone going to get on the board with 4 points. Kyle Malone throwing the kill shot bags. He made those bags signature, really broke out that series of bags at the beginning of last year, the 2020 season, when he won the kickoff battle, this same event, but won in doubles alongside Kyle Malone. Alongside Dalton McClem, and Noah Wooten throwing the lucky bags there.
So is it too early to bring up the fact that Noah Wooten forgot his luggage?
That's true.
And then this
forgot his bags, forgot his luggage.
These are the clothes he's going to play in all weekend.
Oh, man. Noah Wooten being resourceful here, checking out the monitors that are displaying what the overhead shot of the board looks like, trying to get a better angle, wondering if he'll go roll or he'll go airmail. He's going with the roll. Oh, no, he decided to lay up.
That's what I mean from the earlier match. Like, he got put in those kind of positions time after time after time again, where he had to really think through the next shot. And it was to Kyle's advantage in the first match. It doesn't seem to be playing out this way at the moment in this match.
Ooh, and that it's tough to see if it hit the dead spot, but that's definitely what we call a short block. There's so much distance in between the hole and the blocker bag. Going to be an incredible push by Malone if he can get it. He does a good job to get closer, but still tough.
What a good bag that was.
And he bullied this bag right out of the way. Strong bully bag by Wooten, trying to finish up here. He gets one to fall.
We don't talk about it a lot in this game with strength per se. But I think it's an advantage if you can really put a little extra on your bag to get those, the kind of shot Noah had to hit before, where he had to kind of get through those 2 bags, but yet maintain the momentum to stay at the proper angle to get to the hole.
And that shot there, he went for the airmail. Actually knocks one of his rolls off. He's going to get 3 points to put him on 17-6.
Trey, how familiar are these guys with each other? They've been playing against or around each other for years, have they not?
Years and years, because they are both from the Southeast Conference. They grew up in this game together. They both got good around the same time. Kyle Malone probably a little bit more of a veteran than Wooten is, but at the same time, they've probably played each other 50 times, 100 times, I don't know. But their familiarity with each other is not something that's lacking in this game.
I mean, there has to be an advantage to knowing the other player's strengths and weaknesses, but is there a negative to know? Wow, what a great roll shot that was.
If you want a roll shot clinic, that was it. Put that on tape, Bernie, and that will do it.
Wow, impressive first match for Noah Wooten.
Yes, and now we got to go to a game 2. This is going to be All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back to get the second game of the Double Dip action. We'll be right back here on the DraftKings platform.
Hi, I'm Jeff. In my Johnsonville commercial, we open up in the forest. I'm out in the wild eating my breakfast, and all of a sudden, a raccoon come up and asked me, "Are those patties bigger now?" I said, "Yep." Wolf comes in and says, "Wow, that's a lot of sausage." And we had a good laugh about that. Johnsonville breakfast sausage now has 15% larger patties. Fits on a biscuit.
AllCornhole.com has the largest online selection of cornhole bags for players of all levels. Through years of research and development, AllCornhole.com is the perfect bags for even pro-level players. With over 4 unique series to choose from, including Game Changers, All Slides, Slide Rights, and Steadies, you'll be sure to find the right bags to dominate the competition. Whether you're looking for bags for family gatherings, competitive league night, or the pro circuit, go to AllCornhole.com to get the perfect boards and bags for you.
My name is James Baldwin.
Samantha Finley.
My name is Cody Henderson, and I'm an ACL pro.
On the way. What a shot! That's as good as it gets.
The American Cornhole League.
Anyone can play. Anyone can win.
At DraftKings, we believe life's more fun with skin in the game, especially Super Bowl 55. So don't just watch. Play DraftKings free Super Bowl prediction challenge. Everyone gets an instant prize up to $25,000 just for playing. Answer questions like who will score last? And if you win the challenge, you can take home a cool $1 million. Download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app now, enter the free Super Bowl prediction challenge, and make it rain.
The most versatile outdoor cooking machine ever. Savory wood-fired flavor. Experience Pit Boss. Hurry, get the best deals now at pitboss-grills.com.
And welcome back to the Advent Health Field House here in Winter Haven, Florida for more coverage of the 2021 ACL Kickoff Battle. Going through our pro singles bracket here. And looking at stats from the first game, and Noah Wooten, a distinct advantage there, the 9.4 average round score. So we go to a second game, winner take all. So the winner of this advances to the pro singles playoff. And Bernie, after that game, would you think Noah Wooten gets the nod here as far as the advantage?
I mean, you have to think so. I mean, looking at how that first round went, but I was looking at the stats. You know, Kyle dropped off about, a point around. Noah went up a point around, and so you're looking at what was the final score in that first matchup?
Yeah, the very first one was 21-11, and the one we just had was 22-6.
So just the point from each side creates a huge difference. Yeah, the way he played that one is on fire as he is. You got to give the advantage to Noah at this point. Look at that back.
Unbelievable airmail drag to take two. Sets up a big push by Malone. He's not able to grab it. Now Wooten's got a decision.
Roll shot.
Does he go with a roll? Does he go with an airmail? Or does he lay up to take his 4 after the big shot on the third bag?
The way he's grabbing it looks like roll shot. No, airmail.
He goes airmail and he hits it. A deadly shot there by Noah Wooten. Backside of the hole after the drag already. And that's a pro level round from Noah Wooten. There's the first one. Man, what a shot.
As we've said many times before, that is professional cornhole.
Yeah, that about sums it up, Bernie. Sometimes you follow up those big shots with kind of you get the take down the emotion, yes, and then he misses a little bit to the left there. Follows up with a flop to kind of sit on top of Malone's bags, but Malone follows up with a strong split and push.
These guys are putting on a little bit of a display right here. One of the things I like about Kyle, he'll get excited in a positive manner when he makes a great shot. He just kind of nodded his head and walked on down after Noah hit those shots the previous round. It doesn't seem to affect him the same way it does other players.
Yeah, Malone's got to be a little bit disappointed there. He went for a hard push there, but just missed a little bit right, maybe 2 or 3 inches to the left. It would have collected both for 4 instead. Settles for a wash, and we play down the other end.
Kyle seems to be just that little bit off with his shots right now. It's not a lot, but just a little. And when you're playing a player the quality of a Noah Wooten, it's going to have an effect on the score, plain and simple.
Maybe another possible force button, and he lays behind. Here comes airmail, possibly for a drag. Cash it in, but no drag for Kyle Malone. Still going to give up 2. Extends the lead for Wooten to 8-0.
I mean, we were talking about the level of talent. How great a shot was that, and you're still giving up 2 points?
And that's what it can mean, Bernie. That's really it. That's why the level in this pro division is so high. You're forced into shots just to keep the game close at times. The Noah Wooten that I'm seeing here reminds me a lot of the same Noah Wooten that we saw at the 2020 Final Chase, where he got his first signature win, got that pro singles win against Jamie Graham, who obviously had an incredible season in 2020.
I mean, obviously all of these players are talented. All these players can ride momentum, but Noah seems like a player to me that when he gets whatever that shot might be that kind of clicks in his head, he can go on long runs of extended elite level play. And as I say that, he throws it off the back of the board.
Yeah, it sets up an opportunity possibly for 5 for Malone if he can drag. Oh no, he's going to choose that cut again. And he just misses, but he gets on the board.
Gets on the board. But that's what I mean. He just seems a touch. I mean, what are we talking? An inch off? An inch off from landing that exactly where he wanted it?
Right. That's the difference. Noah Wooten and Cody Henderson, the only 2 players still alive in both singles and doubles. Noah Wooten playing with Matthew Sorrells. They're in the 4-team playoff for doubles, waiting until tonight at that 8 p.m. Eastern ESPN3 broadcast. Meanwhile,
it's nice to see Cody Henderson back and playing well in the singles.
Yes, and he advanced. Cody Henderson, we're going to see him in a minute playing in his Final 8 matchup, but then he has made the Final 4 as well in doubles alongside Adam Hissner and Cody Henderson, and they will meet Noah Wooten and Matt Sorrells in the semifinals of doubles, so that'll be fun tonight to be able to call that.
There'll be a little chatter in that game, I guess.
There will be, certainly. If anything, by Cody Henderson to himself.
Trey, can you explain the cut shots a little bit? Both these players liked, wow, I can't believe it.
Yeah, you wonder if those will fall with any type of movement. No, they seem bunched to me. Wooten's thinking, yeah, he's going to take a look at it, but I would imagine it's got to be an airmail or maybe hard against the right side to get him to jostle, and that's exactly what he does. Works out perfectly, and it looks like he's going to get 2 out of it. Very smart bag by Wooten to not try to go straight for the hole, but to move the bags that were holding it up and pinning it up so that 2 of his would fall. Beautiful brilliance by Noah Wooten.
And all of a sudden out to a 10-2 lead, taking command of this match as well.
Yeah, so going back to your question about the cut shot, so that cut shot, normally for a right-handed player that you're seeing here, a bag is going to drift left to right going up the board. When a right-handed player wants to throw a cut shot, they will angle their wrist so that the bag actually travels right to left up the board in case there is a bag in their way obstructing the path of sliding up the board.
Yeah, I've tried it, and I don't think I've ever accomplished what I was trying to do with a cut shot.
It is very difficult to do. You have to have a hard spinning bag, and you have to angle it just right.
Yeah, this is one of those times I wish Anthony Ione was here to tell us exactly how to hit that shot. Big shout to Anthony. Came down with COVID. Would be here in my place right now if he was here. So
yes,
the most analytical person in Cornhole.
Cornhole science, Professor Ione, we like to call him. And meanwhile, that is ridiculous by Noah Wooten to leave that bag. Now, Wooten's going to try to bully this bag out of the way. Watch that back right bag. Oh, he actually went with the roll, because now you watch out for a 3-wide bunch if you're Kyle Malone. Can't get it to fall, and that's going to be another 6 spot. 2 different 6 spots within this game, and now Noah Wooten finds himself just 5 points away. I was shocked that Noah didn't go with the push there, or the bully against Kyle, but he went with the roll and ended up paying off, and it was the best case scenario.
Sometimes go with what you're great at. I mean, Noah Wooten throws that roll shot as well, if not better than most players. Go with what you're great at times.
Well, you may be calling it on cue here.
Oh, laying in behind. You think he's setting it up for the next shot? Or is he going to go?
Yeah. Yes, but now, is it
Airmail?
closed? I think he's got room. It's a sliver, Bernie, but it's there.
Oh, my goodness. From 30 feet, well, it's 27 feet board to board. You're 30 feet hole to hole. From 30 feet away, basically, to find, what are we talking about? 2.5 inches worth of width there.
Right. Oh, and Malone went for it, but will concede 2 again to Wooten. 18-2 is the lead, and now Noah Wooten 3 points away from advancing to the singles playoff here at the kickoff battle.
I got to tell you, I'm very surprised at how this is going so far, considering what I witnessed on the feature court earlier. Kyle Malone seems so in charge of his game and so in charge of that matchup. And to be watching what's taking place now is truly impressive from Noah.
I wonder if that bag is out of play, and it looks like it is. Malone not stepping out at all. Going to concede that point and try to just limit the damage to 2. This bag has got to be in to stay alive.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Not. Noah Wooten completes the double dip of Kyle Malone and advances to the Pro Singles Playoff here at the 2021 ACL Kickoff Battle. What a performance.
that was one of the more impressive showings I've seen from Noah Wooten in a while.
All right, we'll be right back with more live coverage here from the 2021 ACL Kickoff Battle.
AllCornhole.com has the largest online selection of cornhole bags for players of all levels. Through years of research and development, AllCornhole.com is the perfect bags for even pro-level players. With over 4 unique series to choose from, including Game Changers, All Slides, Slide Rights, and Steadies, you'll be sure to find the right bags to dominate the competition. Whether you're looking for bags for family gatherings, competitive league night, or the pro circuit, go to AllCornhole.com to get the perfect boards and bags for you.
Hi, I'm Jeff. In my Johnsonville commercial, we open up in the forest. I'm out in the wild eating my breakfast, and all of a sudden, a raccoon come up and asked me, "Are those patties bigger now?" I said, "Yep." Wolf comes in and says, "Wow, that's a lot of sausage." And we had a good laugh about that. Johnsonville breakfast sausage now has 15% larger patties. Fits on a biscuit.
In this house, we believe anyone can play and anyone can win. Where others have dropped the ball, the American Cornhole League has stepped up to the plate. Carefully crafted and trusted by players everywhere, we've set the standard for cornhole equipment worldwide. Branded with ACL Pro, ACL Competitive, and ACL Recreation stamps, look for our seal of approval to know you're making the right choice. Play like a pro with officially licensed American Cornhole League boards and bags from approved manufacturers. Visit our website to find your new game day gear.
Savory wood-fired flavor in your own backyard. This is Pit Boss. Featuring the latest technology with Smoke IT. Be the boss with Pit Boss. Available at leading retailers near you.
At DraftKings, we believe life's more fun with skin in the game, especially Super Bowl 55. So don't just watch, play DraftKings free Super Bowl prediction challenge. Everyone gets an instant prize up to $25,000 just for playing. Answer questions like who will score last? And if you win the challenge, you can take home a cool $1 million. Download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app now, enter the free Super Bowl prediction challenge, and make it rain.
Welcome back to the Advent Health Fieldhouse here in Winter Haven, Florida. The ACL Kickoff Battle making our way through pro singles here in Florida. We just saw Noah Wooten with a dominating performance, a double dip of Kyle Malone to get into the semifinals. And now we got a great matchup here. Two old school players, veterans of the game, Cody Henderson and Jimmy McGuffin. Bernie, this is going to be a fun one to watch.
Absolutely. These guys, if you're familiar with cornhole, you've seen these guys play many a time. Just have to give a big shout out to Noah Wooten. I mean, how impressive was that? I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anyone dominate Kyle Malone the way he just got dominated.
Yeah, I mean, it was really an incredible performance, and now we look on to this one, and look, Cody Henderson leading his entire bracket, both in point differential and average round score. So it's pretty safe to say that he has been dominant on the day. Cody Henderson delivered the first loss to reigning world champion Jamie Graham in pro singles, and then Jimmy McGuffin came through the losers bracket and got Graham again. So both of these players, obviously, to take down someone of that caliber, have to be throwing quite well.
Two things to notice right away that don't go quite into that kind of detail with the match is Cody has some sort of new pre-shot routine, some sort of zen-like stance he's getting himself into, and Jimmy McGuffin, I'm used to him wearing glasses. He looks like a different human being without glasses on.
They're throwing us off over here, Bernie.
I don't know if Cody's trying to do that to play some sort of mental gymnastics with his opponent, but he's it's intriguing to watch.
Now I wonder if Henderson goes airmail here to drag. He is going up. Cashes in on the drag. Now we'll see if McGuffin can try to collect this bag on the right side. He cannot, goes off the back, and will concede 3 for an early lead for Cody Henderson.
You know, I'm not sure there's a way that we can look this up statistic-wise, but on the side court, it seemed like the player that scored first seemed to gain command of every match, and I would say they probably won 90% of the matches. I don't know if that's a stat that holds true throughout Cornhole in general, but it seemed like getting those first points on the board mattered all day on the side court.
And it mattered in the games we just saw, right? I mean, there wasn't a ton of back and forth. I think the only exception maybe that I saw on the day was the incredible matchup I saw earlier between Cameron Belvin and Brevin Valdivia. Cameron Belvin went out 16-0 and then conceded 18 straight points to make it 18-16, and then Cameron Belvin topped it off in the next 2 rounds. Just a game of runs, if you will.
As that game got tighter from that 16-0 lead, that got so tense over on that side court. There it is, that pre-shot routine. I mean, I guess he's trying to get his arm in the exact angle that he wants it before he lets go. I'm not hating on it. I just think it's interesting.
Cody Henderson is coming through the winner's bracket. He is undefeated, meaning that Jimmy McGuffin would have to win twice, would have to complete the double dip, if you will.
Ooh. It's a touch unlucky.
Yep, that one off the back. Now we are tied at 3. McGuffin getting first bag.
Jimmy, one of the great guys in Cornhole, truly. One of the great human beings to talk to whenever you're at one of these events.
You could not be more right on that one. He is.
He's actually such a good guy that Cody Henderson is being somewhat quiet while they play against each other.
Cody isn't afraid to be vocal, regardless of what that means for people that watch him.
But like you said before, it's normally to himself. Now, granted, what he's saying might be an underhanded dig at the person he's playing with.
There's the Jimmy McGuffin airmail. Didn't wait long in this game to see that skill.
One more.
This would be,
They're asking for it backside. Oh, my goodness.
Got it again. Can never forget that show we saw back at the 2019 Bag Brawl in Arizona. And Henderson not able to collect, but does go in. McGuffin takes the lead.
How nice was that? Outside in Arizona, in the sunset, Jimmy McGuffin just dropping airmails left and right.
And he's picking up here, same way, same fashion. 2 straight airmails, one to drag Henderson's bag. But either way, McGuffin has got a 2-point lead.
I don't know why it seems so strange to me, but Jimmy without glasses is really throwing me off. It really
new
is.
Look, new Jimmy. Now this would be absolutely Jimmy McGuffin's best performance as a singles player. He's always been a great doubles player. He did it a couple years ago with Josh Lunsford winning a national event. He finished as Team of the Year, #1 ranked team in the country last year alongside Greg Geary. He's always been good in singles, but he's never had that great performance, if you will.
Yeah, to your point, it always seemed like Greg Geary was the better of the two in singles.
Correct, and wow, a short airmail sitting on the side now. And you wonder if that bag will fall. You might have to try some type of cut shot if you're Henderson to grab it. Oh, and he's able to at least pin the bag. He did not go in, but he does pin the bag just to limit the scoring to 4.
So earlier when I said the player that scored first seemed to have the advantage, I've proven once again that I can be wrong at any given time.
Who knows, though, Bernie? I mean, who knows how this game is going to shape out?
completely abstract thought here, but you know, when you're at a cornhole event and you hear the thud, the consistent thud of the bags hitting the board, Cody's always seemed to have a very loud thud when it hits. And I don't know, I mean, his arc doesn't seem that different. It's just the way that it lands.
It's got to be the exact angle in which it lands on the board. Some people just have loud bags based on the angle that hits.
It almost seems like a deep sound. Does that make any sense?
That makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. Henderson can finish in here with a 4-bagger and get 2 back.
Easy as you like.
Henderson on the single side. Obviously got a big win at the Erie Pro Invitational Qualifier back in May of 2020. Took down his partner in doubles, Adam Hissner, in the finals there. That was a big signature win for him, one that he hadn't had in a few years, really. But his best ever finish is probably at the World Championships back in 2019, finishing in 2nd place, coming up just short to singles world champion Tanner Halbert that year.
Wow, that's right. You know, that's why I was saying it's nice to see him back on the main stage, really, in singles. He always seems to be there in doubles with Adam.
And speaking of doubles with Adam, he and Adam will be in the 4-team playoff in doubles tonight, ESPN 3 at 8 p.m. Eastern. And now Henderson's got an opportunity. This is a prototypical Cody Henderson reset.
Yep, took a step back, recollect himself.
The reset after an opponent miss is probably a strategy that was first come up with by Jay Dotson. He loves that strategy. McGuffin go airmail for the drag and gets it.
How ridiculous is that?
Ridiculous is the word for it, Bernie. Jimmy McGuffin limits the damage just to 1 instead of the 3 by going with the airmail and dragging it in. Take a look.
And once again, you know, that's just to give up 1 point.
Right, exactly. Yeah, he still gave up a point in that round, but it's shots like that that can make the difference down the road. Absolutely. If this game stays close late.
One of the things I noticed on the side court today was, you know, a shot like that from Cody. I mean, he has bags to get his bag on the right back toward the hole, but when these doors are open like that, and it looks like he's giving that bag away, the players that had the fortitude to step through those doors to take advantage of that bag being put out are the guys that we're seeing here now. I mean,
absolutely, yeah, and this is a testament right here to see if Jimmy's up to that task, if he can take advantage of it with the 4-bagger, and he does. Utilizing the slick side of that bag, uses that bag as a bumper and in.
I just, you know, the reason I brought it up is I watched it all day. I mean, even the players that are here now would open the door for their opponent, and the opponent just sometimes couldn't walk through that door. And every time they did not do that, they paid for it in the next couple of rounds.
And Cody, normally, Henderson likes to play the block type of game. But the problem is, you definitely don't want to do that against Jimmy McGuffin.
Yeah, he'll just airmail you to death.
He will airmail you to death. That is correct. So you almost have to beat Jimmy McGuffin in a bag-for-bag type game. Now, the thing with Jimmy McGuffin that is so unique about his style, is he going airmail here? Oh, no, I thought the way he was lining up, he was thinking about it. What's so unique to his style is because of the type of bag that he throws and the angle he puts on his bag, he never actually intentionally throws blocks. You'd think he would try it because he's so good at airmails, but he doesn't. He's going to try to go bag for bag with you, and he's just going to rely on whenever you accidentally block, that's when he takes advantage with the airmails.
Which is surprising because he throws such a high arc. His parabola, if you will. I mean, you would think with a high arc he would be able to stop it almost anywhere he wanted on the board, but he doesn't do it, like you said, very often.
Let the record show we did make it into the 3rd game that we called before using the word parabola. So kudos to you, Bernie.
The only reason I bring it up, doing the games on the side with Sean Latham, that was word of the day yesterday.
I'd ask what's coming, but I think we know it's coming. Cash is in. Oh, a strong follow-up push by Cody Henderson. McGuffin again from this side can go in for a 4-bagger and 2 points. Count it. 13-8, a 5-point lead for Jimmy McGuffin.
We haven't seen any wasted opportunities. If a player's been left or right with their bag, the opponent has taken advantage of that bag being out of place. No one's let those go so far.
And no real big spots yet either.
Yeah, we're kind of working our way through this match, aren't we?
Yeah, we are in the middle stages of the game.
It's almost as if you can feel it with the players and with the fans here.
Yeah.
Everyone's like kind of waiting to get a little bit deeper in the match before they get too excited.
Now you wonder if Henderson, he's going to see how this bag acts. I see how this bag acts, and that's not what you want if you're Henderson. He's going to be in a tough spot. Maybe think about an airmail here. He's going up. And it just hits off the back lip and bounces back. And just like that, Jimmy McGuffin is 2 points away from forcing a game 2 here in this bracket, setting up another double dip.
Looking at that bag, we're talking a centimeter.
Yes.
From being where it had to be.
Yep, a centimeter shorter. And then all of a sudden that's a drag, and we're talking about a 2-point round instead of a 6-point round.
The margin for error is so slight. So once again, are we looking at the player coming out of the loser's bracket that has to double dip, having the advantage? Are we looking at it again?
I mean, certainly if McGuffin's able to close this out, he's got to have the advantage going into the second game. Henderson says, I can airmail too, Jimmy. Strong follow-up. Henderson going to try to stay on this left side. It's tough on the angle. Oh, and he hits it just about as good as you can without actually hitting it.
He thought that was coming back around on the backside, didn't he?
And I think if a little bit slicker of a bag, it would have worked.
Cody strikes me as the kind of player that wouldn't be affected by losing this first game.
You do have to have a mentally strong player, but in fairness, a lot of the players that make it all the way back here to the winner's bracket final or to the finals of a bracket, they're going to be generally very mentally strong because they've likely already had those hurdles throughout the day.
Sure.
It's one thing to beat a really big-time player once. It's another to be able to go again and again and again and work your way through a bracket and defeat big player after big player and then get to a finals and then have to double dip and win them twice.
Well, that's also why you see such good players come through the loser's bracket, because human beings occasionally are going to have a bad match, right? And so you have that one bad match and you're able to fight your way back to the loser.
A rare miss by McGuffin on an airmail, and Henderson not able to take advantage. You talked about that really every advantage had been taken.
Until then.
Until then.
Yep.
That's a wash.
You know, Trey, one of the things that I'm learning watching the game more and more, calling these games more and more, is how important that first bag is.
Critical importance. It's kind of the opposite of something like a curling where you want the hammer at the end. You want the last stone. In Cornhole, it's the opposite.
You want
the first bag because you want to be able to, if you're choosing to, you want to be able to play defense right out of the gate.
They just kind of going hole for hole here, get the feel of each other again, kind of settle back in.
Absolutely, and going in, this puts the pressure on Henderson. Got to be in. And it is in for the double 4-bagger wash. Cody had missed that last bag. We would have gone to a game 2, winner take all.
Interesting thought here. Sometimes, let's say in football, you're losing the game, but you need to get the ball back. Sometimes you'll give up a touchdown to get the ball back. You're down 19-8. You don't necessarily want to lose a game when you still have time, but like, does there come a point when you battle and battle and battle and battle and battle, you're making no ground? Is it almost better to get to the next game, or is that a complete, just the wrong philosophy to think about?
I think it's probably the wrong philosophy to think about, just because in cornhole, it's not like in football where if you're down 28 points with 2 minutes to go, you literally don't have enough time. But there's no time in cornhole.
True.
You have an unlimited amount of time to be able to come back and win. And so whether it's 20-0, I think there's got to be a mentality, I got to try to win this now.
I got you. Makes sense. I was just wondering, in this type of situation, when you've got a match in hand, so to speak. Wow.
Oh my gosh, you got to be kidding me,
That was
Jimmy
ridiculous.
McGuffin. That bag to drag it in now puts all the pressure on Henderson. He's got to make something. And he did not. That is a game 1 victory for Jimmy McGuffin. All right. Well, we're going to have our next game, the last one, coming up here after the break. We'll be right back for live coverage, pro singles, here at the kickoff battle.
Hi, I'm Jeff. In my Johnsonville commercial, we open up in the forest. I'm out in the wild eating my breakfast, and all of a sudden, a raccoon come up and asked me, "Are those patties bigger now?" I said, "Yep." Wolf comes in and says, "Wow, that's a lot of sausage." And we had a good laugh about that. Johnsonville breakfast sausage now has 15% larger patties. Fits on a biscuit.
AllCornhole.com has the largest online selection of cornhole bags for players of all levels. Through years of research and development, AllCornhole.com is the perfect bags for even pro-level players. With over 4 unique series to choose from, including Game Changers, All Slides, Slide Rights, and Steadies, you'll be sure to find the right bags to dominate the competition. Whether you're looking for bags for family gatherings, competitive league night, or the pro circuit, go to AllCornhole.com to get the perfect boards and bags for you.
My name is James Baldwin.
Samantha Finley.
My name is Cody Henderson, and I'm an ACL pro.
On the way. What a shot! That's as good as it gets.
The American Cornhole League.
Anyone can play. Anyone can win.
At DraftKings, we believe life's more fun with skin in the game, especially Super Bowl 55. So don't just watch, play DraftKings free Super Bowl prediction challenge. Everyone gets an instant prize up to $25,000 just for playing. Answer questions like who will score last? And if you win the challenge, you can take home a cool $1 million. Download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app now, enter the free Super Bowl prediction challenge, and make it rain.
The most versatile outdoor cooking machine ever. Savory wood-fired flavor. Experience Pit Boss. Hurry, get the best deals now at pitboss-grills.com.
Welcome back to the Advent Health Fieldhouse here in Winter Haven, Florida. We just saw Jimmy McGuffin take down Cody Henderson here in pro singles at the ACL kickoff battle, forcing a winner-take-all game 2. One of these players looking to join Noah Wooten in that pro singles playoff. And man, Bernie, Jimmy McGuffin was hot, was he not, in that first game?
Apparently losing the glasses has helped his game.
He doesn't need to see. He just needs to feel where to throw the bag.
And so far, the player that's had to double dip has won the first game. We'll see if Jimmy can continue that trend and win this match like Noah did before. Jimmy's just so solid. He's just so solid. And I mean that in every aspect of the word.
Guess what's coming, Bernie?
Airmail.
Ooh, a rare miss. Cody, picture-perfect replacement bag.
Such a good bag. To hit it with the exact speed that you needed not to. Look at that.
And he doesn't miss it twice, Bernie. He doesn't miss it twice.
But here's the opening. Take it in, get your 2.
And we saw a little bit of a reset there from Cody Henderson. Sometimes when your eyes get big on that fourth bag because you see an opening to score points and sometimes you rush it, a lot of those experienced players will take a second, reset in order to get their rhythm back. And they take advantage of it. Cody Henderson gets his first lead, right?
Yeah,
oh, no, he went out to an
he was up 3,
yes.
3-0 in the first. But to your point that you were just talking about, we saw it a lot on the outer courts. The eyes would get big. They see this opportunity. There's some points. Let me just get my points quickly, and then all of a sudden pull the string on the next shot, leave it on the board, or a couple occasions throw it off the board instead of having a chance to get points, end up giving up points. So I see what you're saying with the reset. With
yeah,
Cody.
There we go.
Uh-oh, here we go. We're into the second match. The chirping has begun.
It has begun. I heard they know where to go on that last fourth bag.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised it took him an entire match before he started talking to himself.
Difference I've already seen in this game, Bernie, pace.
Yes.
Cody is not taking his time every single bag. I don't know if that's on purpose, but he's going. He's stepping up. He's firing. I mean, yes, he had that one reset, but the delivery of the motion, it wasn't as intentional. It's a little bit more fluid, a little bit more rhythmic.
Yep, a little more athletic. Do you think anything has any trying to speed up Jimmy McGuffin at all, or is he just getting into his own rhythm?
It could be that, or it could be just trying to do something different, but obviously the airmails are still there from McGuffin. Now, Jimmy, does he go true airmail, or does he go short to maybe drag? He goes short for the drag.
That is so ridiculous.
And just like last game, after Cody Henderson gets a small early lead, Jimmy McGuffin has a big round early in the game to take the lead.
I don't think people at home really understand, unless they're avid cornhole players, how difficult that shot is.
You literally have about the size of a quarter to hit in order to make that happen.
Truly.
From 30 feet away.
Truly. Just that small amount of space to make that shot happen perfectly. See, now here the doors are.
Maybe. Question mark bag. I think the maybe's gone. And well, yeah. I mean, now you turn it into an airmail game.
Which is not the game you want to go into. Ooh.
Now, the problem is, though, I think McGuffin can take this because it's on the slick side.
Yep.
There it is. It's going to fall.
It's definitely going on the next one.
And Henderson answers. He wanted to drag the one in front, but these guys are slinging it now, Bernie.
And you can feel the intensity in the entire building ratchet up as this match moves on. You can see Cody's more fired up. You can feel it in the crowd. Professional cornhole at its finest right here.
That is the truth.
There's a little bit of the adrenaline rush, I think, from that previous round. A little bit of adrenaline got to Jimmy there.
And now certainly Henderson is going to do, like I said, I think he learned that trick from Jay Dotson. I don't think he'd admit it, but that is such a Jay Dotson move. As soon as your opponent misses a bag in a big-time situation, you step away and you make them think about it for a second. Here is an important bully shot. What he's going to try to do is go hard directly at this bag, ricochet in, but more importantly, push this bag out of the way onto the left. He does a good start. Does leave the door open still for McGuffin to go with it, though. You got to try the same shot if you're Henderson.
He's wanting to leave it there. He's wanting to leave it there, you can tell.
Oh, and now the door is open for a big push, could lead to 7 points for Cody Henderson.
Calling it as soon as it left his hand.
That is a strong round to regain some momentum, and by far the biggest round of either game for Cody Henderson.
He called that shot. Literally, the bag was no more than a couple inches out of his hand, and he called that shot.
Yeah, with that camera angle, people don't realize is they started that shot as soon as the bag left his hand, not after he saw where it went.
What a great pickup. Cody's starting to feel it a little bit. I think that first match he was kind of sleepwalking. He's starting to feel it a little bit. When Cody gets like this and starts to kind of talk to himself and get himself fired up, do you think someone like Jimmy McGuffin gets bothered by that? Or Jimmy
not a Jimmy, not a veteran like him, but it absolutely. I've seen it many times, Bernie, on younger players, rookies, like the people that are just getting into the pro division. You know, they hear about Cody Henderson and they know, oh yeah, everybody talks about this guy. He's always hyped up, but then it's different when you're in that moment, and especially on a big stage like this, it can definitely make a difference. But Jimmy McGuffin, he's been there, he's done that, he's hit the big shots, he has the wins. It's this is another day for Jimmy McGuffin.
Sure.
Stop in the way. You suck.
The chirping is finally up to the level I was expecting before they started playing.
Stop!
He's trying to get it to stop. He wants it to stop here. Guffin goes for the airmail, doesn't hit it, and so now actually it'd be better to be right here than actually in.
God, stop going in.
Yeah, see, he didn't like that because now an airmail can drag all three for the wash. Big shot. And because it's short, just like that, we blinked, Bernie. 19-5. Cody Henderson 2 points away from making a pro singles playoff.
You should have seen Cody's eyes after Jimmy was short on that shot. His eyes he could not believe Jimmy missed it. He knew he got away with one. He knew he was stealing money with that shot.
So the tail of the last game, right, Bernie? We kept talking about early, it was close. Everybody was taking advantage of mistakes. Then what happened, Bernie?
Right.
Jimmy continued to do that, and Cody did not. Same thing in this game. It was close early. Both were taking advantage, and then all of a sudden, Jimmy McGuffin not able to do that, and Cody Henderson is taking advantage.
And we're right here. The door is wide open. This match should be over.
This should be in for the win, and unless barring some incredible miracle, Cody Henderson on the board will guarantee a win, and he is into the pro singles playoff. He will join Noah Wooten as one of the last 4 players here in Winter Haven at this first national of the season. What a valiant effort and great airmails by McGuffin, but in the end, Cody Henderson advances. We'll be back. More live coverage from the 2021 ACL Kickoff Battle.
Allcornhole.com has the largest online selection of cornhole bags for players of all levels. Through years of research and development, Allcornhole.com is the perfect bags for even pro-level players. With over 4 unique series to choose from, including Game Changers, All Slides, Slide Rights, and Steadies, you'll be sure to find the right bags to dominate the competition. Whether you're looking for bags for family gatherings, competitive league night, or the pro circuit, go to allcornhole.com to get the perfect boards and bags for you.
Hi, I'm Jeff. In my Johnsonville commercial, we open up in the forest. I'm out in the wild eating my breakfast, and all of a sudden, a raccoon come up and asked me, "Are those patties bigger now?" I said, "Yep." Wolf comes in and says, "Wow, that's a lot of sausage." And we had a good laugh about that. Johnsonville breakfast sausage now has 15% larger patties. Fits on a biscuit.
In this house, we believe anyone can play and anyone can win. Where others have dropped the ball, the American Cornhole League has stepped up to the plate. Carefully crafted and trusted by players everywhere, we've set the standard for cornhole equipment worldwide. Branded with ACL Pro, ACL Competitive, and ACL Recreation stamps, look for our seal of approval to know you're making the right choice. Play like a pro with officially licensed American Cornhole League boards and bags from approved manufacturers. Visit our website to find your new game day gear.
Savory wood-fired flavor in your own backyard. This is Pit Boss. Featuring the latest technology with Smoke IT. Be the boss with Pit Boss. Available at leading retailers near you.
At DraftKings, we believe life's more fun with skin in the game, especially Super Bowl 55. So don't just watch, play DraftKings' free Super Bowl prediction challenge. Everyone gets an instant prize up to $25,000 just for playing. Answer questions like who will score last? And if you win the challenge, you can take home a cool $1 million. Download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app now, enter the free Super Bowl prediction challenge, and make it rain.
And welcome back to the Advent Health Fieldhouse in Winter Haven, Florida for the ACL Kickoff Battle. Johnsonville Cornhole Championships, we are making our way through pro singles. What a win by Cody Henderson to get into that semifinal match to take on Noah Wooten. But now I know everybody in the building has been excited for an opportunity to possibly witness history in this next game, Bernie. Going to be a great one between Belvin and Dennis.
I'm so excited to watch this. You know, I heard about this bracket reveal show that was on Facebook Live a little while ago that you were a part of, and the guy you were doing it with mentioned that this would be the year that the women would start to push further and further deeper into these fields, and it looks like that is coming to fruition.
Yeah, our game earlier today between Cameron Belvin to stay alive. Look at this. She jumps out to a 16-0 lead, then surrenders 18 straight and eventually pulls away to take the victory against Brevin Valdivia to get into this position. And now she has an opportunity, Bernie, to be the first ever female to make a Final Four in either singles or doubles in the ACL Pro Division. An incredible feat.
Absolutely. You know, she throws one of the prettiest bags in the game, period, male, female, you know, whatever. I mean, her bag is gorgeous to watch in flight.
And you want to know the good news is for her, Bernie? The advantage is she is undefeated, which means Damon Dennis, a veteran in this game, in this sport, will have to beat her twice.
Absolutely. If she plays the way she did earlier today, I think she has as good a chance. Look, doors open.
How aggressive will Damon Dennis be immediately out of the gate? This is an opportunity for an airmail if he goes for it, but it would be aggressive.
There he goes.
He goes for it and is deep. An early opportunity, Bernie, for Belvin.
I was going to say, do you think that block was intentional on her part, or was she just a little short with that one?
Tough to say early in this game. Nerves certainly could be a factor.
Going up again, got that one.
And he cashes in the airmail that time. Belvin trying to follow up, and she does with a great push, getting both bags. That's going to give her a 2-point lead.
I think that's the best possible opening. You want to, if you're Cameron, you want to get out of the gate early. You don't want pressure to build and build and build and build in this situation.
Yes.
You know. You win that first round. You kind of get settled in. You take a deep breath. You relax, and then you're just playing the same game you've been playing all day, right?
Sneaks around there. Dennis still in a position to possibly push this bag in, and he does. Moves it towards the front of the hole.
I was going to ask you about Cameron playing Damon. Damon, one of the more methodical players on tour. Would that have an effect on how she plays? Because Cameron does like to kind of get it and go.
Yeah, it absolutely could. She goes to the airmail, and are those moving? Now, here's going to be the interesting decision. Is Damon Dennis, does he want to throw this bag at all? Does he throw it off to get a point? Does he try to land on top? And he is. He is going to concede the single point.
The first boos of the day come out from the crowd.
2-1 is the score, and I think that was the right decision, Bernie. Because
absolutely was.
I think if he touches the board there, both of those bags fall.
No question. It was just funny to hear the boos. As excited as everyone is to see what Cameron can accomplish here, I still love watching Damon Dennis play.
He is just methodical. He will just wear people down. I expect Belvin just to try to follow through here. No sense in trying to block that up. Those bags were as good as in. Dennis with the 4-bagger. Can Belvin answer? She can. Double 4-bagger wash. And our score is still 2-1.
Do you think Damon obviously knows the way he plays, the methodical nature in which he approaches each shot. He knows that has to have an effect on certain players, right?
Absolutely. That's why he does it. If it wasn't part of the game, he absolutely would not do it. But there is a methodical nature to it, and it works.
Yeah.
And with that bag being on the slick side, it would shock me if it doesn't find a way in the hole unless it gets pinned somehow. And there it goes.
You are a soothsayer, my friend.
Back off to the right. Opportunity for Dennis.
Here's a big door like we were talking about in the previous couple of matches, wide open for Damon to walk through.
Oh, and it's going to be a 6-point round for Damon Dennis. He jumps out to a 7-2 lead.
And, like the previous two matches, the player coming out of the loser's bracket has kind of taken control of that first match.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of what we're seeing here again. A bag-for-bag game, I really think, does benefit Damon Dennis. I think as good as Damon Dennis is on those type of shots, airmails are going to benefit Cameron Belvin. She's got a ridiculous airmail. She's consistent with it, and she's not afraid to shoot it at any point.
She was showing it off on the side court earlier today, as a matter of fact.
But a bag-for-bag game certainly benefits Damon Dennis. That is his bread and butter. That is what he is so good at.
Looking at another 2. And to just give up the 2.
And that's what it'll be. 2 more, 9-2. Damon Dennis out to an early lead in this first game. Again, if Damon Dennis were to win, it would go to a Game 2 winner-take-all. If Cameron Belvin were to come back and win this first game, she will advance and join Noah Wooten and Cody Henderson in the pro singles playoff.
You know what's frustrating as a player when you play against someone like Damon Dennis, who's very methodical. Sometimes, you can't speed a player up. You can slow another player down, but you can never speed another player up.
It's true. That's a great point, Bernie Neighbors.
You know what I mean? It happens in almost every sport. You can always slow someone down, but she could try to play faster and faster and faster, and it doesn't matter. He'll just do what he does.
Bag set up to be collected for Belvin, but Dennis is going to step out anyway. Doesn't want to help her, wants to make her do it. And a first blemish.
Wow.
Bag off the board.
That's a surprising shot.
Look at that National Director,
Look at
Josh
that guy.
Keck.
Look at that guy.
Fantastic performance by the official. She's set up for a strong finish here. If you're Damon Dennis, you want to block her ability to push. And although she's good at them, you'd rather her airmail than give her an opportunity to push. And now she can have her taking. She can land here on a hard push. She can go airmail. This is an important shot. And she gets 2 of them to fall. She'll take her 3 points. Obviously, you would have liked them all to fall, but at the same time, 3 points is 3 points.
I think the 3 points were necessary for her right there. Just to get back in the match. It felt like Damon was kind of getting control of things a little bit there. I think she needed those 3 points.
Yes, and it was timely, and now it is 9-5, getting back into the game for Belvin.
Trey, let me ask you, has anyone ever tried to slow Damon Dennis down?
I remember, this is just so funny to think about. Him and Cody Henderson played a game at the 2018 ACL World Championships back in Cherokee, North Carolina. That lasted 90 minutes because the 2 of them, after every bag, it was almost as if they were trying to outweigh
I actually
each other.
think I remember that.
It almost became this hilarious spectacle to watch because as soon as one would throw a bag, they would walk around and say something, and then the other one would walk around, and it just became almost like a running joke, but they were still playing at a high level, and it was certainly funny to watch.
I think I remember that. And only Cody Henderson would try to pull that off. No, just to try to get under Damon's skin. That was fun. What's your feeling in this match? I'm having a hard time getting a feeling for it.
I think Damon's almost just trying to stall out Belvin.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think Belvin has done well to stay in this game. It is a 6-point lead, but it still feels very close.
Yes.
And I don't feel like Belvin has lost any momentum, but she has to take advantage of situations like this. And a beautiful roll. I don't know if she meant to do it, but it did catch and roll over the bag, and she sits in front.
She just had a gigantic exhale, just trying to release some of that tension.
Dennis trying to collect that bag. Not quite able to do it. This becomes a question mark. Will it go or will it stay? Now you put Damon Dennis in a unique situation. He can follow through them all and essentially say, I'm okay just giving up 2, or he can be aggressive with an airmail. I think trying to follow through on a kind of push here is important, but the problem is you got a V block. You got to hit it center or you'll get kicked left and right.
Going up top. That is interesting.
Interesting is the word, Bernie.
I'm surprised at that.
Belvin going to follow through and does not quite get all the way there, but again, still going to get 3 points and brings it to within 3.
But you know, we were talking about you have opportunities, you have to walk through those doors. She left both of those bags with a chance to get more points short. Does that come back to haunt her?
True. At the same time, I could almost argue she could have completely missed them and missed out on a lot of points. So it's kind of that in between.
Yep.
It's yes, you would have liked more, but she did get some.
True.
So it is that in between. But again, I think that goes back to the feeling of this game. I still think we're kind of in between. I don't know where we are. I don't know what the feeling of this game or the story is going to be just quite yet.
Damn it. Just taking his time. That is not the shot he wanted.
And that's what sometimes benefits having bags in front of the hole. Again, like I said, bags, the rounds in which Cameron Belvin has scored have been rounds in which they have been bags around the hole, not necessarily in front, not necessarily in them. And so Cameron really has to know that that's her window for opportunity. And she beautifully hits the right side of the hole to sneak around the bag on the left side. And now this could be 6. It could be 4. What will Damon Dennis do with this last shot? He will knock one in, but concede 4. And Cameron Belvin takes the lead. A great shot here by Cameron Belvin to use that back bumper bag, use the right side of the hole and the slickness of the bags to take the lead here in this bracket final.
Super proud of Cameron. Talking to her before we got to this stage, a lot of the other female players were coming up to her, like, really egging her on, really, telling her how much they were rooting for her, and you could see she was feeling that pressure. So I'm super proud of her, the way she's responded to that pressure. There you go. There's your block.
See, this is what you want to do. You want to make a veteran like Damon Dennis think about it. Could he throw an airmail and hit it?
Sure.
Absolutely. But making him think about it and not just let him go bag for bag is key. He's going up.
Just
and
like
he
that.
hits it.
Just like that. But yeah, you're exactly right. Make him do that.
Ooh.
That was unexpected.
Yes, now it becomes very interesting because it's going back on to Dennis. Now he can really take advantage with going with an airmail.
Going back up.
And he hits it again. Another airmail by Damon Dennis.
This becomes a very important bag, I think, right
It
here.
absolutely does, Bernie. And again, deep. In the hole would be for 8 points.
Yeah. I was getting ready to ask. I couldn't quite tell what was in and what wasn't. So so airmail for 8.
Airmail for 8. And he catches in 3 straight airmails. Damon Dennis with a momentum-shifting round.
How strong was that? I mean, you give up a couple of shots. We're talking about Cameron staying in the game, how proud we are, and all of a sudden he says, you know what, I'm going to take 8 points right back.
And I think it may have been directed at me. He said, Trey, you just said I couldn't do rounds where the bags were in front and airmails. Well, take that.
Yeah. And once again, as we've spoken about ad nauseum on this broadcast, the player coming out of the loser's bracket has taken control of the first match.
Now,
when Damon does that, is he being serious?
I think it's almost his own version of a reset.
Yeah.
I think maybe airmail time for Belvin. Just going up and knocks it in. Not the end of the world just yet. And now this bag must be in or we go to game 2. And it is in. She just limits the damage to a single point. And now it is 20-12.
Whether she wins this game or not, I think it's important for her to maybe get a couple more points, even if we go to a second game, just to kind of get the feel of being back in the game a little bit.
That 8 spot definitely kind of took the wind out of the sails, if you will. And could that be it? Certainly Belvin will have to go after it if we see a 4-bagger here by Dennis.
You know, one of the things I'm interested to watch now in this match, you know, we talk about it like the elite players. If they have a bad round, say like Cameron throwing the two bags off that really weren't necessary to throw off. There wasn't anything really that hard about those shots. Instead of that being just one bad round, does that become 5 bad rounds in a row? Or does that, you know, or does that end up, we're halfway through the next match and she's down 10-0?
Important shot from Dennis. Follows in. Now Belvin will have to drag to stay in this game. And she does not. And we go to game 2.
We're going right back at it.
All right, we're going to stay here this time. No break. Bringing you the second game in this matchup.
I mean, just like I was talking about earlier, Sam Finley comes over, gives her something to drink, pats her on the back. I mean, every female pro is coming over to her and trying to give her encouragement. I think that adds pressure. Am I wrong in that?
It does. It does. She feels a lot of pressure here to get into this playoff. Regardless, Belvin has had a legendary performance and one that we won't forget. But be interesting to see how she rebounds after that first game. Will it be a Noah Wooten-esque performance where Damon Dennis wins 2 straight? Or does Belvin pull the Cody Henderson and rebound from a first game and get the second game win?
And either way, like you were, I think it's a harbinger of things to come. I mean, like her playing this well at this event isn't an anomaly. I think we're going to see that more consistently going forward.
Watch that V block. This is going to be difficult to go through if you're Dennis and you're scared about airmailing to knock both your bags off if you miss.
Going up. Ooh, that's unlucky.
It is unlucky, and this may be the break that Belvin needed to start this game. And she collects both. Now we're in an interesting start to this game. Belvin in for a 4-bagger to guarantee at least 4, and she does. Dennis needs to go in to limit it just to 4. If he stays on the board, though, it could be 6.
Solid. But that is a great start for Cameron. It's a great start for Cameron.
Picture perfect start for Cameron Belvin trying to get into that playoff.
I wish the people at home could actually feel the tension in here.
It really is.
You can actually feel it.
And I thought that was a big round from Belvin because, you know, there may have been some feeling in the energy, feeling in the building, man, is Damon just going to kind of run away with it? But that's a big round.
I don't like the way she started with this bag off to the left. It's pretty much a dead bag. Now that's
2 dead bags.
Yeah. That kind of gives a lot of that energy right back to Damon. Now she just has to limit the damage, right? Just get out of this round and get on to the next one.
And Damon maybe helps her out a little bit. May be the best move to lay in front. I know she doesn't want to do that. I know that goes against her aggressive nature, but it then at least forces Damon Dennis to have to hit an airmail. Oh, you wanted this bag to maybe be 3-4 inches to the left. He's going to try to split him right here, go straight up the middle. If he does this, he'll get 6 points.
He was asking how far he could go out.
Just got to have 1 foot in that mat. Big shot from Dennis. And he gets it. Strong push from Damon Dennis to get a 6-point round and take the lead in game 2.
How good of a shot was that? I mean, look at that.
That is precision, Bernie.
That. You know what that is, Trey?
That's professional cornhole, as you like to say. Need to get you a T-shirt that just says "professional cornhole" in quotes.
Absolutely.
No hesitation, no messing around.
I like that. That's a confident shot.
And it could be a possible momentum shifting shot depending on this follow-up by Dennis. He's just so clinical.
Just solid. Just rock solid.
But you're right. I loved the effort by Belvin. Almost like a shock factor. Like, oh, you see that boom.
Yeah. She does seem that little bit off, though. And that little bit is the difference at this level.
Ooh, a strong gather. And yeah, Damon Dennis had to recognize that. He was almost wanting to count those points before they were on the board. A strong bag there by Cameron Belvin. Essentially brings it back even with that bag on the slick side. In for a double 4-bagger wash.
Those are the kind of shots. That's just an unexpected error. That's an unforced, unexpected error.
Yep. Just like in tennis, you got your forced errors and your unforced errors. Yep.
It's like you were talking about before. You know, all of a sudden you're fine. All of a sudden, you know, you're in a shot that you've hit a million times. You know, your eyes get big. Instead of taking maybe that 1 step back, recollecting yourself, you get in a hurry, come across the top of it. We're not really there yet, but it seems like we're getting to the point that she's going to have to start forcing the issue a touch.
Yes. I think if she doesn't score again and Damon Dennis starts getting into double digits, that's when we maybe need to start having that type of mentality with ourselves and talk about that, because you're right. You just can't let the game get too far ahead of you right now. You just made that shot. Like, I wish I had the time to talk about all the different things that Damon Dennis had to do in that last shot.
And it's the way that he did it that it seemed like, oh, I do this all the time. It's no big deal.
And that's a perfect block, which is not easy as well. Here comes a short airmail by Belvin. And oh, they plug.
Wow. There's unlucky, and then there's really unlucky.
Talk about a backbreaker break. That hurts for Cameron Belvin. They just come out and she knows it. The crowd knows it. That could have been the momentum swing you need. It was 8-4, could have been 8-6, but instead is now 12-4 Dennis.
And are we at that point now where we have to start manufacturing things if you're Cameron Belvin?
I think we got to start thinking about it, certainly. Forcing blocks, forcing airmail games, doing something different.
Maybe trying to slow him down.
I don't know how much slowing down a Damon Dennis you could do. Another 4-bagger by Dennis.
Needs to be in, just for confidence.
Oh, and it just sits on the front half of the hole.
She's starting to hang her head a little bit. You can see her confidence really starting to wane. She's like, I'm throwing it right. They're just not going in. Plenty of time left, though. You know, I mean, if you just kind of collect yourself,
right?
You know, start making some things. I mean, there's plenty of time left. You know what this is starting to remind me of, actually? You love my analogies. I've got one for you.
Yes,
You know
I do love your analogies.
You know what this is? This is the NCAA tournament, and you have a 14 seed from a small conference that somehow found their way into the Sweet 16. They've had 2 huge upsets. They're there. They've got an opportunity to go to the Elite Eight, maybe even the Final Four. They play one of the big boys, and they just can't seem to have that same, you know, the same shots aren't going in that went in the previous 2 rounds.
Oh, my word, Damon Dennis.
And then that kind of shot goes in.
That's a perfect, though, analogy, Bernie. And it was, you know, in the round of 64 and 32, they were hitting everything. Everything was falling.
Yeah. Didn't make a mistake on defense. Every shot was going in. Then all of a sudden, you know, you're in the Sweet 16. More people are watching, and you're just a little bit off. Oh,
Ooh,
gave one back. That is surprising.
Big shot from Belvin to try to collect, and she does. Needed that.
Absolutely.
Cameron Belvin with the big collect there. Getting some encouragement.
Yeah, the love from the ladies. They're trying to pull her through.
Sam Finley and company.
To talk about the difference between men and women, you'll see men, for example, and they'll root for their partner, say, in doubles when they're playing, or maybe a close friend. Not all these ladies know each other that well, but every one of these female pros is pulling as hard as they possibly can for Cameron Belvin.
There is certainly a community of our 24 female ACL pros. There's only 24 of them, but they are a close-knit group and certainly rooting for each other to try to make a breakthrough performance. And that bag just sits on the back, 16-4.
I mean, if you think about it, she's given up some points here in these rounds. And she hasn't thrown terrible back. I mean, she's had a few rounds where, you know, she's thrown it off the side a little bit. But, you know, the one where the 3 bags held here in the hole, that bag, those aren't bad bags.
No,
they just
no.
didn't, you know, they just didn't do what they were, quote unquote, supposed to do.
Right. That was the key.
And Damon is not the kind of player that you want to have this deficit with.
No. He is not.
You can see it in her face now. It's kind of getting away from her.
It is. She's frustrated. She's had such a heck of a run, Bernie.
Yeah, I know.
That performance she had against Brevin Valdivia a couple games ago, she had a big lead, let him come back, and then fought her way through. Just resilient.
But what do you do? I mean, like you said, there's no time limit. There's nothing that says in a rule book somewhere that she can't come back from this deficit.
You're absolutely right. That's the truth. Damon Dennis trying to go in to guarantee, well, I shouldn't say guarantee, setting himself up for 4. And now is an interesting thing because if you're Cameron Belvin, normally you'd think airmail out of the gate. The problem is you miss the airmail, you give up 5 to lose.
Yep.
So she is going to choose to concede just 4 instead and make it 20-4. And now, Bernie, the back is officially up against the wall.
No.
You cannot give up another point.
No more mistakes allowed.
I think she just made a song change in her AirPods there.
I'd like to know what that song is, actually.
Yeah.
You know,
What is the 20-4 song?
what is the I'm down 20-4 song? I tell you what, though, if she was somehow able to pull a comeback here and make this a game, how loud do you think this building would get?
I think we'd break the building. I think the building would honestly break. And what's interesting to note is that this event isn't even open to the public. This is just an event for ACL pros. And so everybody that you see kind of in the background are ACL pros that were eliminated earlier in the day, just catching to see the best in the world compete.
I mean, if she can, here we go. Here's an opportunity.
Airmail drag to get all 3 and get 4 and maybe Bernie, just maybe start the comeback. And it's in. Start the comeback trail for Cameron Belvin, 20-8 now as she creeps her way back into this game.
I'm telling you, if we get 2 or 3 more rounds like this, we are going to blow the top off this building.
Exactly what you needed in a time like this. This next bag is telling. Can you calm the nerves? Can you have the exhale? And that's a big bag.
That's probably coming back.
You
on
see
the slick
Damon
side,
Dennis is already trying to wave it back.
Yeah, it's on the slick side. That's might as well count that one. Well,
that's a great bag, though, by Cameron Belvin because it sits in front. You make Damon Dennis think about it.
I like that shot.
That is a smart shot. I actually think she'll block behind now.
She's going up.
Oh, and she takes them all. I think, not many players have this type of mentality, but I think she almost got to the mentality of like, all right, well.
Whatever. What do I
doesn't
have to lose?
now.
Yeah.
And now.
In for,
she's got another airmail opportunity. Will she seize it? She's going up. And almost with the and one. Almost and one did the and one master. Damon Dennis with a big push, but Belvin's getting points anyway. If he doesn't hit this push, Bernie. And he doesn't hit it, and that's 5 points.
Telling you,
the entire building, Bernie, feels what we are feeling right now.
One more round like that, and this place will be up for grabs. This makes cornhole fun.
Yes. And now for the first time, I'm telling you, Bernie, I know he's a veteran, but the first time in a 2-game span, Damon Dennis is nervous.
Game pressure. That's a solid bag. It's amazing what a couple of shots will do for a person. Her whole demeanor's changed.
Another in for Belvin, 3 straight.
And just like we watched in the side, she can't wait to throw the next back.
Yep. But Dennis.
Just solid. Just solid.
Oh, no. And now on the board is all it will take for Damon Dennis to win this game and advance to the pro singles playoff. And it's on. What a game and what a valiant effort by Cameron Belvin. But Damon Dennis does Damon Dennis things. Calm, cool, and collected. We'll be right back with more pro singles action. Matt Guy, Tyler Poitras coming up next.
Hi, I'm Jeff. In my Johnsonville commercial, we open up in the forest. I'm out in the wild eating my breakfast, and all of a sudden, a raccoon come up and asked me, "Are those patties bigger now?" I said, "Yep." Wolf comes in and says, "Wow, that's a lot of sausage." And we had a good laugh about that. Johnsonville breakfast sausage now has 15% larger patties. Fits on a biscuit.
AllCornhole.com has the largest online selection of cornhole bags for players of all levels. Through years of research and development, AllCornhole.com is the perfect bags for even pro-level players. With over 4 unique series to choose from, including Game Changers, All Slides, Slide Rights, and Steadies, you'll be sure to find the right bags to dominate the competition. Whether you're looking for bags for family gatherings, competitive league night, or the pro circuit, go to AllCornhole.com to get the perfect boards and bags for you.
My name is James Baldwin.
Samantha Finley.
My name is Cody Henderson, and I'm an ACL pro.
On the way. What a shot! That's as good as it gets.
The American Cornhole League.
Anyone can play. Anyone can win.
At DraftKings, we believe life's more fun with skin in the game, especially Super Bowl 55. So don't just watch, play DraftKings free Super Bowl prediction challenge. Everyone gets an instant prize up to $25,000 just for playing. Answer questions like who will score last? And if you win the challenge, you can take home a cool $1 million. Download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app now, enter the free Super Bowl prediction challenge, and make it rain.
The most versatile outdoor cooking machine ever. Savory wood-fired flavor. Experience Pit Boss. Hurry, get the best deals now at pitboss-grills.com.
Welcome back to the Advent Health Fieldhouse in Winter Haven, Florida for the Johnsonville Cornhole Championships ACL Kickoff Battle. What a great series of games we just had between Cameron Belvin and Damon Dennis. Damon Dennis completing the double dip. He joins Noah Wooten and Cody Henderson in the semifinals of our pro singles event. But this next matchup, Bernie, we got some heavy hitters in this one, and my expectations are just as high for this particular match.
Tyler Porthras, especially in the Carolinas region, has always been a solid player, if I'm not mistaken. I
remember for a while.
Yeah, I remember the early days of the ATL, Tyler was around, if I'm not mistaken, going way back. But Matt Guy is Matt Guy, so everyone watching this broadcast knows exactly who he is.
I said it earlier, if you know cornhole, you know Matt Guy. He had some fun last night, getting a win in Super Hole 2 alongside Doug Flutie. That was a ton of fun. But
how great was that event? It had to be so much fun to call.
Yeah,
up here.
it was amazing. The football players that we had were amazing. Doug Flutie was awesome. Mac Jones was electric.
Yeah,
mic'd up. Rashad Jennings, he was so much fun, and Devontae Smith was a pleasure to have. I mean, it was a great time, but for Matt Guy, all that fun kind of day 2 was not about fun. Day 2 was about business.
Absolutely. I've never felt so old as I did last night. I walked up and was talking to Mac Jones. I have a couple cousins that went to the University of Alabama, and I just wanted to let him know that they were giving him a shout out, and I walked away thinking that child just won a national championship in football.
Yep, unbelievable. Now Tyler Poitras immediately thinking about whether or not he wants to airmail this bag. Let's see if he will. Going up. Oh, and just deep. Going to be a single point for Matt Guy.
Put Matt Guy on the board, 1-0.
What do you think about this match? Do you think it's one of these things that if Matt gets out there, puts a little game pressure on Tyler, he might start to think about the fact that he's playing Matt Guy, or Tyler just doesn't care?
Yeah, I don't think Tyler minds too much about that. I think if anything, for Tyler's sake, I'm just worried. You know, once Matt Guy lost, you know, the best thing that you can do to Matt Guy is beat him early, and the worst thing you can do to Matt Guy is beat him early. Because then you give him the opportunity to just build this anger train of momentum in the loser's bracket, and that's essentially what happened. Lost early in the tournament to Tay Harris out of Colorado, a rookie first-year pro. And anytime you give Matt Guy the ability to do that, you don't want to do it. Now the problem, I mean, the thing with me is I haven't had a chance to see a single bag thrown by Tyler Poitras all day long. So obviously throwing a 4-bagger right there, and he had 3 in the last round and just missed on the airmail. He's obviously feeling pretty good as well.
You know, being on the side court, and then you have the broadcast court here for those at home. They're all on the same side of the building. So I was never up at the front side of the building, so I haven't seen him throw a bag all day.
Right. Yep.
You know, obviously to get to this point undefeated, he's been throwing well. Trey, I was talking with you earlier on the ACL digital network about the number of players who have switched bags this season. Obviously, Matt Guy being one of those. It just seems like it's almost an epidemic, the bag carousel.
Yeah, so many different options this year, and so many players kind of recognizing and fully taking advantage of the fact that there are plenty of options. That bag in front may actually be better for Poitras than in. Provides some type of obstacle for Guy. Guy almost tried to sneak around, but it's going to be 2 more for Poitras.
2 more for Poitras, 4-1.
Looking at these Bush Beans logos on the jerseys, I'm starting to get kind of hungry.
There you go. Yeah, that's right.
Starting to get kind of hungry, maybe a little chilly.
Johnsonville sausage and Bush Beans. Grill them on the Pit Boss Grill. We'll get all the branding going there, Bernie.
I don't think Tyler's the kind of player that will be affected by a Matt Guy run. I've seen players in this building get affected by that.
No, I've seen this happen many, many times with Tyler Poitras specifically. If anybody is going to beat Tyler Poitras, it is Tyler Poitras.
Right.
You know, I have seen him get frustrated before when he's just not on, and then it goes down quickly. But when I've seen him at his best, he's been really, really good.
Right.
Will Matt Guy go with an airmail? I don't think he will. Yeah, he's going to go with the slide just to limit it, and he does get it to fall back. But again, 2 more. To be honest with you, Bernie, this is the kind of start I almost expected from Guy.
Right.
To just chip away at somebody.
Yeah.
2 points. 2 points. 2
here.
points.
And
2
then,
points.
And then that player gets frustrated. All of a sudden, it's 4 or 6.
Yes, exactly. Right. That's the exact type of start I expected on the other end. But Poitras showing he means business here.
It's another opening there.
And Poitras' defense, that bag kind of on the left, is in his lane. It is in his way.
What do you call that particular shot? Is that the same thing as a cut shot where you're coming from you're trying to get it to go right to left?
Yes, that is a cut shot. Now this one, he doesn't necessarily have to make it a full-blown cut.
Yeah.
Just because he can stay directly down the center, he just has a lot less room for error. And another 2 points. 2 points. 2 points. 2 points.
How far do we get in this matchup before Matt Guy has to start thinking about making some things happen? I mean, he has to win 2 of these.
He's got much longer of a leash, right? You know, if I'm Matt Guy, I'm not worried about doing anything different than what I know I'm good at until. I mean, this game would have to be 16-1 or something like that before I even start thinking about that.
But there's another door open. It seems to me that every shot Tyler releases is with confidence. It doesn't seem like he's holding back at all. Chance for his 4 spot right here.
Ooh, blocked up right behind it. Guy gonna go airmail for the drag. And he gets it, but he gets them all and ends up bringing Poitras' bag with it. And just like that, another 2 points.
So you're saying 16-1 is the time?
Yeah, again, I'm serious. I'm not thinking about changing anything if I'm Matt Guy until I'm late.
I'm not as familiar with Tyler's game. Is he normally a deliberate player, or does he like to get it and go?
He's usually at the same pace that he is right now. It's we're kind of in between both. I don't think he's definitely not a rhythmic player, but he's not Damon Dennis stalling or anything along those lines. Matt Guy trying to get on the board here. I'm not on the board, back on the board after that early 1-0 lead. He can go in for 2. And he cannot get the last bag in. Settles for the wash.
I don't know if it means anything in particular, but walking down the pathway in between the 2 boards, Tyler Poitras seemed extremely excited.
I was going to say, I almost said the exact same thing, Bernie. It almost as if he sprinted down to the other end of the boards, like, all right, there we go. I got away with one.
Yep. Because normally you play a player like Matt Guy or anyone of that caliber, you leave a door open like that, he's going to walk right through it more often than
Exactly.
not. Speaking of doors being open, that bag looks pretty much dead out there to the left.
Another 4-bagger.
And to just give up 2. 2 more. Seems like a fairly common statement in this game.
2. That's 6 rounds of 2, right? I don't think he scored anything else but a 2, right?
Wonder what his hole percentage is right now. He's only missed what? Am I wrong? Has he missed 2? Like 2 bags have been out?
Yeah, he's had a couple 10-point rounds to Matt's 8, though.
Okay, I got you.
Oh, clinical to hit that right side of the hole. Smooth delivery there from Poitras, and now a real big door is open. If he can do the same thing, he bunches up behind, but that's okay if you're Poitras, especially with a bag off the back by Guy. Guy immediately going up with the airmail and another off the board. Now becomes a decision of what to do if you're Poitras.
Do you go in behind or you try to?
Yeah, if you clean it all up, you essentially guarantee yourself 6 points. If you lay behind, the issue is then Guy can actually hit an airmail and only escape with only giving up 2.
He's got 2 off, right?
Right.
I got you.
And he gets a little, so Guy can go in just to give up 4. Oh, is that bag?
It seemed like it was still moving there for a second. I believe it stopped.
Wow, going to be 4 more. And
Hey,
all right, we hit the number. Now change something. Now do something different, Bernie. I give you permission to say it out loud. Though. We can change it now.
Maybe it's time to force the issue if you're Matt Guy. And if you're Tyler, just keep doing what you're doing, right? Just keep throwing in the hole.
I think it's funny that I just gave you a number. I just pulled one out, and that's what it had to hit. How about Tyler Poitras right now?
Tyler, I mean, he's playing. He's completely unaffected by the circumstance.
I've seen Tyler Poitras a lot. This may be the best I've ever seen him play. He hasn't been flashy.
No.
Nothing. He hasn't done anything flashy.
But at the same time, he hasn't been forced to.
True.
You know, it's as if Matt wants to go hole for hole for hole, and Tyler's like, all right, fine, I'll do that. He hasn't been forced to throw an airmail. He hasn't been forced into hitting any terribly difficult shots for this level. How great does that DraftKings logo look?
Oh, right in the center of the court. Yeah. It is just purdy. Purdy.
That's P-U-R-T-Y?
Yes. Now, how aggressive? Now, I would expect almost this staying towards the center. See if he can actually beat Guy to the center of the board. What I mean by that is I just kind of want him to sit to the right of Guy's bag in the center.
Or go around.
Or just that. Bernie, that was honestly sick. Now, I think it's all going to be for nothing, though, because I think that bag by Guy is going to eventually go in.
There's the center.
But do you force Guy into an airmail here? Guy's normally clinical, but he's missed a couple. He misses again.
I mean, this is... If you're Tyler here, what's your next shot? Do you lay in? How many bags does he have left? Just one?
Just got one. I think, honestly, the best move.
Just lay in behind?
No, go with it.
Oh, just go with it?
Go
just
with it. Why not? Even
off?
if you miss your bag and still sit in front, Guy has to hit an airmail just to give up one.
I got you. Makes perfect sense.
And that's what he's doing. He's got the slick side down. And he collects them all. This has got to be in. And it is. I can't believe I had to say that, but it did have to be in. 19-1 for Tyler Poitras.
That shot was just money. I mean, look at it. Exactly where it had to land. The exact speed it had to land.
You can't be serious, dude. I mean, come on. On this stage, okay, I can, Tyler Poitras could go back there and hit it on the practice boards all day long, but for him to come on these boards and in this stage do that.
That's an elite level of professional cornhole.
Right. Against Matt Guy.
First opening in a while for Matt. And he gives it back. Wow. You just go in here, just give up the 2. Just
Oh,
go
absolutely. Yeah, don't mess around here. Guy's still got to put it in to even get points. And he does. Gets back on the board after 19 straight points. Matt Guy, was scored by Tyler Poitras.
Yeah.
Matt Guy gets back on the board.
How many times do you think he's experienced that as a professional cornhole player? Giving up 19-point runs.
Probably not many. Maybe less than 10. And now flipping it back, though, that means any type of miss by Guy will then kind of put some extra pressure on Poitras because he's going to have the last bag, right? So if he's got a shot to win, it's got to be the last shot.
The interesting thing about Matt Guy, to me, at this point, it's a 19-3 game, and everyone in this room still feels like, you never know.
Exactly. That's when you know he's a all-time legend in the sport.
Yep.
And there's people in here, I promise you, that are saying, Tyler, end it. Tyler, just do it.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
like,
exactly
there are people,
what I'm Look at this. That's what I'm saying.
And there's a few people in this building that are that just sat up and went, Now, the bad news for Matt Guy is you can still be a dominant player and give up a stray 2.
Right.
You could hit every shot in a Cameron Belvin 3-bag airmail and it doesn't fall.
You threw the bag right. The bag just for whatever reason hopped around the backside of the hole. You've given up 2. You didn't do anything wrong.
So that's the thing that's fighting Matt Guy is when you're within 1 or 2. That's a big, it's one thing to be up 16-0 or 16-1. It's another to be 19 or 20.
Right. Because at this point, essentially, Matt has to be perfect.
Correct. And having the last bag with Poitras, I mean, it could be as simple as you hanging on the front lip and him just going over you with an airmail to try to win.
Yep.
4-bagger by Guy. 4-bagger by Poitras.
It's still so funny. You can tell about the truly great players. I mean, it's 19-7, and there's still tension in the building. you know what I mean?
Right. And game 1.
Yeah. I mean, the last match, for example, with Damon Dennis and Cameron Belvin, even though she got it back to 20-13, you still felt that Damon's probably going to win. I mean, it got tense, he got nervous, but you never felt, I mean, I didn't. And like, that's why I said, if we get one more round like that, I think, we might have some, but right now, people still feel Matt Guy has a chance to win this match.
This is an important bag, though, right here. And it's strong.
So what do you do if you're Tyler here? Do you try to botch it, block it up, and then go for the airmail?
Oh, perfect block, because now here it becomes an airmail. Matt Guy has not been on his airmails this game. And
he got one.
He did get one. It's kind of a weird situation for Poitras.
The right half of the hole is open, but that's the half that he doesn't want, right? What do you do here if you're Tyler Poitras?
Gosh, I don't know. Probably.
Because the way those I don't know. I'm confused.
I don't know what you want to do if you're Poitras here. Balk up behind. I mean, I think that's the best option.
Because Matt has an angle with another airmail, possibly. I mean, there's not much space, but there's half the hole.
Big airmail attempt again by Guy. And that time he fits it in the right side. And right now it is +5 Guy for the round. And he hops and in.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me with that shot?
That was absurd. I'm not going to ask him if he did it on purpose. I'll pretend that he meant to do it. Tyler Poitras hops over the bag in front, just delicate enough to not actually drag the bags on the airmail, and instead just gives up 2 instead of a possible 4.
Once again, at this level, that's the kind of shot you need sometimes just to give up only 2.
Poitras just waiting. This is a waiting game now.
Yep.
You just need to outlast Guy and just need 1 miss.
Yep.
1 miss left or right, and that's got to be your opportunity to seize. For now, you just got to wait it out.
And on the other side of that coin, if you're Matt Guy, I'm just going to be perfect and let him make mistakes.
Yes. In to go double digits. He is. Just depends on how much. It will be 2 points. It will be 19 to 11.
At what point does the sphincter muscle get super tight for Tyler Poitras in this match?
Not yet.
Yeah.
19-15.
It's a little tighter, but it's not. You're not.
15 is when.
Yeah.
You start having to have those deep breaths. What Poitras is just waiting for is that first bag miss. Because if you can get that first bag, then all the momentum goes back to his side.
Yep. Seemed like that one's probably going in.
Yeah. You can count that one.
Yep.
And again, nobody's giving an inch. Important bag here for Guy. It's in again for a 4-bagger. And Poitras answers with the double.
So let me ask you a question. If you're Tyler Poitras, even though you're up 19-11, do you try to do anything with a block just to kind of, no, just keep going bag for bag?
I would not, because at this point, literally, you just need 1 bag left or right. That's all you need.
Just one. Just one pin riding it.
That's still in front. That's going to be as good as in.
Yep.
Now, this is good. This gives a little bit of a V. This may get help on a kick.
Or just take it right.
Or right through if you're Guy. And that could be it.
It is in his lane a little bit.
It is. You have to stay tight to the center. No cut shot, because your bag does go left to right. But you do need to stay down the center. And he does it. And now Guy will have to go after this. He can either try to land here or go airmail. Important shot, biggest of the game. And he goes with the airmail. Wow. It doesn't drag. Now, if Tyler Poitras can find a way to get around this bag without bringing Guy, guys, he will win the game and advance to the Pro Singles playoff. Rightfully so. He is going to take one of his 2 timeouts on the game. Again, for those at home, his angle of throwing is this direction, which means it is natural for him to clip this bag as he goes in with a normal slide shot. If he hits an airmail clean at the back, he could completely avoid it. Another option would be to try a slide shot where you only make contact with the left side of the hole, use the circle of the hole to actually ride it around and fall back into the back side of the hole.
Hey, Trey, am I crazy or do you just go in here?
Like follow it in?
Yeah.
No, you don't want to follow it in. You'd rather just lay up if you're going to do that, because it's a wash either way. You want to win. I mean, you want to go for this win. You know what? I think an airmail backside may be the best opportunity. And when you're talking about Matt Guy, if you have a shot to win,
you have to
take it.
Absolutely.
for the win and a playoff berth. Poitras. Oh, it hit the back of the rim and bounced back. You can't be serious, Bernie.
What are we talking? What's the distance that he needed to change here? Maybe? I don't even know that. I mean,
a couple millimeters.
Maybe.
Maybe.
That's as unlucky as you can possibly be.
Oh my gosh. The crowd here just lost it. And now you need to reset.
Yeah.
That's the hard part,
Absolutely.
is to refocus. You just hit a shot you felt like you hit for the win.
How about that V block right there?
Yeah. And Poitras just effortlessly, it felt like, goes through it.
Wow, there's your mistake, Trey.
Wow. Of all the things I expected, that was not it. And Poitras now is a bag away. This bag first has got to be in by Guy. It is, and now Tyler Poitras for a playoff berth.
There it is.
Count it. Tyler Poitras takes down Matt Guy in a 21-11 thriller to join Cody Henderson, Noah Wooten, and Damon Dennis in the 2021 ACL Kickoff Battle Pro Singles Playoff. What a performance, a strong start, fought through some adversity, and got it on the last round. Bernie, what a day.
You know what's crazy? That is a thriller, and it was 21-11.
I know. Incredible match. Thank you, Bernie Neighbors. I've been your host, Trey Ryder. We appreciate you tuning in to the 2021 ACL Kickoff Battle. Until next time, we'll see you guys later.
All right. I know. All right. Cornhole. Yeah. I'm working on my I know. All right. We're here. Sorry. It's a big weekend. There's a lot of sponsorship stuff going on. We have partners to take care of. We're here. Just the messenger. Freeze Pops, Brendan Glasheen. Tell me what your lineup looks like.
I got Marquise Goodwin in the captain spot. Wide receiver 3 for the Eagles. To $10,800. Then rest of the way, Kareem Hunt, Baker Mayfield, Miles Sanders, Carson Wentz, who could be on the move in real life, and Rashad Higgins for $2,800. My punt play. So I like it.
All right. I actually found the salaries for this matchup to be very friendly. To fit a lot of dudes in. I don't think I have like a single punt play. I feel really good about my lineup.
Okay.
Marquise Goodwin, captain, slot guy, COVID opt-out in real life. Wentz, we'll talk about him. Baker, Djax, Landry, Hooper. There you go.
I think I like both of our lineups. I could see us finishing 1-2. I don't know about you. Djax is a guy that I unfairly have a bias against in making these lineups against the Eagles because he's burned me so many times in my years playing fantasy football that I have like a involuntary reaction to him anytime I see him when I'm building my lineups, which isn't fair to Deshaun Jackson. It probably hurts me in the long run, but you know what? We live and we learn.
There you go. That's why you play the games, right? Like we always like to say.
That's why we play the games.
All right. Here we go, guys. Look, the prize pool, not as sexy as earlier, but a sim's a sim, right? A sim's a sim.
Let's do it, baby.
So we're here for the next two. $250 prize pool for the Showdown. There's also a late classic available in the lobby that you guys can tinker with before you get to the 8 o'clock and then Madden After Dark later on. We'll be here for what now is Eagles, Browns, and then Steelers at the Bengals. So looking forward to it. Should be a good time.
Healthy dose of professional Ohio football talk this evening.
Yeah. Oh, and Adam Schefter tweeting basically no update, but it was an update on Carson Wentz today.
Yeah, I want to pull up the exact language for you guys because this tweet made me laugh out loud. So here's the first sentence of the tweet.
Go for it.
Eagles are expected to trade Carson Wentz in the coming days in what would be the latest blockbuster QB deal to rock the NFL. Sources tell Mort Report and me. Mort Report being Chris Mortensen, his colleague. So you see that first sentence, you're like, oh my God, what else does he have to say? Where's he going to go? It's about to rock my world. And then he says, the most pertinent questions now become where, when, and for what. But it could happen as early as this week. So basically, Schefter's telling you nothing new here. For whatever reason, he just decided to rock our worlds with that first sentence.
As if Adam Schefter, needs a reason to be relevant with the Super Bowl tomorrow.
It's like,
he's got plenty going on.
Just relax, okay? Like, you don't need your phone blowing up for no reason right now. The thing got 1 million retweets. It starts all sorts of reaction online. But I read that and I say, we don't learn anything there. We still know nothing. So everyone can relax.
All right, here we go. First play from scrimmage. Sanders, pickup of 9. Boom. To the 34. We have producer Madison with us. Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Tate from the Game Ops team. Watch out for Tate. He's in the chat. Very, very sneaky in the free roll.
He's a lurker.
Sure is. Lurks in that contest page as well. He just sneaks up on you. Sneaky, sneaky.
Sneaky little Tate.
Ooh, way to gash that gap. Great run.
I like Miles Sanders in these sims.
Yeah, I forgot about him. Didn't play him. I don't feel great about it already. 2 plays in.
He gets touches. He's fast. Big fan.
Hello, DK Sim fam. We're here. Sorry for the delay. Cornhole analysis. I did title the free roll Cornhole Reaction plus Eagles Browns, and the chat kind of already handled that for us because the chat was consuming the cornhole. Fun fact, you have to spell cornhole as 2 different words or you can't make a free roll on DraftKings.com. For an hour this morning, I was slamming my mouse. I nearly broke my computer because DraftKings wouldn't allow cornhole as all one word. So I was emailing the ops team like you guys would. I'm DMing DK_assist. What is wrong with my page? As it turns out, cornhole is one of those bad words that you can't spell as one word.
Interesting. Well, I'm glad you were able to figure that out because it's a great title. And here's my cornhole reaction. I love cornhole. It's just too cold to play cornhole outside right now, you know? You got to find a nice indoor venue for cornhole, which they clearly did, and it was a great event.
Crispy, you're not going to get blocked, Crispy, but watch it. Oh, man. Hey, you can't throw bean bags in this weather, or can you? Because there were some folks from our family today that were out kicking field goals.
So I saw some of the results on the various social medias of those involved, and I gotta say, I thought you guys were going to combine for 0 field goals made, so you exceeded my expectations. But why don't you tell the people what you guys combined made for field goals here?
We combined for 3 made field goals, yours truly, and Emerson Lazio. We went out to a park in the Boston area. Producer Madison came. Madison has also informed us. Sarah came too. Sarah made a field goal in her first try.
What?
Yeah. Nailed it.
It's awesome.
It was pretty cool. But anyway, there will be a larger production in terms of a longer video that was filmed by Sarah and producer Madison that we will share with you. Hopefully we can share with you. I can't publicize when and if we can. But it was pretty fun. I made one from 48.
That's legitimately impressive.
Well, it might have not been 48. Like maybe
okay, well then it's not.
Take 30 yards off of 48. You guys can do the math. And that's probably how far it was.
Still impressive to make a field goal or extra point, honestly. If you don't do that with regularity, it's not easy.
Ooh, there's the big boy.
I hope that, yes. I need him down at the 1. Let's make it a Miles Sanders tud. Or Marquise Goodwin.
So technically in the competition, there were 3 made. Emerson made 2. We each made our first attempt. So I went first, bang, right through the uprights. Emerson follows up. We're like, oh yeah, we're sick. We're going to hit a bunch of these. And then we missed a lot after that. Emerson.
Sanders.
Ooh.
Yes.
Oh, they'll give it to him. Crosses the plane. But if you guys want to check out some footage at Brendan Glasheen, the new Twitter handle, first name, last name. There was a video. I'll retweet it so it's at the top of the page. But Field Goal Fest 2021 was a success. Winnie was there. Madison's dog Miller was there. Rossi hosted it. Rossi was like the game show host.
Rossi was born to be a game show host, if we're being completely honest.
Tom Brady sucks, formerly James Farrell. Glash, I'm proud of you, kicking your heart out in that weather. You made us kickers proud.
Yeah, I wonder what my buddy Morton Anderson would think. I should send him the video, get some critiques on form, etc.
So if you watch my kick, dude, that would have been good from 50. It looked and felt great. It was my first kick, and then it was bad after that.
So was it a situation where you were doing the same motion every time, and it just wasn't working out for you, or did you like pull a muscle on the first kick and you just didn't have as much power? Like what do you think the problem was?
The problem was it's like playing Kaufman in NBA. You win once and then you think you're sick, but you're not.
Yeah, totally. Totally understand that.
So you're like, oh yeah, momentum. I got this.
Yeah, good question from Bob Daddy. Did you soccer style kick it or did you toe it?
Toed it. Oh, got all the toe on that ball. Here comes Baker, complete to OBJ, right around the 40. Gain of 11 yards, spotted at the 39. So yeah, at Brendan Glasheen on Twitter, you can see the video. Emerson missed a couple, but had the distance and the height. Missed it wide left a few times, but he definitely picked it up. But when you listen to the video, you can hear Emerson in the background next to Sarah being like, oh, he nails it. Like, I think he got a little nervous. But then he went up there. So we were both 1 for 1. We both started out awesome. And then it was just really ugly. But it's fun. It was good stuff.
I love that you both made your first one because you both got cocky.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, of course, right? See, I'm not making this up. Like, we both make it. And then Madison has this on film. I go, let's back it up. Let's back it up. I got this. It was just awful. It was awful.
It's amazing. I love that.
Ken Freeman, Miles Sanders scored the first touchdown. Hi to the Twitch fam. Hello to the DK Sim fam on YouTube. Reed Tease, did you know on Twitch? Freeze Pops, can you remind him the name of the podcast?
The name of the podcast is Great Dane Nation. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts. Great Dane Nation.
There you go. Here is Kareem Hunt, third down back. On 3rd and 10, not enough. Probably going to see a punt coming up here for Cleveland. Let's check out the free roll. How are we doing here? So 126 entries in the free roll.
Okay.
Good number. It's the weekend. You know, you guys were just consuming the cornhole that you might have been thrown off for a hot sec.
I'm in 79th. I feel good about that early.
Rick Lewis, good question. Did we bring a snowblower? So that was like frozen tundra. Madison brought one of her shovels, and we're like, this ain't gonna work. Like, this is just, it's pointless. But
Was it straight ice?
Yeah, but it was hard enough.
Yeah.
The surface that we just figured, all right, we'll just ballpark it. So like I said, I think I made it from 48, give or take 10, 15, maybe even 30 yards.
48 would have been crazy.
I mean, Rossi made the good, but Rossi's like, just tell everyone you made it from 48.
Did Rossi try or no?
He did. Rossi sucked. Rossi did not make one. Madison tried. Madison wasn't good either. So of the 5 of us, myself, Emerson, and Sarah all left the field with a make.
Oh, man. I would have loved for Rossi to get up there and
Rossi's
nail a
very
bunch.
short, and he's a heavy, short guy. Hard to get lift when you're 3'2" and 375 pounds.
Okay, I met Rossi once for like 3 minutes, like 6 years ago. So, how tall is he actually?
He's 3'5", man.
Oh
I'm
my!
telling you. Google it. He's like
How
the shortest,
tall is
fattest
Jason
dude ever.
Rossi?
We could have kicked Rossi instead of the football. But we needed them to host.
Oh. That's ridiculous. I don't remember him being that short. But hey, it was in passing. I don't know. Maybe he was. It was a busy Saturday.
Tate from Ops in the chat. Best Little League GT there is.
Spark plug.
Yeah, they always stuck Rossi over at first base, but didn't present a large enough target in terms of his height.
Yeah, you gotta have some height at first.
Oh, almost picked. The Bad Boys of Pop, speaking of cornhole, picture a beanbag. That's Rossi.
Oh, the poor guy isn't even here to defend himself.
No, he comes on here. He's admitted it. He's
True, he does. He says he's the shortest guy. He's the fattest guy. Oh, it's so good.
3rd and 8 for Philadelphia. Final minute, first quarter. Wentz releases. Way to come back to the ball.
Wow,
Hurts.
wide open.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you get time in the pocket. Carson Wentz, I think he should be the topic of our second quarter here, Clash.
Okay.
Because I'm very curious on how you think the rest of his career looks if and when he is traded. I know, Schefter's saying it's going to rock the league. He just doesn't know where, when, or how it's going to happen.
Let me see real quick if I can play. Let me just play the video. We're on camera? Okay. So let me see if I can. Here, ready?
Yeah. You must have felt so good.
Oh, it was awesome. It was awesome.
Did you legitimately think you were going to hit a bunch after that?
Not a bunch, but I felt, okay, like I can make a couple, maybe 3 or 4 out of 10, but
yeah.
But yeah, it was fun. It was a good time.
That's awesome. Jealous.
Sanders has 7 carries, 59 yards, lone touchdown. Ertz, the big first quarter, 4 for 67. And ball at the 18 for Philly.
I didn't have Hurts, and that hurts. See what I did there? But not Jalen Hurts.
No. You know, Joe Judge is like, leave him in there. Integrity of the game.
You're still so mad at Joe Judge. He is a baby. He's a big baby for acting like that.
I keep in mind, though, because we're Patriots, supporters.
Yeah. Look, I like him, but,
He's establishing culture within his team. The Giants players can appreciate that because they're like, this guy stands for the right stuff.
Yeah.
Everyone else from the outside is like, what is this guy talking about?
Right.
He better than 6 and 10.
He's supporting his guys. I totally get it. Kyle Finley saying I look like Luke Combs. I get that all the time.
Oh, yeah, you kind of do.
Unfortunately, I do not sing or play musical instruments like Luke Combs. Therefore, my bank account does not look like Luke Combs.
Ryan Bender in the chat. I think I've mastered these sims. I win 80% of the time. Yeah. Picks or it didn't happen, buddy.
Yeah, great call by you. Gonna need to see some receipts there.
Come on, Ryan.
Steve Davis saying I look like a yard gnome.
Derwin on Twitch. Rossi is a hobbit. All right, so
I don't think I have a big enough nose to be a yard gnome.
Your nose is actually...
I have a very normal sized nose.
Yeah,
I have a huge head, but a very normal nose.
Oh, touchdown. Nice ball. Who caught that? D-Jax.
Ah. Blech. 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 Hate that.
I was waiting for the goofy voice. Carlin says,
well, I put Deshaun Jackson in my lineup there, and he got in the end zone.
I wouldn't play any kickers, Glash.
That was great, though. You're like, I can't put any kickers in my lineup. It's going to be a wild weather Wednesday.
What's the score in the fourth quarter?
And it was 9-6. Yeah. Oh, it's great. So good.
It's true. Madison says you're a mix of Goofy and Harry Carey.
Ah, it's Harry Carey. Oh, man. So, Glass, what do you think the rest of Carson Wentz's career looks like? Do you think he can go to another franchise and recapture that MVP form we saw in the first half of the 2017 season? Or do you think we've seen the peak of Carson Wentz? All of these injuries have added up, and, he's going to be sort of that perennial backup moving forward here.
I think he might be your prime example of just give him a change of scenery. And then if he poops down his pants and melts somewhere else, I think he's got a chance. Now, depending on where he ends up, I think he needs to have the trust from the organization he goes to. Like, it's your job to lose. Like, if you're going out to get Carson Wentz, I think you have to believe he's your starter. You're not going to have him compete with another young guy because he couldn't handle that in Philly with Hurts.
Big trust. Woo woo. Yeah, but okay, so I know we do this a lot, but you got to think about the teams that need quarterbacks. And I know we put together that list that was all about, okay, which teams would upgrade for Deshaun Watson. That's a very different list when it comes to the market for Carson Wentz, right? Like, the Browns would not trade in Baker Mayfield for Carson Wentz, but they sure as hell would trade in Baker Mayfield for Deshaun Watson.
Sure.
So it's going to be more complicated to move a guy like that and have him be in a situation where he is going to be handed the keys to the Winnebago here for the family vacation.
Right. That's why it's challenging, right? Because Philadelphia, say he wasn't on Philly right now, and Philly wasn't sure on Jalen Hurts. Like, Philly would be a great situation to get a veteran to come in to compete with Hurts.
Right. But of course, clearly Wentz is not the guy to do that.
Yes. So, but could he compete with another veteran. I'm trying to think. What was the last quarterback battle with two vets? You know what I'm trying to say?
I mean, you see it. I mean, this year in Chicago, they had Foles and Trubisky. But
is Trubisky truly a... Trubisky's not... And I know
I guess he's
he's not a vet, but he's been in the league more than 3 years. 4 years, right?
The bar for vet these, in the last few years has kind of gone down, right? Because just the whole average age of the league has gone way down as the way they pay players and salary caps have changed. So I look at a guy like Trubisky and think of him as a vet, even though he is a young player, if that makes sense. Like, he's been around long enough.
Wentz and Foles, Tony A. Good call. Good point. But Wentz got hurt, which opened up.
It was never a real competition between those two. Foles was always the backup.
Arctic Man, same deal. Dak, Dalton, you can't compare because Dak got hurt. That's how Dalton got in the game. That wasn't a competition. Dak was always the starter.
Could we see maybe... it's way too much money at one position, though. I was going to say Minnesota, him and Kirk Cousins going against each other feels like that's a competition that could exist in some universe, but they both make too much money. You can't have both of those guys on your roster, you know?
Yeah. What about Indy before Rivers? Wasn't it Brissett and Brian Hoyer? Kinda?
Yeah, kinda, but that was more of a, oh crap, Andrew Luck retired a week before the season. Yeah, I just don't love the game like I used to, and you get older and your priorities change, and I got everything out of this game that I think I wanted to get out of it, and it's just time for me to spend some time with my family, and I love the game. It's given me everything, but at the same time, it hasn't allowed me to be the father that I wanted to be, and it's just it's time. It's time. When it's time, it's time. It just you just wake up and talk to your dad, Oliver, about it, and it's time.
Yeah, I really, a lot of good things outside of football. Kareem Hunt, touchdown.
Yes. In my lineup, I just didn't love the game like I used to. And, I took injuries took a toll on me. It was affecting me. So that's why those two dudes were fighting for a starting role, because, generally speaking, if it's Brissett versus Hoyer, probably not in a position to win a lot of football games. And the Colts didn't win a lot of football games when that was the case.
What's the best spot for Carson Wentz?
Oh, man. Well, we saw Detroit and LA sort of flip-flop, their dudes. So both of those are out of question. I want to pull up that list that we put together. Have it in my notebook here. Yes. Okay.
Carolina.
I'm looking at, Carolina's one for sure, because Bridgewater, you can eat that cash, or you have them kind of go head to head for the role, right? Maybe that's a nice healthy competition, because let's say 6 weeks into the season you don't like what you're getting out of Wentz, you can go to Bridgewater and salvage your season. You still have enough time. Maybe New Orleans. There's going to be a void there at quarterback. We saw Drew Brees take that pay cut over the last 24 hours or so. So his salary number goes way down for this upcoming year, which usually indicates that a guy's going to retire. Maybe Denver. You bring him in and he can light a fire under Drew Lock. You give Wentz a try to recapture that old form.
It's another spot where I think he feels like, oh man, this kid, he might be better than me. He might take my spot.
Yeah.
I guess we just have to see it again. We have to see him in a different place. It's a tough market, man. Philadelphia, when you don't do well, if it doesn't go right.
I'm looking at my Deshaun Watson list. I think the Bears would kick the tires. I think the Colts would kick the tires. I think the Falcons would stay with Ryan over Wentz. Browns, no. Steelers, no. If Big Ben's coming back, they're not bringing Wentz in. Jets. What about the Jets? If they don't take a quarterback with the number 2 pick, or if their plan isn't to take a quarterback at number 2, do they make a move for Wentz? I would say no. I think they'd rather stay with Darnold and kind of see what he does with a fresh start rather than take the guy who's been injured.
Right, and Darnold, while struggling a bit, he doesn't seem broken.
Right.
Not yet. I mean, he's had
23.
He's had
he's
broken
so
moments.
Young.
Yeah,
so young. So I think Jets pass. I think Lions obviously pass. Giants, I think, pass. They really want to see what they have with Daniel Jones. 3 years in with a true offseason. God willing, we're able to get one. Eagles, obviously, he's being traded from that franchise. Tennessee, no. San Francisco, I think they'd rather have Garoppolo than Wentz, right? Am I crazy?
Full-time injury history.
Yeah. I think if they're really willing to part ways with Jimmy G, it would have to be for a significant upgrade, and I don't feel like Carson Wentz is that guy. Maybe I'm crazy.
A lot of the chat, Chicago fans, Bears followers, they're good. Most from what I'm reading.
They don't want him.
They don't want Wentz. They're all set.
I would, if I'm a Bears fan, I would give Wentz a chance over Trubisky. Unless you're a Bears fan, if you're a Bears fan, you're probably thinking you're getting Watson somehow. That's why they're probably saying thanks, but no thanks. And I just don't know that they have, unless they're willing to part ways with 1 million first-round picks, I don't think they have the capital to get Watson, given what Stafford just went for, you know? Would you take him in New England? I would,
dude. Yeah,
I would.
After Cam Newton, come on.
Yes,
I'm getting Carson Wentz.
I would take Carson Wentz over Cam Newton 10 out of 10 times. Totally.
Yep.
I would be very curious to see what he does healthy with Josh McDaniels. That's a perfect Bill Belichick buy low guy. No.
Keep this in mind too, right? Buy low and say what you want about the NFC East. Say what you want about Carson Wentz. That Philadelphia team, not this past year, but the year before when they squeaked in the playoffs, talk about someone who elevated scraps.
Yep.
I want the Patriots to go spend this year, but if there's someone who could possibly elevate a weaker crew, a weaker arsenal of weapons, it's him. And there's another touchdown for Philadelphia. It's Goodwin.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
What was that, Cookie Monster?
Cookie. I'll take it. Tuddy.
Dougie says, what role does Patricia have at New England? Wentz with him would be solid.
Patricia is going to have nothing to do with Carson Wentz. Patricia will have no say in anything offensive for the Patriots. So it's sort of a non-factor in any quarterback discussion with New England, other than Matt Stafford, apparently. He just didn't want to be in the same building as the guy. So New England is a yes. Miami, no, I think they'd stick with Tua. I think Denver is a yes. Drew Lock kind of stinks. I don't think Vegas would try Wentz over Carr. I don't. I think they really feel like Carr is going to be their guy until they draft someone. Derek Carr is a very interesting one, though.
I think Derek Carr is kind of solid. How about this Watson to Vegas talk?
I mean, it'd be a huge splashy move. The Raiders like to try to make splashy moves. It'd be interesting to see him there, no question. But I just don't know that they have the capital again. Yeah. Do they have picks remaining from that Khalil Mack trade? I think that was last draft.
Right, but they're in a win-now mode. They've got some decent defensive players, even though they let go of Mack. They've kind of made up for it.
I think they have really good skill position players. I think Waller's great. I think they have great running backs. Henry Ruggs is fast as hell. I do think with the right quarterback, that could be a really good team. Ruggs' ceiling is Tyreek Hill, right? Like Tyreek Hill is a Hall of Fame caliber talent. I don't know that he has the resume yet because you need to compile a ton of numbers to get in there as a receiver. I mean, we've seen Hall of Fame receivers take forever to get in there. So Hill's got to keep it going, but he's right on track. And especially if he keeps winning Super Bowls, that's going to help. I think Henry Ruggs has that skill set. And I don't feel like it's hyperbole to say that.
Yeah.
Carolina's a yes. Minnesota's an interesting one. I would say no, just because I don't think they would tie up that much money with the quarterbacks.
Well, they've got enough money tied to their defensive stars, Thielen, Cook.
Yes.
A lot going on there.
Right. And they still got to finish paying Kirk Cousins, whatever it was, $84 million. So I'm going to say no on Minnesota. What about Dallas? Obviously, Dak not signed.
Yeah. Something tells me they're going to get something done with Dak.
I have a feeling that's going to happen as well. And actually, and we should talk about this, Troy Aikman, we recorded an interview with him for Great Dane Nation. My old buddy Troy Aikman, he was saying that he really feels like the Cowboys are going to get a deal done with Dak. And he was pretty emphatic about it. That interview going to air in a few weeks. I did not tell Troy that I have him on the DraftKings broadcasts with us. Decided not to bring it up.
Well, Troy's busy, and he probably just forgets. He's such a busy man that he does hop on from time to time.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. So we decided to not bring up that conversation. We didn't have a lot of time. And then Washington, I mean, they obviously got rid of Haskins, Alex Smith. Mm-hmm. How much longer is he going to play? But then do you really bring in a guy like Wentz? Would they trade in the division? Wentz with a history of injuries. Alex Smith's there already with a history of injuries. I feel like that's a no. And then I think New Orleans is a place where he could land given the uncertainty they have with the starting quarterback position right now. So that leaves us 6 teams that Wentz could land with: Bears, Colts, Pats, Broncos, Panthers, Saints.
Saints. Wow. I don't think the Saints are going to get him.
Really?
Nope. They look. I don't love Taysom Hill, and even Winston, but I think Peyton will take. Peyton's been in the league long enough where he'll have pride in. Yep, I brought these guys in. Like I got the right idea. He'll give it a year or two to be like, yep, found that guy. So, kind of like the Belichick thing, or like, it's my guy.
I will be shocked if Taysom Hill is the starting quarterback of the Saints to start the season. I really will. I just you become very. Jameis stinks. I'm sorry. And I got in a battle with Koff on the Jameis thing one time. I don't want to go down that road again.
Yeah, but
he stinks.
But if Peyton wins with him, it'll make Peyton look better.
True.
I'm not saying I don't disagree with you. I just think you got to remember Sean Payton's pride.
True. It's a good point, but I also think he wants to win. And if you can have a guy like Carson Wentz, yes, I know that he's been injured and he hasn't looked like the MVP Carson Wentz since he had that nice half season. I still think the ceiling with Wentz is higher than Winston. Winston has never made the playoffs as a starter. Wentz has done that. So I just think that if given the option, he'd go with Carson.
You know what? You're almost selling him short, because not only did they make the playoffs, they were 13-3. He was the reason behind it. He probably should have won MVP. Brady did, because Wentz got hurt. Man, Wentz had an MVP season.
Totally.
He just got wrecked up here, and I think that happens from time to time in Philadelphia. The process. You know,
it's a weird sports town like that. Look, I just said I'd take him on my team, right? So I think I think highly of the guy. I would give him another chance. You know, I've wavered on it a little bit, but after sitting down and really thinking about it, I think he's worthy of one more shot.
Want to shout out Ryan Bender going back and forth with the Sim fam. We called him out. He said he wins 80% of the time. Well, he's taking shots back and forth with the fam, sticking up for himself. So I've got respect for that. Kaufman is in the chat. He's advising you guys to get involved with his NBA contests, aka contribute to the Adam Kaufman piggy bank. But I hope all of you beat him.
I like to call it the Kaufman College Fund. Yeah, I usually contribute a small donation daily.
And it's not for Koff's kids. We need Koff to go back to college.
Yes. Yeah, he's going to get his master's in daily fantasy.
In symmetry. Chris Floyd, what's up, buddy? How are you? How is everyone doing? Hey, guys, first time we're asking. Smash that like button. Baker Mayfield's going to air it out. Oh, incomplete. We're almost at 500 likes. You guys, by the way, I didn't say this yet. You guys were phenomenal, by the way, welcoming J-Dub from Twitch earlier in that 55K big game Madden stream, Tampa KC. Freeze Pops, not sure if you know, we got 9 touchdowns combined. Kansas City won the game 35-28. Tyreek Hill had 3 touchdowns in the first half. We had a great sim.
What a crazy sim.
Kick off the tailgate weekend. You guys are phenomenal. Great stuff. I really do mean that. You guys were really welcoming. Your chats, your comments were funny. We talked about memories, and also J-Dub was great giving his Madden perspective. He's a big Madden guy. We talked about a lot. It was good. I thought it was very good.
It's really cool.
And it always helps. It helps when the game's good. It always helps.
Yeah, totally. P. Fooligan saying Tom's insight is about his equivalent of movie theater floor candy. Well, if that's the case, then Clash is very interesting.
Yeah, I don't mind it. little water, rinse it, would be good.
Must be saying Tom, Wentz, the guy stays hurt. Ever heard of availability? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got give him one more chance in a different situation.
Jobo says, Glash sounds like a teacher after a day with the sub. You guys were really well behaved. So J-Dub is acting as the sub, I see. Okay, you know what? I don't get this chat sometimes, and I know he's messing with me. But I genuinely meant that. Like, you guys were really cool. Because I know we get new commentators on here, and you can be like, what the heck's going on? Like, who's this guy? And you guys were cool. I mean, I'm complimenting you. That's all. That's all. That's all I was getting at. That's it. That's all I was getting at. Okay. Yeah. By the way, 2-way tie, first place in the free roll. Cornhole reaction. Plus Eagles-Browns. We had a lot of cornhole reaction first 15 minutes after 6. Feeble 715 and Captain Blood tied for first place in the free roll.
Damon Ariel saying Cam to the Saints, Wentz to New England. I actually don't mind Cam as a fit in New Orleans. You kind of just take that Taysom Hill playbook and you turn it into a Cam Newton playbook. I don't mind that. Obviously, then Taysom Hill becomes pointless to have on your team, but yeah. Sean Payton knows how to coach guys like that, that's for sure.
2nd and 7 from the 15. Baker delivers and caught.
Ooh, Tate in the Zoom chat. Saints are already used to weak-armed quarterbacks. Oh, taking a stray from Tate on Zoom. Drew Brees, body blows.
Andrew Garza, the sports analyst, if these two are the complete idiot's guide to coaching. Wentz has had multiple chances. Oh, he has. He's been in one place. You're one of none that thinks that way. Andrew, if you don't mind me asking, who do you root for? Who's your corner?
Interesting.
Please. Oh, and Jobo, we're cool, man. I know. I was just complimenting you. That's all. It was fun. I knew you were joking. I got you, man. I just don't want you guys to think of substitute teacher. Ooh.
I will say, not to give us too much credit here, but we're talking about different landing spots or Carson Wentz, kind of just talking it out, talking about all these different teams. We had similar conversations about Stafford, and I wasn't going to give myself credit publicly here, but you know what? Being questioned here, so I'm just going to do it. I did call Stafford to LA.
Freeze Pops had it first.
I did call it, so just going to throw that out there. So take that with a grain of salt.
Bonzo just made my daily donation to the Cough Kids Foundation.
Take that with some floor candy. That's right. Thank you, Madison.
Third and goal from the 1. Baker's going to throw. I think. He'll roll out. Just run it in. Goal! Swung!
Wow!
Touchdown!
What a dive. This has been a really good sim.
It's a good energy in the sim.
I feel it.
A sit-up? Your gym doesn't even have cup holders.
Cup holder at the gym is an interesting concept, though, for water bottles, cell phones.
It's true. Lucci Rivera official music page, and this guy is always saying, I'm not going to do this, but here, let me do this.
It's true.
It was an accidental text kind of thing. Mark Hodgson, why are we so excited about a guy that wins 80% of the time? I lose 100% of the time. Take that.
Also, top 10 alert. Ooh.
Ooh, Glass. What did you think, my sandwich, Glass?
Ooh, don't put a kicker in your lineup.
Oh, he'll play kicker, Glass. 6-6, fourth quarter. Idiot. Wild Weather Wednesday. This sim's really going to screw it up. The kickers will be kicking against the wind.
You're crazy.
You're crazy, Freeze Pops.
Then I, of course, picked the wrong kicker.
But still, you made your point. Hey. Feeble715 up at the top of the free roll says, come get me, Goofy.
Hey, I'm in sniffing distance here. 9th place.
Smell that? I smell Goofy.
Speaking of things smelling, I wonder what I'm going to have for dinner here.
Ooh. Let's see. Oh, to the other team. Could I say? In the free showdown, the public showdown, 12,972 entries. 28-way tie for first. Kareem Hunt, captained. Wentz, Baker, Sanders, Jackson, and Higgins.
Good lineup. Cough lurking heavily in the chat tonight.
3rd and 9. And Carson complete. Yes, to Marquise Goodwin.
Captain Blood, great question. What do freeze pops smell like? Before you open the wrapper, they don't really have a smell. But when you do, you cut off the top. Generally, they smell like each given taste of the freeze pop. So you get a green apple freeze pop, it's going to smell like green apple, et cetera, et cetera.
Dougie 30, is there an eating contest tomorrow? Yes.
There is.
Cornhole was today, eating is tomorrow.
I love it.
The eating contest is after the 1 p.m. Madden Sim. Tomorrow is the What If Super Bowl contest, a free showdown. You can win part of a prize pool of $20,000 in DraftKings prize money. Buffalo, Green Bay. Come on, Koff, tell the chat. Go, Pack, go. Go, Pack, go. Come on, Koff, start the trend. You're Packers.
I do love that Koff has a cheese head, though. Like, that's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's all right.
I wish I had a cheese head.
I mean, you have a freeze pop holder. I think that's
true. It's way better. Let's be honest.
Good for him. Yeah, there he is. Where are my cheese heads at? Unreal. This guy.
So, actually, Koff, since you're here, are you rooting for Brady tomorrow? Like, how does that work now?
Just give a direct answer, Adam. No, don't ask a question back. It's a yes or no question.
Are you allowed to jump back in?
Into double coverage. That is caught at the 7. Alshon Jeffrey.
Oh, hey, welcome. Here we go. Koff's back in. Look, I'm the type of person, I'm not going to tell people how to be a fan. If he wants to be aboard, he can come aboard. I say. How do you feel, Clash? Are you gonna let him back aboard the Brady train?
He was never anti-Brady. He was pro Rodgers.
Sure. Yeah. What was the phrasing on that?
I'm not actively rooting for Brady. The Packers have been my team all year. They've been my dark horse. The 13-3 division leading number 1 seed Packers, the dark horse. Boo! Here come the Packers out of nowhere. Dark horse. Look, guys, hosting the NFC Championship game.
Oh, what a pick! There we go. Browns.
Good for Cleveland. Now, Cleveland, that's a dark horse. Like, that's a team if you pick to win the Super Bowl. Cleveland is a team like I could see you want to be on the bandwagon for.
Yeah. How about before last season when everyone was picking the Browns to win the Super Bowl? Like, because they finished the season before not winless. You know, like they were winless, then they won a few games with Baker as a rookie. They're like, oh, Browns, Super Bowl, get it done. They traded for Odell Beckham, Super Bowl, Browns. And then they were bad last year. So everyone was out on the Browns heading into this year. Browns, they stink. Bad franchise, doesn't matter. New coach, so what? And then look what they did this year.
Right.
I think the Browns are going to be a very trendy pick heading into next season.
I think Stefanski can coach.
I do too. I think he was really smart to take the ball out of Baker's hands for the first part of the season and ride the fact that they had these two really, really good running backs. And then that helped Baker with his confidence. And he looked great to close out the year. He really did.
Baker with a long completion. Browns down 7, but in good shape at this point. Driving on the Eagles. Bruiser B says, I would imagine all Pats fans will be rooting for Tom and Gronk. We've talked about Gronk, how we didn't love how he left because he was whining he wouldn't play for Bill, because we thought, all right, Gronk, just ride it out. And then if you want to move on like Brady did, then cool, get it. But the way he just kind of like, they didn't have a tight end and he's like, I'm not playing for Bill, man.
Yeah. No, yeah, the Gronk thing is a little more polarizing in New England. Obviously, I'm not living there right now, but all of my friends and family are there. So people are sort of 50-50 on the whole Gronk experience in Tampa. But Tom, I was saying this to someone earlier when I was running some errands. It's more like, I'd say it's like 80-20 when it comes to New Englanders rooting for Tom. There are some people that are still a little salty about it. But generally speaking, most people are rooting for the Bucs that are Patriot fans. From my view, I don't know if that's the same for you, Glash.
We have sources now telling us, someone live in Tampa, Someone from our team. Tara Lynn, ASAC. Sources.
TL.
Tara Lynn was doing hits in front of Raymond James Stadium. On camera. That's what a hit means. Hits like, little short bit videos.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of Pats fans around the stadium, according to Tara Lynn. So they're showing up.
The snowbirds down in Florida that are Patriot fans going to support Tommy. I love it. I will be wearing my TB12 hat tomorrow in solidarity.
Alana says, I'm just rooting for everyone to have a good time. Rashard Higgins, have a good time! Touchdown!
Yes!
Cleveland! 65 yards! Wow!
Yes!
I didn't play Higgins.
Oh, don't put Higgins in your lineup. You're crazy. Whoa! I mean, Higgins, really cheap, too. So to have him in your lineup, I just vaulted up to third place. Third place, Glash. This is unheard of territory. Oh, and a bump that back down to fifth.
Ooh, Auntie Social
had Higgins
right behind you. Commando 20 right behind you. Obi-Wan is in third. Rob Rand is also tied with Obi-Wan.
Yeah, I am right behind my man Rob Rand.
Sean says, sorry, Pats fans and Tampa fans, but the Chiefs are repeating.
Yeah, I mean, I picked the Chiefs. Chiefs are the pick of my brain. Bucks are the pick of my heart. I will root for the Bucks, but I'm fully expecting the Chiefs to win.
Okay. Cool. Oh, some news for all of you. Make sure you stick around at the end of the sim. We're going to wrap this one up quickly because Shirag Hira, content manager at DK Live, as well as Julian Edlow, DraftKings analyst.
Nice.
They will be here for NBA Pre-Lock Live, taking you up till 7:30. So we got to have a quick post game. I mean, and they're going to give you rapid fire 10, 15 minutes of information to get you ready for tonight.
Love that.
Yeah, we got a loaded day, loaded weekend here for the Tailgate weekend Dream Stream coverage. Tied at 21, and down goes, I think that's Sanders, 3rd and 14. Yep, it's Sanders. So those guys will join us. Tony says, are you guys sure those Patriots fans aren't there to root against them for Tom leaving and not winning anymore for them?
Probably there to root for him. I mean, to go to Tampa from New England, if you live up there, to fly there and then buy a Super Bowl ticket when there's limited capacity to spite root against Brady is a huge commitment. That's like starting a spite store. Larry David coffee store level.
Andrew Garza, so you're not here calling the next sim, right? We're back at 8.
Yeah, baby.
We are with the both of us are back at 8 for Steelers and Bengals. And then Madden After Dark, 10 Eastern, 49ers at Bills. You get Kaufman and Big Saxy, Matt LaMarca.
Blake Knight saying, Pats fans know Brady was run out of town by Bill B. They want him to win. I mean, look, we don't know the full story. I've come to realize that Brady probably just didn't want to play with this really bad roster. I think it had a lot more to do with Brady than we realize.
I think Patriots fans, Scott Zolak, who covers the team, you know Zoe. I think Zoe put it best the other day. If you're not rooting for Brady, you're a fraudulent Patriots fan. I truly believe that.
I 100% agree with Zoe. I totally, wholeheartedly agree with him. If you can't be happy for Tom Brady right now, then you are not really a fan of the team. Because everything that guy did for that franchise and for the fan base and for the region for 20 years cannot be understated. Tom Brady is the New England Patriots. it was a joke of a franchise, really, until Kraft bought the team. But Brady elevated that thing to the next level, him and Belichick. So, yeah, the guy's going to have a statue outside of Gillette Stadium when he's done playing. They should retire his number immediately. It's already probably unofficially retired. No one's going to wear 12 ever again. So, yeah, 100% agree with Zoe. Even though Zoe ripped me the other day on his show for no reason.
Ripped you?
Yeah, ripped me.
Oh, I haven't heard this. What do you say?
So we had Andre Tippett on our podcast this past week. He had some stuff to say about the team, so they were using the audio. And when Beetle was setting up the audio, he was like, our man Freeze Pops works on this podcast. And Zoe decided to rip me, saying that at one point when I was at the Sports Hub that I decided to take a lunch break in the middle of a show and didn't ask and just left and then came back. To my knowledge, this never happened. I have no idea what he's talking about. But Zoe went on like a 90-second rant about me taking this phantom lunch unauthorized. I have no recollection of this lunch ever happening. So Zoe could just be thinking I'm someone else completely, which is always the case. Always could be the case, I should say. I have no idea.
Nobi Roble. The Jets elevated Brady. You might never have heard of Brady if it wasn't for the Jets.
No, I can't. Why'd you even read that? Come on. They play twice a year.
Luchi Rivera, Drew Bledsoe was an impactful player, but all of these guys that emulated the Patriot way, they weren't winners. Guess who had to come to turn them into winners? The quarterback.
Yeah. I mean,
good coaching. Good coaching. It's
Kraft.
both. I think it's both.
Kraft hired Parcells. Parcells changed the way the franchise operated, and they kept that infrastructure in place. The Pete Carroll experiment didn't really work. Got another Parcells guy, the ultimate Parcells guy, Belichick. They draft Brady and they take off. So it all changed when Kraft bought the team. There's no question.
3rd and 11 and a sack. Here's the other thing, Tommy. You know something too? If Brady didn't win, say, against the Saints, or he didn't win against the Packers, at this point, February 6th, 2021 at 7:13 p.m. Eastern, we wouldn't be talking about him. You know what we would hear in the chat? Oh, I guess Brady really did need Belichick, blah, blah, blah. And if the Patriots were in the playoffs, we would have heard, oh, I guess the system is better than the quarterback. So this is how it goes. They play the games, and he's in the big game again.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean.
And he's in the news again, and we're talking about him. 10th time in the Super Bowl. Here
it's
we are.
Insane.
That's how it works.
10.
That's how it works. If it was
He's played in the Super Bowl,
it'd be great too.
He's played in the Super Bowl half of the seasons he's been in the league. That's nuts. Of course we're going to talk about it. And I don't know who brought up the original Jets comment, but people in here talking about Mo Lewis. Mo Lewis, great call. He is the one that injured Bledsoe that led to Brady getting on the field. So, yes, I guess in a sense, without the Jets, you never hear of Brady. But, I mean, all the people, I know hindsight's 2020, but all the stories are that Belichick wanted to start Brady to start that season. Like, it was going to happen at some point.
Mm-hmm. Also, I think we can both agree that Belichick truly believes he made Brady.
You think he actually thinks that?
Yeah.
See, I don't know.
A little bit. I'm not saying 100%, but a big part of him is like, oh, if I didn't give this guy a chance, he wouldn't be here.
Maybe. See,
not saying it's right.
He hasn't said anything like that publicly about Brady. He's sort of stayed away from saying anything other than like, we love the guy, he gave us 20 years of great, play, blah, blah, blah. But when I hear Bill Belichick talk about Lawrence Taylor and how good he was when he was the DC for the Giants and Taylor was winning Defensive Player of the Year awards and Super Bowls in New York. He talks about just how amazing that player was, and all the accolades, all the praise you can give someone. He always talks about Lawrence Taylor. So I feel like it's going to be a similar type of conversation from Belichick around Brady when he's done playing.
Glass is half full. Do you think Brady would have been Brady if drafted by the Jets? Probably not. No, I think it's a little bit of both.
No, circumstance always matters. There's no question.
I just think we can't take credit away. Oh, man.
Oh, wow.
Chubb. Holy cow. That was unbelievable.
That's a chubby move right there.
In the final minute of regulation.
Clutch, Gene. That probably hurts me.
But yeah, I guess the reason why it becomes more of an argument, I guess, is, well, would Belichick have won with another guy? I don't know. I don't think so.
Not at that level. There's no question.
Meaning, playing that out, if Brady went to the Jets, would Brady? I get that argument. He might not even be in the league if he went to the Jets.
Right. I think, okay, and people might think this is crazy to say, and we're playing fantasy football right now, but I think Belichick is more likely to have won a Super Bowl with another quarterback than Tom Brady is to have won a Super Bowl if he had gone to the Jets.
Okay.
Because the Patriots in those early years had really good rosters. Same in the second part of the dynasty. Belichick built really good rosters. He's a very, very smart football mind in that way. All of our he had money left over to have really high level tier B, tier C guys. That's been sort of the hidden secret of that franchise for the past 20 years. I do think that Belichick would have had more success than Brady would have had separately.
Yeah, and Jordan makes a fair point. The Jets had a pretty good team at the time. Decent team. Good team.
Yeah, they're all right.
Good. They were good. They weren't, special. They were good.
Exactly, yeah. Wayne Corbett, Lavernius Coles. Curtis Martin was good. Solid players on defense.
You're in 6th place in the free roll.
Not mad about it.
Greg Coffin is in the chat. Now, Greg, is this you leading the free roll? I always forget. I think you're Greg with 4 G's in the middle. He's in first with Higgins and the captain, I'm guessing, and he'll tell me if it's him or not. Wentz, Mayfield, Sanders, Ertz, and Hunt in the flex. It's a pretty good lineup. Higgins owners, good work, especially if you put him in the captain spot. 3-way tie for first in the big public free showdown. Once again, when this sim concludes, we'll have Shirag and Julian from DK Live coming in to give you NBA pre-lock. And we'll be back at 8 for the Madden sim between the Steelers and the Bengals. 2nd and 10 for Wentz. 1 timeout left for Philadelphia. That's Sanders inside the 40. This one ain't over yet. Luke Murphy, Captain Higgins. Nice work. David Georgie says Brady will run for president after he retires in 8 years. PGZ Man 666. Okay, guys, here's my only thought. If Belichick was such a great coach, then Brady would have already had his 7th ring, because Belichick's defensive prowess would have left the Eagles score 40 plus. I hate playing this game, picking apart each game.
Yeah, no, it's
when it comes out of the wash, the Pats deserve to be 6-3 in the Super Bowl. Should they have maybe had a better bounce against the Giants? Yes, but Pete Carroll decided to throw the football and not run the football.
Correct.
The Rams, Sean McVay was like a deer in the headlights. Belichick.
We should have lost to the Falcons.
The Falcons' comeback was a fluke, meaning it was great, but come on, that's not gonna. You rerun that game over and over.
Yeah.
Dan Quinn and Kyle Shanahan are chucking the ball up multiple scores in the 4th quarter. It all came out in the wash. You know what I'm saying? You want to play that
totally.
game?
I totally agree with you. There's no reason to go back and re-legislate, how many rings Brady should have or what Belichick should have. Right. I mean, They won 6. I think they did okay.
Right.
They went to 9 together. I mean,
Right.
come on.
But that number, winning a little more than half of the ones they've been to. So you go 6 for 9. That sounds about right based on their level of dominance.
Yep.
And look, I know weak division, totally get it. But at the same time, and we got to do a quick post game here. But my final thought is when it all comes through the wash, all right, you want to take away the Atlanta one? Well, David Tyree, it all comes together. You want to say the Manningham play? All right, well, give them that one and take away the Pete Carroll deciding to throw the football and not run it with Marshawn Lynch. Like, you want to play that game, it all comes out, I think, is just about right. Just about.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to give them 5 instead of 6, fine. It's about right. It's about right.
It's about right.
All right, here are the stats. Then we got to get out of here. Carson Wentz, 21 of 29, 285, 2 touchdowns and a pick. Baker, 19 of 24, 271 and a touchdown. We'll go to the running backs here in just a moment.
Wentz, really good game. Definitely in the discussion for the Krusty Koff Award.
Sanders, 15 for 75 and a touchdown. Chubb, 10 for 41 and a touchdown. A lot of rushing touchdowns. 4. Baker had a rushing touchdown. Kareem Hunt had a rushing touchdown. And Ertz, 6 for 97. Higgins hit the bonus, 102 and a touchdown, 5 catches. Jeffrey, 5 for 90. Landry, 4 for 65. Jackson had 3 for 37 and a touchdown. That's the bulk of it. All right, what do you got? Player of the game, and then the Not My Kid Award.
I'm going to go with Higgins for the Krusty Koff Award. Getting that tud and hitting the bonus, I think that's just going to set him apart this evening. And then I'm going to go Deshaun Jackson. Only 3 catches, 37 yards, really a non-factor, a guy that a lot of people had in their lineup. So he's going to get the Babysitter Billy Award.
Sounds good, brother. So based on my count, we've still got 8 games to go in the NBA that start at 8 o'clock. There are some games underway right now, but we've got ourselves a long way to go in terms of, and look, we already see Julian popping in on YouTube. Isn't that great? And Shirag, for that matter. So, all right, guys, we still have lineups are locking in 35 minutes or so. We're back at 8 o'clock. So for the meantime, you will have Shirag Hero from DK Live and Julian Edlow to give you NBA pre-lock analysis, suggestions. They're running out of time, so we're going to give it to these guys right now. Shirag, go for it.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to a special edition of Pre-Lock Live. We're going to do a quick little segment here. I got my buddy Julian in the house. It's a Saturday special, so Julian had to make an appearance. How you feeling, man?
Doesn't matter how I'm feeling. We got like
Let's
4
go.
minutes. Let's go.
Yeah, let's get the party started. All right. Well, we're going to get the party started with an amazing little shout out to all the winners right now. Last night we had on the Dream Stream, we ran this giveaway for free entries to our NFL $5.55 million Super Bowl millionaire contest that has a grand prize of $1 million. Well, we are revealing the winners of this giveaway throughout the day. And if your name is on the list, congratulations, you made it. You're going to get a free entry to this contest. But don't worry, there's going to be an amazing part of this beautiful segment that we are on right now. We're going to also do another list of a bunch of winners coming on as well. So 2 lists going out for the people. We want to let you guys know all the winners. But outside of that, Julian, where are you leaning on in this 8 p.m. slate? Are you looking at James Harden with Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving out?
Yeah, I mean, Harden's your cash piece for sure, especially against Atlanta. And then, you know, bodies out for OKC, bodies out for Minnesota, bodies out for Brooklyn.
Yep. I was breaking it down, and I saw that you have to look at Bruce
not
Brown.
Atlanta, Philly. I don't even know what I'm saying there.
You have to look at Bruce Brown. He's one of those guys that he's too cheap right now, 3,500 with Kyrie and Harden out. And then Boogie with Christian Wood out. He's 6,300. So those are 2 definite injury situations that you have to look at. And then Poeltl. Poeltl's playing a little bit better with Aldridge already ruled out. And at 5,800, he makes a bunch of sense to let you go double center. I don't expect Boogie to be able to defend Poeltl. And then this should set up for a bunch of rebounds too. What do you think about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with this kind of depleted OKC squad attacking the Timberwolves after he didn't play last night?
Yeah, it is sneaky. He's been out a couple games, and normally you want to stay away the first game back. But OKC's down like 3 or 4 bodies, and they're going against the Timberwolves, who stink to begin with, and are also down a bunch of backcourt bodies.
D'Angelo Russell not playing.
Right. So I agree. I think SGA could be in a spot to come back and just get right back to it with a big game. I'm focusing since we don't even have enough time to cover a full slate, so I'm trying to look at a couple props quick.
Okay, I'll give you another value. Jordan McLaughlin, he's expected to start for the Timberwolves. He is min price $3K for the Turbo slate.
Okay.
You check out some other player props. I'll give the people another note.
So here, like right off the bat, Poeltl had 19 points last game with that start, 34 minutes. Now he goes against San Antonio without Wood, going to be going against Boogie, 7.5 points.
Hey, we found one.
7.5 points.
We found one.
There's a low one to sweat. You know, you're either going to be sweating that in the fourth quarter or he gets it in like the 10-minute mark of the second quarter. It's going to be one of those 2 ways.
What's the points, rebounds, and assist prop for Harden? Unless you found something
Okay,
else.
So Harden was going to be my next one. I don't know how I want to do it. It's 48.5.
Okay.
He's been rebounding the ball really well. But he's at 7.5 rebounds at plus 105. So the only thing I'm worried about is the assists with he's going to hit like Joe Harris, but it's not like Durant and Kyrie are playing. So he has to score. I think that the way that I would play this is just Harden over 29.5 points.
Okay.
Because if he doesn't score 30, they're not even in this
game. Yeah, and this game has the top total on the slate. It was holding that even though Durant and Kyrie got ruled out. So I think there should be a bunch of points and no defense here.
Yeah, it's a game where Harden has to take over, and I think his scoring has to be he's got to score. You can't just look to pass to Joe Harris and Bruce Brown and stay in the game. So Harden to get 30, I think. That would probably be my favorite prop. And then Poeltl at 7.5 points. I just want to check on his rebounds real quick because that might even be a better bet.
Where is it? Well,
Not even up.
Make
So
sure.
it's not even up. So 7.5 points. Do that.
Let's go. Poito. We got to get it in tonight. Get some attacking boogie time. And then we have another set of 10 winners that are listed up here for you guys. And then at 8 o'clock tonight, make sure you stay plugged in because we have Glash and Tom back for Steelers at Bengals. So make sure to stay right here. But first, we have Jesse Cofield with some American Cornhole League coverage. Want to make sure you guys know about it.
Welcome back to the DraftKings 250K Tailgate Weekend as we continue to count down to the big game in Tampa tomorrow night. We've already had a big game Madden preview with a huge prize pool, the DraftKings NFL End-of-Year NFL Fantasy Awards, plus live coverage of the American Cornhole League. Coming up at 8 p.m., we have our next Madden Sim as Brendan Glasheen and Tom Carroll have the call for the Eagles at Browns. But before we get to that, we have more American Cornhole League coverage on the way. The brackets keep dwindling at the 2021 ACL kickoff battle. So let's get a preview of some of tonight's upcoming action right now.
Welcome everybody, I'm Sean Lee, this is Straight Rider. We're here at the DraftKings pregame show for the ACL Kickoff Battle 2021.
Incredible. Fired up, Sean.
You are fired up, Trey. I'm fired up that you're fired up. It's been action has been wild so far. And obviously last night we had an amazing Super Bowl game. I mean, did that not just blow your socks off?
I mean, how about Doug Flutie, man? Doug Flutie pairing up with Matt Guy, arguably the greatest cornhole player of all time. Doug Flutie, he's calm, cool, and collected. Not even Mac Jones on the other side of the board. He was chirping and he couldn't get Flutie off his mark. It was hilarious.
He sure couldn't. He was heckling Flutie. He was over there hanging out in the crowd with some of the ACL pros. But Flutie was locked in. I mean, that's just the level of competition you're going to find from a guy with a career of that level of action, especially when everybody's always told him he's not going to do it.
Yeah.
He's always been told what he's not going to do. And here he comes in, he shows up and takes home the championship last night.
Yeah, Doug Flutie, Matt Guy, they get the W. They win. They take down Mac Jones and Devin Harbaugh, or Pistol Pete, as Mac Jones was calling him in the finals. It was a ton of fun. But yeah, Super Bowl event, a great way to kick off the weekend. And now really, we had our pro doubles yesterday, and now rolling into kind of our finals here. And then that's kind of what we get to preview today, Sean, right?
All right, well, Trey, you go ahead and walk us through the format and what exactly is happening right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So when it comes to our pro doubles division, we essentially take all 128 teams that we have within the pro division, so 256 ACL pros, and we split them into 4 double elimination brackets, okay? And the winners of each double elimination bracket make it to the Final Four playoff, and they play that playoff in a single elimination format, high stakes, and that's what we're going to see later tonight, is that individual single elimination bracket. So we got the 4 winners of the bracket. We got both of their paths. Some of them undefeated, flawless on the day. Some of them had to go through the losers bracket and do what we call a double dip and get 2 wins in the finals to win the bracket. So we're here just looking to see these last 4 teams and see who's going to come out on top.
And to no surprise, the 4 teams and the players that we have, they're pretty incredible, and they're pretty much exactly who we kind of thought they were going to be.
Yeah, a lot of heavy favorites. You know, when you try to predict who's going to win, right? There's a lot of time there seems to be that dark horse. We had a couple dark horses get to the finals, but they just couldn't beat those heavy hitters. They couldn't beat the Titans, if you will. And so now they'll, like you said, 4 huge names, and I can't wait to see who's going to take it down.
All right, Trey, let's go ahead and see what our matchups are looking like for these finals. I mean, obviously we got Graham and Guy coming in there hot.
Yes, Matt Guy and Jamie Graham, obviously a super team, if they will. It's like if we talk about big super teams in the NBA. You know, 3 of the best superstars in the world coming on one same team. That's what happened with Graham and Guy this offseason. They paired up, and now they're playing together, and it looks like they'll be taking on Jordan Kamba and James Baldwin. So that'll be an incredible matchup.
That's definitely not a walkthrough. I mean, this is going to be a Baldwin Campbell. It's going to be a hard push here for if Graham and Guy want to continue on this high level of success. I mean, they're heavy favorites. They're also, I mean, they're almost throwing perfect bags right now. In our second matchup of these semifinals, we got Hisner and Henderson going against Sorrells and Wooten.
Yeah, Cody Henderson and Adam Hisner. Chirp, 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 chirp. That's all those guys do. So it'll be fun to watch that one. And they're taking on Matthew Sorrells and Noah Wooten. And Matthew Sorrells, we just saw, he got to play in Superhole last night, so he's a little bit familiar with these broadcast boards as well. So we'll see how Matt Sorrells and Noah Wooten do. Noah Wooten obviously has been a breakout player this past year. So really excited for these matchups. I think we got two great games to preview. And the cool thing is we officially have lines on these games, Sean.
We have lines. It's a thing now. That's why we're here with DraftKings, and we got to jump into these lines. Before we hit those lines, though, I mean, these guys didn't have an easy path. Graham and Guy, they had to take down a strong team. They one of their last final games, they beat Eric Anderson and Timmy Jonas, who are very high-level players, 21-0.
Yeah, blanked them. And you're a big fan of Eric Anderson and Timmy Jonas. You like those guys. They got strong bags. They throw those sticky bags really well, but a blanking, Sean, 21-zip.
I mean, I'm not sure if people know this small fact. Timmy Jonas was my partner in amateur doubles last year, and we took 5th place out of 12 teams. So that's, we're talking high-level competition here.
Incredible.
But again, with Guy throwing, scoring an average of 2.75, almost 3 points per round, beating guys like Anderson and Jonas 21-0. I'll tell you what, this Baldwin Campbell team has a real high mountain to climb.
A big hurdle to climb. Absolutely. It's gonna be great to watch, though. We'll see. They're clutch. That's one thing. If we know Jordan Cameron and James Baldwin, they can be clutch.
Hisner and Henderson, though, they might have had the toughest road to these semifinals here.
Yeah, they went through they went through a real tough schedule. They went through the gauntlet, as I like to say. Birchfield and King was probably their strongest win. The world doubles champions from 2020 beat them 23-9. So, a pretty convincing victory against a team that had been the hottest for the past 6 months. And so, anytime you can beat someone that good and go 6-0, you can't count a team like that out.
Yeah, you can't. But not only did they beat King and Birchfield, but they also took down James Washington and Mike Harvey team. So this has not been a very easy path for Hisner and Henderson, and it's not going to get any easier now. With them being the underdog going against Sorrells and Wooten here.
Yeah,
so going against Sorrells and Wooten here.
Yeah, absolutely. Henderson and Hisner. I'm looking at the odds now. It looks like Sorrells and Wooten -170, Henderson +150. I think that's pretty appropriate. Pretty much nails it on the head there, because I think it is going to be a close matchup. But I would give the nod to Sorrells and Wooten, because Henderson and Hisner, they throw stickier bags. We'll get into that in a little bit when we go a deep dive with each player. But anytime you throw sticky bags, you really get a coin flip. Are you gonna get the team that's absolutely dominant, or are you gonna get the team that gets some kicking left and right on their bags? And I think that's gonna be the real test to see if they can be consistent.
And again, that's just that next level of bag play where where those are even an option. A few years ago, no one was really talking about bouncing bags and doing, curving around and doing all this crazy stuff. But these guys have a different level of control of these bags, and it's showing. When you're averaging 10.5 points per round, that's no joke right there. That's serious action.
No joke. Yeah, so again, odds, Sorrells and Wooten -170 versus Henderson and Hisner +150. Kamba and Baldwin on the other side, other game, +250. And then Graham and Guy -300. That's a heavy favorite right there, especially when you're saying head-to-head right there. It's easy to tell that Graham and Guy are the heavy favorites to win this Pro Doubles Final Four, and it'll just be whether or not they can take what they did yesterday and then bring it over into here.
Yeah, I really feel like Baldwin and Campbell are the ones that don't have much to lose here. They're not. Everybody's expecting them. They're a +250.
Yeah.
It's -300 for Graham and Guy. Again, those guys, they might come up and do some. You never know. They could surprise this field with an attitude coming in that it's a win-win for us.
Yeah, I mean, plus 250. I'm the underdog here. Look, I mean, on the other side, everybody's expecting that to be a close game. I'm going against this super team that everybody's just writing off that they're going to win no matter what. I mean, anytime you're in that type of situation, and let's not forget, and we'll get to this when we dive into each team, but Jordan Kamba and James Baldwin won the 2020 ACL Pro Invitational. They literally, James Baldwin threw 38 out of 40 bags in the hole. I mean, the dude, when he gets in his zone, is ridiculous. So, I mean, they're not a team that you can just write off and say they're not going to win against Graham and Guy, but certainly, I would say most of the eyes are going to be on Graham and Guy just because of the accolades and because in the offseason they were free agents and they linked up together and formed this super team.
Yeah, it's a wonderful super team, and I'm telling you what, if you're really trying to get some bang for your buck and really call this one, if you go and bet the Baldwin Kamba squad and you take that dub, that's some bragging rights right there.
Oh yeah, that's the big money payoff right there, absolutely. And hey, they're poised to do it. And you know, if James Baldwin can get in that rhythm and whatever he's got in his earbuds is just jamming, then watch out, because that's the key.
Hat visor down, earbuds in, bags going into the hole.
Exactly.
And I think this would be a really good time for me to take a drink from this cup that doesn't have anything in it, Trey.
Yeah, absolutely. There you got the great props running. So I don't know, Sean, you want to dive into each team? We'll talk about each team.
Right, let's go ahead and dive into each team.
Nah, there you go.
I had a really good idea, and I thought that's what we should do. Now, obviously, you know, starting off with Graham Guy, we're talking straight shooters here, right to the hole. We're not looking much strategy. They want to challenge you, okay? Who can hit the most in a row? They're not looking for blocks. They're not looking for any kind of strategy except bag the hole.
Yeah, exactly. So if we look at statistics throughout the entire bracket from yesterday, the two main statistics that we like to look at in Cornhole are average round score and average point differential. So anytime quick tutorial on scoring, every time you put a bag in the hole, it's 3 points. Every time you put a bag on the board, it's 1 point. So, and then we use cancellation scoring. So Sean, and you score 10 points and I score 7, you'd get 3 points towards the overall score, and you play to 21. So when we talk about average round score, Graham led the entire tournament yesterday in average round score, a 10.29. That means, Sean, that if he puts in one round, puts 3 bags in the hole and leaves 1 bag on the board, his average is going down.
Yes.
He is hurting his average by doing that, which is disgusting.
Yeah, at home, that type of odds, you're a superstar.
Yes.
Here, you're lackluster.
My favorite saying is in Cornhole, 10s don't score at the pro level. 10s don't score. So Graham led the entire bracket, 10.29 average round score. Guy it looks to be in the 3rd to 5th rank, top 5 and he was a 10.06. The second statistic I love is point differential, average point differential, and that's literally what it sounds like. On a per round basis, what are you averaging scoring above your opponent utilizing that cancellation scoring? So Guy, I can't even grasp this number really, a 2.75 average differential. That means on every single round against the best players in the world back here, all of these players back here, best in the world, he's averaging scoring almost 3 points. Sean, that's absurd.
Yeah, you're gonna have a tough time getting past the team, and obviously, Graham is partner at 1.39. So these guys, every time down and back, they've got 5 points on the board basically.
Right.
And if you're gonna beat that, you're gonna have to start throwing some magic.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. And then for reference, talk about bag selection. They are throwing those fire bags, a new bag manufacturer this year. In the ACL, all bags are bring your own bags as long as they're on a certified list and a certified licensed bag. And so they're throwing the fire bags. There was a lot of talk earlier before this tournament because they're a new bag and they had to break them in. Like, were they going to be able to get used to them in time? But they really answered those questions for me, especially Jamie Graham, who was my big question mark. And the fact that he led the entire tournament, the entire field with a 10.29 tells me that they're locked in.
Yeah, they are locked in. Minus 300, both averaging over 10 per round, but again, Baldwin, Kamba, both the only other team in this field, both averaging over 10 points per round.
Yeah, and let's right before we jump into Kamba and Baldwin, my last stat to leave you with, they played 6 games, went 6-0, did Graham and Guy all day long. gave up 15 points.
In 6 games.
15 points over 6 games. That, Sean, is disgusting, but let's jump in. Jordan Kamba and James Baldwin. Again, they're the underdogs here. They're the ones back against the wall. Interested to see what they got.
Yeah, they took down a strong Ruben Price team. Again, coming into this 21-0. Again, they might have been going with their opposite hand just to have a good time, especially against another strong team like that.
Yeah, Price and Ruben, for those not familiar with Cornhole, they won a pro national event last year on our qualifying tour in Galveston, Texas, dominant in that performance. And Campbell Baldwin said, no big deal, I'll just blank you 21-0.
Yeah, take your championships and go hang them on the wall. They don't count right now when you're going up against a couple of legends like this. I'm telling you, this right here, I think this is going to be the matchup that's really going to show everybody what's going on here. I mean, you're beating guys 21-0 that are amazing. What's going to happen on this big stage?
Yeah, and they beat in the finals. They were one of the teams, Campbell Baldwin, that suffered an early loss. They lost, and then they had to go through the losers bracket and get the double dip, as we like to say. And in the finals, they had to beat Ryan Windsor and Isidro Herrera twice. Ryan Windsor, for those not familiar, was the number 2 ranked player in the world last year, only coming short to Jamie Graham. So anytime you can beat someone like that and a team like that twice, it shows you that, especially late in the tournament, they were feeling it, they were on fire. And anytime we talk about late in the tournament or late in the season, you got to think about James Baldwin. James Baldwin is the Cornhole equivalent of Mr. October. I mean, that's what he is. Listen to this, Sean. Out of all these field again, best Cornhole players in the world, it's a crapshoot whoever's going to take it and win it. His last 4 finishes in singles at the World Championships, 3rd place, 1st place, 3rd place, 5th place. He's a guaranteed shoo-in to finish top 5, it feels like.
And obviously taking that long road to where we are right now, having to beat the Windsor team twice. I'm thinking he's juiced up, and taking them odds, being a plus 250, they might take that personal and really show why he's always on the main stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing is, they also both averaged above a 10 average round score. Kamba was exactly 10, and Baldwin was a 10.16. As far as differential goes, Baldwin again was a 1.12 differential, averaging a point, and Kamba was a 0.72. 6-1 for the team, throwing the all Cornhole game changers, their signature bags. Excited.
I know I brought my bags to this tournament. I had a nice set of cheetah bags that I got a couple of years ago, and on my good eye, I swear to you, I pulled them out, and 5 pros all looked at them and laughed simultaneously. And like I brought a bag of tennis balls.
Incredible.
So I need to speed up and keep up with the game more, because the game's getting a lot faster. And I'll tell you what, these guys are just gonna kill it. How we feel about Hisner, Henderson, Sorrells, Wooten?
Yeah, Hisner, Henderson, Sorrells, Wooten, another great matchup. This one by odds a little bit closer. People are saying it's going to be a toss-up either way. Well, I say we start with Henderson and Hisner. They're going to be throwing the local bags. I don't know if they're throwing demons or 450s. I'll have to check and see what they're throwing today. But those local bags in general are going to be slower. They're going to be a little bit slower, and they like to play the block airmail push game, much more so than any other team in this bracket, with the exception of maybe Noah Wooten, who we'll get to their opponent in a second. But Hisner and Henderson, a strong finish, and like I said, went through the gauntlet. This is what sticks out to me. Were their statistics that impressive? 9.6, 9.91 on the average round score, 0.25 and 0.71 on the differential. I wasn't blown away, Sean. I mean, they were good, but when I look at the teams that they beat, Tyler Parent and Brevin Valdivia, arguably the best team in the western half of the United States. Trey Birchfield and Derek King, you hit on that earlier, the pro doubles world champions. Justin Stranger and Tony Smith. Tony Smith hyped up more than any player coming into this event, being a rookie, that roll shot master. And then you, like Mike Harvey and James Washington, they were a force to be reckoned with. So to go through that gauntlet and win, I mean, you can't overlook these two.
You can't, and I know in their minds they're going to win this. So this is just one last stop before they play the winner of the other bracket, and then they take it home. I mean, I know when you run that type of gauntlet to get here, and we watch the energy and the fire they play with, you know, between his hat and Cody's hair, this is going to be, at that level of energy, it's going to be a heck of a game.
You say Cody Henderson played on Superhole last night, and you were saying you were following Cody Henderson's hair on Instagram, and then also his Tai Chi style of throwing. You were a big fan of
the breathing. I've watched karate several times. All three of them, and even the one when they redid it with Will Smith's kid in China. Okay, and breathing is obviously a monster. You know, it's an element of just it's that Karate Kid thing. You know, you have to let it all out and then go. Maybe he's tapped into something else that we don't know, but he is here for a reason, and we're gonna see how his Tai Chi style stacks up this evening.
Yeah, excited to see it. So they'll be taking on Matt Sorrells and Noah Wooten. Again, the favorites are Sorrells and Wooten. They're minus 170. And for Sorrells and Wooten, the most interesting stat that I pulled out of anything here, Wooten finished 9th in his entire bracket as far as average round score. So when you talk about someone that wins an entire bracket, for them to have not even a top 5 average round score, but having a high point differential at 0.74, what that's telling me is he is playing what we call kind of a dirty game. He's blocking the hole. He's making a mess. He's not just saying in the hole, in the hole, in the hole. He's trying to put up a block, force you to block behind him, maybe roll a bag over, maybe shoot an airmail. And so I think that pegs a more exciting game. And especially when you're playing against a sticky side bag throwing team like Henderson and Hissner, I think this game, Sean, is going to have fireworks throughout the entire thing.
You know, and I'm excited to watch how this plays out. If they do end up playing like a Graham or Guy, if they do end up getting past Hissner, Henderson, and they do have to play a bag for bag style straight in the whole team, you know, how are they going to adjust? What are they going to do when there is nothing to block, or when they can't move on something like, you know, that type of strategy?
Right, exactly. And last thing we can talk about, you know, they went 6-1. They did suffer a loss, and just like Kamba and Baldwin, they avenged that loss with a double dip in the finals. But teams they beat, 2020 Team of the Year, Greg Geary and Jimmy McGuffin, the #1 ranked team in the world last year. They beat Jay Dotson and Sean Short 25-2, big win early in that tournament, and then they got the double dip against the Dancing Machine, Hasib Habibon and Mike Ferreira, beating them twice. So a big win.
Yeah, and I'm taking that a little personal. Jimmy McGuffin's my favorite grandpa around here, and I'll tell you what, when you disrespect him and you take a big dub like that, you know, you're gonna have a chip on her shoulder, especially, and you know, you're playing that level, you know, that slower style game, and coming in as a favorite minus 170. You know, they know something we don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we've got 4 incredible teams. Sorrells and Wooten going to be throwing the lucky bags, and man, can't wait to see how it plays out, Sean.
All right, Trey, let's go ahead and get into our predictions here. We want to know, we've talked about the stats, we've talked about the matchups, you know, we've talked about what they've done leading up to this. Who do you see winning this? Let's hear your predictions for this evening's action.
Yeah, so this is. I think I'm going to go out on the limb. I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to take Kamba and Baldwin. I mean, at the plus 250 mark, I think I'm going to take it. I think the thing that really is interesting to me, they had a really tough road to get here. They had to play some of the best. When I look at the road that Graham and Guy had, they had 2 big wins, and then other ones, they're more top 50 wins than top 20 wins. And I don't know if they were properly tested. They didn't have a close game all day. And on the big stage, if the game gets close, I like to look towards players that have already played through that type of adversity. So I'm going to take Kamba and Baldwin. On the flip side, I'm going to take the favorites actually on the other end, Sorrells and Wooten. I think at minus 170, they just, it's close enough. And I just really like the upside as far as what I see from Noah Wooten. He's really hitting all those different shots. He's having command of the board, so I'm excited to see him. Who you got?
All right, well, with the Graham Guy, Baldwin Kamba game, again, very, very hard. You know, you're going out on a limb here. That's a Tampa Bay Bucks style selection there by you. Personally, I'm gonna go with the heavy favorite, Graham Guy. I mean, if you're that dialed in, you know, if you're getting 5 points a round, if you're averaging 10.3 points per round, I don't see that stopping. I do see it being a little tighter than 21-0, but I will go ahead and give the notch to Graham and Guy. And then I'm going to go ahead and go with the underdogs on our second game. I'm going Hisner Henderson on this. Again, I have a fact. I don't know if it's something about me, but I really love Cody's hair. I love his energy. I love them as a team. They've been playing together for quite some time. And they've seen the big stage plenty of times, like everybody else here. But I think this time they finally take it and they beat the odds. They take down Sorrell's Wooten, and then winning it all. I'm going Graham Guy. I gotta be the easy one here. But I just think they're going to steamroll this whole operation, and I don't see anybody getting in their way at minus 300.
Yeah, and I'll take Sorrells and Wooten actually to win that finals match. I think having that big emotional win, if I'm predicting right, against Graham and Guy, it kind of has a little bit of a letdown feel in that second game, and Sorrells and Wooten are able to take advantage of it. So we're completely opposite, Sean. It'll be fun. It'll be fun to see who takes it down and who gets the win.
So make sure you guys head over to the DraftKings app right now and make your selections. Those games are coming up very shortly here. That'll be on ESPN3, also streaming on the digital network, the ACL digital network, and the Facebook page. So make sure you guys are following all the socials, get all this action in. I'm telling you, it's going to be great. And get over to DraftKings right now and make these selections.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Can't wait. And, man, betting lines on Cornhole, Sean. I love it.
It feels good. I mean, I have such a passion for the game, and I love playing. And now that you can actually get in there, and this is going to make, I think, that everybody's going to be so much more in tune with the players, their statistics, because at the end of the day, this is about winning money. Yep. You know, you see these players, how good they are, you know, strengths versus weaknesses, and which teams favor certain teams they like to play. It's time to win some money.
Love it. Love it.
All right, Trey, well, that's all we got here, the DraftKings studio. The kickoff battle 2021, first national of the year for the ACL. I'll tell you what, opening up real hard with DraftKings. It's going to be an exciting year of Cornhole, Trey, and I'm pumped to be here.
Thanks, guys.
All right, here we go. Bengals, Steelers. What do we got going on, DK Sim fam? How do we feel? We're back for one more sim, the both of us at least. Another one after this one with Koff and LaMarca. They will have 49ers at Bills. Who do you like in the captain spot? My man is CJ Uzama.
Same.
Get out. Get out.
Got him in there. $8,700, baby. Gives you flexibility.
Yeah. Now, the trend I've noticed with him in sims I've called with the Bengals, he'll show up 3 or 4 times in the first quarter, and you're like, all right, where the heck is he? Like, where'd he go? So I do like Uzama because it creates some flexibility elsewhere. That's why I like him. So
that's why I got him in there, baby.
All right,
so,
give me another play. Who you high on?
Yeah, I was going to say, so let me see here. Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
The Bengals quarterback. $10,400 in the flex. Threw him in there.
I don't mind it. I like Burrow more than Big Ben.
So I put Big Ben in my lineup just because I had room for it. But yeah, he's been throwing up some stinkers the last few Steelers sims I've had. So I'm not expecting all that much out of him. But because I had Uzama in my captain spot, I figured might as well get both QB1s in there for the upside, if that makes sense.
Sure. Yeah. I guess maybe what it comes down to is I think there's a higher ceiling with Burrow.
Totally.
These sims.
Because he can move.
He can move and he can run mobile, right? And then, with Big Ben, sometimes, like you said, we can get some stinkers where, and he's got a better awareness in Madden than Burrow, but sometimes Ben will take these sacks, and I'm like, what is going on here? So, and even though Pittsburgh's more experienced, their weapons are more experienced, the Bengals have pieces in Simland. They've got John Ross has been awesome. AJ Green's kind of come on as of late. Boyd can jump. He's got a great jump rating. So I like Bengals sims. Joe Mixon can be annoying. I actually don't mind it. I like doing Bengals sims. I really do. The Steelers kind of bug me. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the Steelers as a team that can be annoying to call, they have some receivers on the lower end when it comes to salaries that can have impacts. and I was sort of waffling between Johnson and Washington. And you know what? I decided to just play them both. They're both cheap. Get them both in there. Why not?
Sure.
Definitely wasn't putting James Conner in there. Juju has been stinky in these sims. So I decided to just play both of the lower end, I'll put in quotes, receivers for the Steelers.
Okay. Yep. I've got Deontay Johnson in there and Juju.
Okay. You went with Juju.
Yeah.
Interesting. Because I know you dislike him as a sim player.
I do?
Or maybe that's someone else. I've heard, I have
definitely
worked on sims with someone else who dislikes Juju. Maybe it's Rossi.
Okay. Steve Davis put him in the captain spot.
I have heard Juju slander from my broadcast partners at some point.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to attribute it to Rossi because you clearly are not that person.
I just don't remember. I mean, I may have had a day where I let Juju have it. The Simland Juju, Sim Schuster.
Of course. Juju Sim Schuster. Of course.
Right. Tate from Game Op says, that sounds like a Deucey thing.
Yeah, no. Deucey and I haven't worked together enough where I would remember a Deucey take. I think it had to have been Rossi. I think I've only done 2 or 3 sims with Deucey.
Huh.
And I just had an enormous headache the whole time.
Let's see. Chris Monaco has John Ross the third in the captain spot. That's cool. John Ross is a good play. He's just getting expensive. As a wideout 3, a little pricey.
He's fast, man.
Jordan Lindenbaum, Deontay Johnson in the captain, Big Ben, Ebron, Juju, Who's Your Mama instead of Uzama. I like that. And Ross in the flex.
It's like those old fantasy football commercials back in the day where it's like TJ Hushmanelli, championship.
That's right. That's good. Lindenbaum confirms, nah, that is Rossi. Okay, I didn't know, Jordan, I did not know that Rossi hated Juju Sim-Schuster. Does anyone know why?
I guess he's just kind of stinky.
All right. I mean, what did Juju Sim-Schuster ever do to him? I mean, maybe let him down in the lineup. That makes sense now that I say it out loud. So. Anywho. All right, Pittsburgh has the ball first, 2nd and 15. Big Ben now 1 for 1 passing. 3rd and 9. There's Johnson with the catch. A gain of 6. Ernest, what's up, buddy? Hope you're feeling better. I think you mentioned a few weeks ago, maybe even last week, you were dealing with the pandemic, dealing with COVID. So hope you're feeling better, buddy. Thanks for tuning in. We're almost at 500 likes, guys. Smash that like on your way in. Oh, you know, that's true. Is Big Ben's going to air it out here? Wide open receiver. Holy cow. Touchdown, Jalen Samuels.
Wow. The running back.
I'm not kidding when I say this. I've done maybe 600 of these things. That was the most open I've seen a receiver.
That was incredible.
Downfield. Wow. No one's on him.
No one. Just snuck out of there. Like an Irish goodbye. You don't want to say goodbye to everyone at the party. You just sneak away. No one's looking. Boop. Right over the top. See you later.
I've never seen a running back or receiver in the passing
game. To open the game.
Get that wide open. He was wide open.
Hey, you got to like having Big Ben in your lineup after that one.
Like, it's one thing sometimes these receivers, you know how like we saw like Ertz in the last time, he'll come back for the ball, like the quarterback's creating more time, running around outside the pocket, and the receiver comes back to the ball and they're open. That's one thing. To run a route, a post, and be that wide open. Unreal.
You love to see it. Great way to start a game.
Big Ben heard me talking smack. But that was bad defense by the Bengals.
Oh, awful. Just awful.
Wow. What a start. And of all people, Jalen Samuels. James Conner, Dougie 30 is number 30.
James Conner gets slander from every DraftKings employee on these sims. Okay, so I'm not gonna be told that I haven't heard you say bad things about James Conner.
Yeah, you're right. But there are sims though where
it's
he's
deserved
like
though.
There are sims where he's like only $2,600, and he's like worth it at that point. Because you're like, okay, he could be my punt play, and all you need when you're $2,600 is a touchdown to return value.
True.
Big trust.
Big trust. Woo woo.
Speak of okay, and today in this contest, he's $2,200. In our free roll with the DK Sim fam, tell us your best favorite tailgate story. I want to do that in the sim.
Oh, okay.
Connor is $2,200. The reason why, we'll just jump into it now. The reason why the free roll is titled like that, because it is tailgate weekend here with DK. That's what we're calling the weekend, our Super Bowl coverage, the big game weekend, tailgate weekend. Tomorrow we have the biggest event of our $250,000 tailgate weekend, the big game smackdown. 8 different football watching classics in terms of foods: pepperoni pizza, boneless wings, chili, a sub sandwich, cheese balls, pigs in a blanket, jalapeno poppers, 8-layer dip. The food's a big part of it. But I'm sure you've been to your fair share of football games, college games, pro games. You got to keep it appropriate, chat. Choose your words wisely, but give us a tailgate story. Share a tailgate story if you got. I know you have parade stories there.
Yeah, I definitely have parade stories. Tailgate stories, interesting. Honestly, the best tailgate I ever went to in my life was for a Dave Matthews Band concert.
Interesting.
Yeah, we tailgated for like 6-7 hours, just having a blast, playing some cornhole, playing some Polish horseshoes, hanging out, having some soft drinks, a couple of Diet Cokes, hot dogs, burgers. Good stuff. Good times. Perfect weather. Weather is key to a great tailgate. Although, these people in Buffalo go out there in like -3-degree weather and look like they have a great time. So what the heck do I know? So, yeah, I'm going to say that Dave Matthews Band concert was the best tailgate I've ever been to. I think it was summer of 2012, I want to say. Not a care in the world. I was in college still. What a punt. It was a great time. Tailgates can be fun, man.
Oh, they're a blast. I mean, the parade thing you brought up, that's not really a tailgate, but might as well be.
Yeah, it's got the same vibe for sure. I mean, the victory parade stuff has been amazing in my life. We've been so lucky to have those Boston teams winning, and producer Madison and we went to college right on the parade route on Boylston over at Emerson College. So when the Patriots won the Super Bowl, I actually was out of school. It was my first year out of school, but I was still living in the city. Had a lot of friends at Emerson still, so had a great time on the parade route right there on Boylston.
Perfect. All right, so some stories are coming in. I love this. Bengals just punted. Steelers have the ball again. If you missed it, Jalen Samuel, 72-yard touchdown from Big Ben. And there he is taking a sack, like we talked about. Jordan K was at a Brewers tailgate. He was with one of his potential fiancées and her family. Randomly, my second potential fiancée was there, and I had to duck, dip, and dive to avoid awkwardness. I don't know if that sounds fun. Or
what's these potential fiancés? Like, what is that situation?
I'm pretty sure Jordan K has brought this up in the chat before.
Yeah, didn't he say he was in love with 2 different women at the same time?
I think he did.
Yeah. My man, he's just got a lot of love to give,
Jordan, I hope you're watching alone and not with 1 or 2. Bruiser B. We were tailgating after the Patriots-Vikings game a few years ago. We live in Colorado, so it was great to see a Pats game. Partied in the parking lot until the police came. We were the only ones there.
That's amazing. And they were just telling you, hey, you got to get out of here.
I I was at that game, Patriots Vikings. That was an
Oh, nice.
afternoon. That was right around my birthday. It was an early December game, if I remember.
This was in what year?
I always forget what year because it's an
Was that 2014?
No, a little earlier than that. It was 2018.
Yeah, you're right. 2014 was in Minnesota. We played them.
18. It was 2018. Congo cab. My buddy ran out of drinks. Only faucet water. Nobody wanted to go to the store. I went after the game. Was over thirsty as hell.
Oh, that's the worst. You got to stock up at these tailgates. You got to have coolers full of waters, emergency sodas. Just, it's so crucial. You overpack would be my recommendation.
Wait, these are really good. James Coulthard says, stood in line at a porta potty for 30 minutes and then realized it was a female porta potty.
Oh, that's such a bummer. At that point, you just got to look at everyone else in the line and be like, all right, guys, like, I know I screwed up, but like, can we all just agree that I'm just going to go in the porta potty, do my business, and we can move on? Like, I've been standing here with you guys. I've been in this with you together, you know?
Luke Murphy says, Brewers tailgates are the best. I'm starting to think we have to go to Milwaukee to go to a tailgate.
Yeah, I've heard that Milwaukee tailgates, Wisconsin in general, like I've heard Madison, Wisconsin, not our producer Madison, Wisconsin is one of the best college game day experiences in the country. Like it's way, way, way up there on the sports bucket list for me.
Luke Murphy says the Brewers tailgates are the best. One time my buddy and I were playing catch and we overthrew it into a crowd. A 9-year-old throws an absolute rocket right back at me. He is a pitcher for Purdue now. Wow.
Oh, that's awesome.
Did you catch it, Luke? Jason Page, I love when people don't make it past the tailgate. LOL.
Yeah, you got to pace yourself. Sometimes you just eat too much, you're in a meat coma, you know? Just had like 8 brats. Can't even move into the stadium. Gotta watch it on the little satellite TV out on the car.
8 brats, and then you're in the female porta potty line. That's a bad match.
You know what? Key to a great tailgate, and you know, I don't know if this is something people already consider. Maybe I'm preaching to the choir here, but it's a mistake I've made many times. You have to make sure that you have an awesome chair.
Oh,
yes.
Good point.
Like, invest in a really nice lawn chair before a tailgate and keep it in good shape, you know? Really, really take care of that thing. And it's just a great investment moving forward. Go like dual cup holders, wide set. That's the way to go. A nice carrying case. Because look, you're going to be up and around and palling around with your bros and your ladies, but at some point you're going to want to sit down and just chill. Tailgates are a long day. You want to have that ideal spot where you can just relax with a plate of mac salad.
Oh.
Throw your diet MTN Dew in one of your cup holders. Maybe a water in the other one. Stay hydrated. It's a good time.
First quarter winding down. Bengals hand the ball off. It's Gio Bernard inside the 5, and that'll take us to the quarter break. Rally Rel, what's going on? Feeble 715. We brought our own grill to the bowling alley parking lot on the next year's day for the Hangover Open. Alley opens at 10:45, bowling at 11. That's awesome. So
that's
that wasn't
so
even like
fun.
a football related one. That was a
yeah, it's like my
tailgate.
story. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have to be a sporting event. You can tailgate anything if you try hard enough.
It's true.
Concert tailgates are a great time because everyone's there to have a good time, you know? Tailgates for sports are great too, don't get me wrong, but you can always run into the Jets versus the Sharks situation, if you know what I mean. You know, if you're at like a Bama Auburn tailgate, that's a Civil War situation, right? There's going to be people there that you just diametrically are opposed to when it comes to sports opinions. When you're at a concert, generally you're all there because you love the artist. So I kind of like the vibe on the whole at the concert tailgates more, I think.
Right. Well, the other thing too with concerts, right, is there's the opening act and then there's a second act.
Right.
So you
can
know,
kind of just
even though it
hang out
starts
through
at
that.
7,
yes,
you've got that window. Whereas you don't like to miss part of a game when you pay tickets to go to a game because any given moment in that game, something significant could happen right away.
Totally. That's a great
and Gio, down at the 1.
I know when I was a kid, we used to go to a lot of Boston College tailgates. My dad and his college friends were doing that for a few years. And a lot of times we wouldn't even go in the stadium until halftime. Because they'd pick a game where BC was playing like, UMass or someone like that. It wasn't UMass at the time because they weren't the D1 bowl division yet. But a team like that. And they'd just hang out. It was more of the experience than going there to watch BC, play. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Joe Burrow, that was pretty nifty there. A couple of spin moves to get in the end zone. That was pretty.
Taking some hits, too. How are the tailgates for Syracuse games?
You know something? Not great. And I say that because the Carrier Dome is just buried in the middle of campus. So it's kind of like a maze to figure out it's a maze to figure out. There's no one big spot. Syracuse doesn't have this huge parking lot. They fill the quad up. The streets that surround the campus where all the student housing is, those were a good time. Don't get me wrong. It just doesn't feel like you can't. If a drone was to go up in the sky and look down, it would just be all spread out. It's not in one big central location. I lived in South Carolina, right by they call it USC in South Carolina.
Gamecocks.
The Gamecocks. Oh my God! Giant parking lot. Just
I've heard that's a great time.
Load up in this one spot and let's go nuts.
Yeah, I would love to get out to a game in Columbia, South Carolina. I've heard that's a very, very good tailgate spot. I went to homecoming for Mizzou last fall, or I guess it would be 2 falls ago now because there wasn't really live sporting events in a traditional sense this past fall. Awesome time. Columbia, Missouri, one of the better college towns in America. Very, very fun day for the Mizzou homecoming. Great tailgate. Basically, the whole campus became a tailgate. There was not 1 inch of the campus where people weren't just getting after it. It was very cool. And then they have all the Greek life housing around the campus that was just, people were going nuts. Fun times.
Sure. Oh, yeah. I can relate to that. Hey, Juju, nice catch to the 40. He's up over 40 yards, 2 receptions. Tate from Game Ops in the chat. He even says Tate ends his comment with look up picks, meaning he's got picks to prove it. Picks or it didn't happen. Stood in line at the LSU-Texas football game in 2019. A young lady passed out on him because it was so hot.
Oh, man.
Also, people stormed the gates, got stuck in a mob for 30 minutes. Like a war zone movie.
Oh, my God.
He said WWZ movie. I think that's what it is. Anyway. Man.
That sounds like a day. Also had a great time at a Vandy tailgate. I went down to Nashville. It's about a 5-hour drive from St. Louis for the LSU at Vandy game during Joe Burrow's Heisman season. And the funny thing about Vanderbilt home games is that it's basically a home game for whatever team they're playing in the SEC. So to be there for an LSU home game in Nashville basically is what it was. You can imagine these LSU tailgates were sick, huge tents, multiple setups of food and TVs and, different games going on the TVs. It was just, these people were professional tailgaters. all up in Nashville. Crazy weekend to be in that city because it was like, LSU was in town that weekend.
Back of the end zone. He was out of bounds. Sean says, didn't do the game tailgating thing. Never made it to it. Concerts, another story. Steve Davis, the best tailgating experience by far. Raiders. And I'm a 49ers fan.
Nice.
Santa Clara is lame with the rules in the parking lot. Raiders is a party.
Very nice.
That's got to be a spot, yeah. And
I wonder what that's going to look like in Vegas now.
Right.
Once the world normalizes here. Because that stadium, if I'm not mistaken, is pretty much on the Strip, right? Like, it's pretty close to the Strip, so it's just going to be crazy for those 8 home games and probably their preseason games.
Ed Zone Dance, you make an excellent point here in the chat. And guys, smash that like button. Almost 500 likes. Good stuff. And there's a touchdown for Pittsburgh. It's Deontay Johnson.
Yes. In my lineup, let's go.
Let's go. We both, we played Uzama on the captain. We have him in the flex. There we go. Ed Zone Dance. Tailgate parties are so much fun as long as it's not super windy. Not fun chasing your supplies around the parking lot. You look like a person whose dog got loose and it's running down the expressway.
Wind, honestly, might be the worst tailgate weather to have. Like, if it's raining or snowing, but it's not super windy, you can work around that if you have the right tent set up. I was at the Patriots-Niners game. It was a Sunday nighter. Kaepernick was still playing quarterback for the Niners, where the Pats were down 28-0 at halftime, and they came back to tie it up in the second half, for those that remember. Great game. Cold, rainy, gross, but it wasn't that windy. And so we had a sick tent situation. We had some heaters going. Great tailgate.
That's awesome.
So I completely agree. The windy tailgates can be tough because it not only is your tent or whatever you have set up there, if you do that, going to be out of whack, but like napkins, paper plates, even condiment bottles if they're running low, just bye-bye.
And you got to bring them. Like, you know what I mean?
You have to.
As annoying as they can get, you need them.
Yep. Or the worst is when it's so windy and you have a plate of food and you're just holding it and then it blows the food off of your plate, or like the plate flies out of your hand, your food goes everywhere, all over you. Definitely has happened to me before. Don't want to talk about it.
Luchi Rivera talking about the Raiders. I've been to a few of those tailgates. I have family in Oakland. That was the best time ever.
On Twitch, Dougie30 asking if you or I have ever been to the Big House. I have not.
I have not.
But I've heard it's amazing. And not to say that I don't want to go there in the future, but I feel like if I was to go to a Big Ten game in the near future, it's likely going to be East Lansing for Michigan State because of my podcast partner, Morton Anderson, went to Michigan State. So I feel like if I'm getting dragged to any of these Big Ten stadiums soon, it's probably going to be there. Haven't really heard anything good or bad about Michigan State's tailgates, but if I'm projecting my next Big Ten landing spot, that's probably where it's going to be.
Steve Davis says there's a small parking lot in Vegas. Mostly it's all parking garages. I have no idea how people will tailgate other than casino parties. That's true. A lot of these stadiums and some places, like near stadiums, look, nothing against parking garages. I get it. They need them for the offices. Parking garages are like, they just get in the way. You know what I mean? Like schools or universities or even just pro teams that have just a big empty lot.
Yeah.
I prefer that.
Totally. Like in Kansas City, the setup they have where the Chiefs and the Royals are both in that huge parking lot right outside the city, ideal for the tailgate situation.
Sure, yeah.
I actually, speaking of tailgating in a parking garage. I did so at a USC game out in California. I was doing my semester at the LA campus that my college has, and BC was playing at USC, so me and my buddy went. And we tailgated on the top level of a parking garage and actually had a great time.
That's probably a different story, though, right? Because the top
Gotta
level,
be
you
on
have
the top
fresh
level.
air. Yeah.
Gotta be on the top level.
But it's annoying if you're inside, say on the 3rd floor out of 6, and cars are constantly just clicking and turning out. You got to get out of the way. You wave and like, go ahead. All right. And the football falls and it starts to flutter in the lane. Oh, sorry, I got to grab my ball. Like, oh, man, the neck.
Yeah, 100%.
We're talking tailgates because it is tailgate weekend. I don't know. I know we had the big 55K contest earlier in the day, but I don't know. Just a way to strike up some conversation and bring back some memories. Yeah, we can't tailgate right now anyway with the pandemic. So it's like it's a good little, if you have a good story, share it.
It makes me really want to have a really good tailgate this upcoming football season.
Oh yeah,
like, this conversation is getting me really, really fired up. Even if it's not at a Pats game, like I want to go to like a URI tailgate this fall and just let loose.
For sure, and you'll never take it for granted ever again.
Never, ever, ever.
Carter Robinson tailgating at Talladega for the Talladega 500.
Oh, I bet that's amazing.
Oh my God, if you've ever been, like 100,000 people in a campground, unbelievable. Something that everyone should experience. Like that's what I'm talking about. Like I'm in for that.
Yeah, I've heard NASCAR events are like incredibly fun, even if you don't follow the sport. Like my grandpa grew up, born and raised Central Mass, from Worcester. Moved to Florida in the early 2000s to retire, and him and my grandma went to the Daytona 400, which is the day before the 500, and they couldn't like get enough of the whole NASCAR experience. And they weren't NASCAR fans; they just had a crazy good time at the NASCAR event. So it's been on my list to do for a long time.
What's the closest one in New England? Isn't there one in New Hampshire?
I think there's one in New Hampshire. Yeah. That I would be down. Like if I'm in the Northeast, like we should go. Get a crew together.
See you in like 3 years at this rate.
I know.
More SEC, JS Brown 3. Arkansas tailgating in Little Rock is awesome. The stadium sits in the middle of the public golf course.
Oh,
City opens it up for tailgating. There will be 50,000 in the stands, 20K on the golf course. That's awesome.
That's awesome. My fiance, her sister's best friend went to Arkansas, and she speaks very highly of the tailgate situation there. Also, I've heard, speaking of SEC tailgates, Ole Miss, apparently legendary tailgate situation. So that's on the bucket list for sure. Baton Rouge bucket list. There's a few of them.
Concord, New Hampshire, says Feeble, talking about the NASCAR
event.
scene.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Concord's not too far.
Concord?
Concord.
Yeah, I got some cousins up in Concord.
What do we got? 14-7, 90 seconds left, first half. Big Ben.
Oh, nice. Tom Flores got in the Hall of Fame finally. Legendary Raiders coach. Two-time Super Bowl champ with them. Also played quarterback in the NFL for a long time. So there you go. He's been wrongfully not in the Hall of Fame for a long time. And looks like he finally got the call, according to my push notifications.
And they're going to punt on 4th and inches. What a shame.
We're going to see Peyton officially get into the Hall of Fame tonight.
Yeah.
The NFL honors. We'll probably see Charles Woodson get that call as well. And that leaves 3 other modern day slots open. You have to think Calvin Johnson is first ballot caliber, but wide receivers have had a weird time getting in. Torrey Holt's been sitting on the ballot for a while. Maybe this is his turn. So should be interesting. Richard Seymour sitting there from the Patriots dynasty, which has been very underrepresented in Canton. Ty Law is the only Patriots dynasty member in there as of now.
I think Seymour should get in.
I think he will at some point.
Right. At some point.
Yes. It's just a matter of the Hall of Fame committee deciding it's his turn.
All right, we got 80 seconds left in this first half. Cincinnati down 7. There you go. There's a completion into Pittsburgh territory. Is that our guy Uzama? Sure is.
Yes, sir. Hey, let me check this contest.
TK talking tailgating. When will baseball season start? There's going to be a season.
Oh, I'm in 26th. You know, Fenway is one of those stadiums where you can't really tailgate, but the vibe around Fenway on like a perfect weather day, you can't beat it. It's my favorite place on earth.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. That's something I took for granted. Like rolling up, even when the Red Sox weren't that good, like you'd have years where they're like mediocre, which was honestly in a sense kind of better. If you just needed a reason to go out on a Wednesday night, you get a cheap ticket, you go right to the gate, boom, in. Now, if it's a Yankee series, forget about it. But if they're playing like Oakland,
right,
or
really anyone Baltimore, outside of the Yankees, or like if a marquee NL team is in town,
the Cubs. If the Cubs were in town, forget it.
Yeah. Like the Cardinals or Dodgers, Mets.
How about the Dodgers getting Trevor Bauer?
I know. Jeez, that guy's getting paid.
And they're going to be good.
He's got all sorts of opt-outs, too. I mean, Trevor Bauer had a great bounce back with Cincinnati. But are we forgetting how, inconsistent the guy has been over the last few years until this bounce back he's had?
Oh, come on. That happens all the time. A bounce back year earns you a big contract.
No, but this level? We're paying. It's like the richest contract ever.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not, but you know what I mean. The guy's getting paid. He's getting paid. Oh, I know it's a 3-year deal. He's got all sorts of opt-outs, but it's like it's as if he just had, Clayton Kershaw's career.
Yeah.
It's like, no, that didn't, I wouldn't be shocked if Trevor Bauer, that completely blows up in their face.
They're pretty good, though. They'll mask it because of how good their
their roster is crazy.
Like they can afford for him to suck. That's what's kind of annoying about these like Garrett Cole has to do well for the Yankees.
Correct, yes.
But like David
the Dodgers
Price
are a wagon, man.
Like when the Red Sox got Chris Sale, for instance, it took the pressure off David Price where he didn't have to be great.
Yeah, that team is loaded.
You have Walker Buehler and Kershaw. I'm trying to think of another staff. How about that staff the Phillies had years ago with Holiday, Cliff Lee, and Oswalt. There was someone else. I'm forgetting the big one. There was a big name. Cole Hamels. Cole
Hamels, right.
Yeah.
Yep.
You have 3 or 4 studs who can be mediocre year one.
Or like the A's back in the day, Barry Zito, Tim Hudson, Mark Mulder. The Braves, obviously famous for Smoltz, Maddox, and Glavine. I mean, come on, that's just crazy.
Yeah.
Yankees with Clemens, Pettit, Mussina.
Big Ben, do it. What happened?
Even the Cubs, when they had Kerry Wood, Mark Pryor healthy, Carlos Zambrano.
It was a good roster. It was a good rotation. All right. Dougie30 says another random one, but I brought up the Phoenix Open earlier, which is apparently a good party. But neither Glash or Tom have been to a PGA event.
Never, no. I would love to go to a PGA event, just hasn't happened. I have heard the Phoenix Open is great, or it's technically called the Waste Management Open, I think now.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've heard that's a big party.
All this stuff. It's like now, like I'll never say no to anything anymore.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Yeah, I'm looking at all the opportunities where I've just passed for no reason. It's like, why did I do that?
Yeah, from now on, I'm gonna be like, no, I'm
yes,
in,
Mr. Yes Man. Yep.
I'm in. Everything.
I know. Morgan is going to get pissed at me for all the things I'm going to, obligate us for. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I told them yes. Yeah. I said we'd go here. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Well, that's what made it. Look at stats here. Juju has 53 yards. Samuels has Samuels has one catch for 72 and then another catch for 0. We have solo leaders in both contests. We have a classic that wraps up after this, 49ers and Bills. 10 p.m. Eastern, Madden After Dark. Kaufman returns with Matt LaMarca. 14-10, Pittsburgh leading. Touchdowns belong to Deontay Johnson, Jalen Samuels, and for Cincinnati, Joe Burrow ran one in. That's what
I'm in
made this
21st.
morning. You're in first?
21st.
21st. I'm in 18th. Holy crap. Awesome. Fox Likes Football is tied for first with Mean Machine 44. Three-way tie for first in the public showdown. That's what made this morning so fun. Like I saw Jason Rossi in person for the first time. I met producer Madison in person for the first time, kicking field goals on a snow solid youth football field. And just to have a little bit of human interaction this morning was great. And it wasn't a tailgate, but it was 5 of us horsing around with a football and 2 dogs. It was great.
Oh, man.
It was only an hour. It took 45 minutes, but it was nice. It was nice to talk to people.
It is such a treat to see other people at this point.
We were outdoors, had masks on, the whole deal, but just to have some laughs and Rossi's hilarious. Like I'm reminded of oh my god, I've only met. That was the second time I've met Rossi in person, but it didn't feel that way because we've spoke so much through the Zoom calls that it didn't feel like the first time.
Right. Exactly.
It was weirdly normal. That makes any sense. Hey guys, we're almost at 5. I keep saying 4. We're almost at 500 likes. Love to see it. Smash that like button. It's tailgate weekend here on the Dream Stream. Reminders: we've got another sim tonight. $250 prize pool. Tomorrow, you got to join us at 1 p.m. Eastern. $20,000 prize pool. The What If Super Bowl. Bills taking on the Packers. We'll have Kaufman and Kenny Ducey joining you tomorrow at 1. And then
doesn't Kenny hate the Bills too? So it's just a really great combination. Kaufman loves the Packers. Kenny hates the Bills.
There is another sim after that one. Koff is going to call it with Rossi. Ravens at Saints. One of those smaller prize pools. And then Jesse and Emerson will have the sweat tomorrow. We'll also have, of course, the eating competition, which will be after the 2:30 sim. The American Eating with Joey Chestnut. He'll be featured with us. You want to check that out. Biggest prize pool we'll have, $100K free-to-play pool available now. Major League Eating competition. Number 1 ranked eater in the world, Joey Chestnut, will be featured. And then I'll be back tomorrow night after the Super Bowl with Matt LaMarca for the $25,000 prize pool. Kansas City at Tampa will run the Super Bowl back in sim style. If you missed it earlier today, KC beat Tampa 35-28. No field goals attempted, all touchdowns. We had a 3-way tie for first place in that big prize pool, $55K in prizes. And during the during the Super Bowl, we'll have Leaderboard Live. I'll be with Jeff, Moose Ulrich, and don't forget, if you need that last-minute advice, DK Sportsbook, DFS for your showdowns, Jesse Cofield and Emerson Latzia will have the sweat tomorrow at 5.
Jesse Cofield becoming a television star. Oh, touchdown here.
John
A lot of missed tackles. Those commercials with Jesse just popping up all over the place on my cable, on my streaming. Absolute star.
She is she's crushing it. She was in the studio earlier today. It's good stuff. We got good stuff going on. Big weekend, and look, we're not going anywhere. The Sims are coming back Monday, but it does feel like we'll be, and Jesse will be live after this sim, so you guys know. She'll be coming up, joining the Dream Stream. We're not going anywhere, but it does kind of feel like a bit of a conclusion in the sense that we all were together during the NFL offseason, and we all made it through the 2020 regular season, and it kind of feels fitting that we're all hanging out on the Dream Stream to wrap up the entirety of the regular season and the playoffs. And we've added to our family as we've gone. It's been great.
I'm so happy that this Dream Stream exists for Monday, so it will ease the football depression, you know? Like, the fact that there is going to still be football to be talked about in sim form is making the dread of Monday a little bit easier. Nothing I hate more than that feeling the day after the Super Bowl when you realize you don't get to watch football for many months.
It's so true. This year more than ever, because you are just so locked in, because you are so looking forward to,
of course,
games.
Although we are getting spring football this year with a couple of these smaller conferences.
Let's go
for college. Yep. So
I'll be doing CAA games, so I'm looking forward to that.
Awesome. So I am definitely looking forward to that stuff.
It's true. We'll get some spring college football.
Very nice. Are you calling specific colleges, Glash, or just general CAA different assignments?
We'll have New Hampshire football. We've got 3 home games slated on NBC Sports Boston. So
very nice. That's awesome.
That'll be good. They've got Maine. No, who are they playing opening night? They play
UNH's schedule. I do not have memorized.
Who do they play opening night? I already forget. It's March.
Here we go. UNH football 2021 schedule.
They play
UNH Maine. That's got to be a nice little rivalry. Yeah, Albany, Delaware, New Hampshire's playing Villanova, URI, Stony Brook, Maine. That's their whole schedule.
There you go. And to further ensure that these streams will not go anywhere, guys, hit that like. Almost at 500, 400 of you watching on YouTube. We have a great audience over on Twitch. You know something I'm starting to think too. If Tom wins the Super Bowl tomorrow night, maybe I should make like a list and maybe like break it up into pieces each day on the Dream Stream. That way I don't get it all off my chest. Because I kind of did that after they beat the Packers. I just kind of let it all out there. Maybe I should make a list and then, slowly work through like a whole month of reaction to Brady.
Yeah, like really harp on 1 point a day. But I mean, even if you did 1 point a day until the season started, you'd be able to talk about him every single day. I'm in 5th right now.
We'll call it like the 12 days of greatness, because
yes, I like that.
I'm sure people would love to hear more.
Hey, you got to give us some credit here. It's the day before the Super Bowl. We are almost done with our second sim, and we really haven't talked about Tom Brady that much.
We kind of did last time.
Not that much, though.
I don't know about that. We went on for a bit.
Glash, we could have easily done 2 full sims of Brady Super Bowl content here. We didn't.
All right.
I'm giving us credit.
Okay, you know what? Let's do this. It's 17-14, 4:20 left in the third. You're done. You're not on the Dream Stream tomorrow, right?
No. Nope. I took it off.
Okay.
I needed a day to celebrate Brady.
I'll be here for Leaderboard Live. So pretty much by Leaderboard Live, you're all going to have your minds made up in terms of what you want to do. Let's talk the game. Super Bowl 55. What are your final thoughts? And let's look at it from a DraftKings perspective. Give me a guy. As Big Ben's going to air it out. Looking.
Oh, no.
Juju. Jason Rossi is not pleased. Who's a must play? Who's a must play tomorrow night?
Are we saying outside of the quarterbacks?
Yeah, I mean...
It feels chalky to say Tyreek Hill, but I just think he's going to go off.
You think so?
Yeah, Tampa Bay has had issues in the secondary with health, and he torched them earlier this season. I just think Mahomes is going to be targeting him all game long. Is that a snag? There you go, touchdown.
Boom! Johnson!
No!
Samuels again! Holy...
Wow. Big part of the passing game here. Yeah, I think Hill is the guy. I wouldn't be surprised if he wins MVP either. Again, it feels chalky to say it, but
Sean Preston says Tampa loses, meaning like that's his lock.
See, I'm thinking it's a big. I think it's a big Kelsey game because I think Tampa's going to really buckle in on Hill to not let him burn them like he did in Week 12. And I know folks are saying, because I believe it, Tampa has to run the ball effectively to control the pace of the game. There's a chance of some wet weather. I still like the way Fournette's been playing. Like, I know you'd probably have to pay up for Fournette over Ronald Jones, but Fournette's had a really nice month here. Like, he's playing really well. But you never know. They could work Ronald Jones in more. You know how it goes. There's any showdown, any contest, every Sunday night it's a showdown, or Monday Night Football, Thursday night. There's some random dude who just breaks the slate. And our guy J-Dub from Twitch was on, and the chat gave him a hard time because he thought Mecole Hardman was going to be good in the stream. Turns out Ty Johnson caught a touchdown in the stream he did for 34 yards. So it actually wasn't that ridiculous. But in real life, Mecole Hardman is another one who could have like a punt return for a score or a kick return for a score.
And so is Ty Johnson. He's a guy that could just come out of nowhere because Brady, I feel like every single Buccaneers broadcast I've watched, which I've watched all of them because I love Tom Brady, the announcer always says, Tom was telling me earlier this week, Ty Johnson, he's a guy, he's got to target more often. Hey, biggest stage. Look for a new guy to have an impact. I wouldn't be shocked if Ty Johnson comes out of this game with, some memorable moments. A guy like Scotty Miller. Scotty. Brady loves underneath the defense guys. Antonio Brown's been a little banged up.
Yep.
And, you saw Scotty Miller was the guy who had the touchdown against the Packers right before the half. So, Brady likes the guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kelsey's the bread and butter, I think, for Mahomes. Now, look, they've got some offensive line issues. I'm really interested, and I know this is thanks, Glasheen. Like, we get it. Like, no kidding. I think whoever scores first touchdown on the board, it will change my whole thought. Like, I'm definitely gonna overreact. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Does that make sense? Like, if Tampa goes down and scores, I feel really good about Tampa, but I don't feel good about the Bucs if they get behind. With that being said, if Kansas City scores first, they might ditch the running game. And I don't think they should, but that's what they did in the regular season when they got their butt kicked against the Saints. Remember that game where Brady, they only ran the ball like 6 times? Pittsburgh is going to pick it up and score here.
Oh, yeah, he's going to get there.
Wow.
That's big.
Look, Jordan, go ahead.
Oh,
sorry.
Go ahead.
No,
I was
go.
just going to say that the Fournette stuff is maybe it's not Fournette, maybe it's a combination of guys, but I just really feel like Tampa Bay needs to keep Mahomes off the field. And I know that's not groundbreaking stuff, but you have to imagine Arians is going to put his pride aside and say, we need to pound the rock and really control the pace of this game if we want to have a chance.
Right. If you see, like, we've seen this in Super Bowls, the Philly play, onside kick years ago, right, to open up a half by the
Saints Colts.
Like, if Bruce Arians wants to try and throw them off and throw a bomb on first down once or twice throughout the game, I get it. But overall, they really do need to do all they can to limit time of possession for Kansas City, because that team can still score a ton in seconds.
Yeah, they will not be stopped.
I mean, Nina in the chat says Fournette for MVP. It is supposed to be raining, which I guess that's come down a bit in terms of the percentage. Right, yeah, Nina just said exactly what you said. They're going to control the clock, keep the ball out of Mahomes' hands.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that Fournette is going to become like, the bell cow 100-plus yard guy. Like, I could totally see them platooning him and Rojo. So we'll see.
And you know something? Jordan brings up something else. KC doesn't wake up until they're down by 2 scores.
It's true.
Now they were ready to go against Tampa in that regular season matchup in Week 12. But that is true. Like, why should I believe? I know it's the Super Bowl, but why should we believe KC's going to be ready to go? You know what I'm saying? Like, Why should
They've
I
given
believe
us.
they haven't done it? Like
Right. They've
good,
given
they're
us all
explosive.
sorts of evidence to show that, at least this season, and during last year's playoff run, right? They were down in every one of those playoffs.
Every game.
At one point.
Down by at least 10 points.
It's like they need to have their adrenaline kick in at some point, you know?
I don't know.
It's like
Maybe.
they drink the Red
I
Bull
know-
and the caffeine doesn't hit them for a few minutes.
I know there's that adage in sports, oh, they'll flip the switch. It's the biggest game of the year. Well, every game really for the last 6. Are you gonna do this again? Oh my gosh.
But still, wow, okay.
CEH, sorry, buddy. He's a Colts fan. Don't talk about that onside kick. So I don't know. I really do believe a great start is important. I don't know about you. I know Brady's done it historically, coming from behind if you give him too much time at the end. But the Bucs, if I'm going to say that about Kansas City, the Bucs, while they haven't had to be in the spot that often, they came back against Atlanta. They haven't had to come from behind.
This group hasn't. No.
They haven't had to do it. And that's not, I shouldn't get them in trouble for something that hasn't happened yet.
Right. No, it's a great point. This group of guys has not done it, but they do have a man who is basically a professional at doing that, running the franchise right now. His name is Thomas Brady. So if the Bucs get down, they have the best guy to rally the troops ever in the history of the game.
Yeah, Jordan says, let's run and keep it away from Mahomes narrative, as if nobody tried. Oh, I understand that. I don't know what else to say then. Or they got to rattle Mahomes. Got to get to him, break through that fragile offensive line right now, and make him throw a pick early. I don't know. And that's how good they are.
I think I've said this a few times on the stream over the last 2 weeks, but it bears repeating. Mahomes, career record, regular season and playoff combined, 44-9.
That's insane.
It's nuts. The guy doesn't lose. So, if we're throwing out these strategies that have been, debunked or whatever, it's like, yeah, no one can beat this guy. 44-9, guys.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Oh, it's nuts. Yeah, brother Phil, I'm worried about KC's O-line. If it were any other quarterback missing both his starting tackles, I'd be even more concerned, but it's Mahomes. He can move around.
Yeah.
Merritt, JPP are nasty. I mean, imagine if this was, I think too, I'm of course, I'm pumped. It's the Bucs and Brady. What would we be saying if this was Chiefs Packers? Would we give the Packers a shot? Or I think would it be more of a Chiefs? Would the Chiefs be favored by more points if this was the Packers?
Yes.
By how much? 2 points? A point? Half a point? I don't know. I'm asking. Touchdown, Pittsburgh.
There's
Johnson.
Tough to say. I don't know about point spread, but I do know that the general public would be all in on the Chiefs in a big way if they were going against the Packers. The narrative would be, oh, well, Aaron Rodgers is only his second time here. Chiefs are loaded. This is easy for them. Packers defense is weak. They don't have enough to keep up with Kansas City's offense. The fact that Brady's in Tampa Bay is driving all of the Tampa Bay has a shot here.
Yeah.
From my view.
No, I hear you. Certainly makes sense to me.
Okay, here's a question for you. Of all of the teams in the NFC, which one do you think would have had the best chance to beat Mahomes? Like, is Tampa the best opponent they could possibly be playing? And I know they got there, right? So to the victor goes the spoils. But is there anyone else in the NFC that you think would have had a better chance?
The Saints have a really good defense. I know Breeze was really falling off, but
that was going to be my pick. If the Saints were clicking on all cylinders the way they were mid-season,
yep,
that's the team. But Brady took care of business.
Right. Is there anyone else?
Well, really, Tampa's defense was fantastic.
What about Seattle? Yeah,
Seattle, that defense historic.
Right?
Even when they were good, that defense was so bad. Kansas City put up 90 on them.
Like Seattle's got Wagner and Adams and then just a bunch of right?
Yeah.
I mean,
yep. I mean, I think Jamal Adams led their team in sacks. It tells you everything you need to know.
Pittsburgh scores 21 points in that third quarter. We still have a quarter to go. This has been
Pittsburgh's defense is good, man. I should have thought about rostering them.
Got a 4-way tie for first in the public free showdown. Samuel's captained. He has 2 receiving touchdowns. Big Ben at 286, putting it stuffing it in our face, this performance. I was like, I mean, we played him. I played him.
I know, yeah, we negged him hard because he was in our lineup.
Bernard, 21 yards rushing. Burrow has a rushing touchdown. Samuel, 2 for 10. James Conner, there's that man, 4 for 7. Yeah,
I'm
Sean
20th.
saw that. The Derrick Rose is going to the Knicks.
He's
Big
coming
move.
home, going back to the Knicks.
Oh, my God, that's right. He was already there at one point.
That's right.
Johnson, 77 yards, 2 touchdowns. Samuels has hit the receiving bonus. Has he ever done that before?
Probably not.
119? First time
He's gotta
he's done that.
I
Wow.
would put him as the Krusty Koff Award winner at this point, unless Big Ben hits the bonus, which it looks like he's going to. But as of 3 quarters, I'm giving it to Samuels.
It's pretty good.
But Big Ben will overtake him here soon. Regardless.
You're in 20th in the free roll, by the way.
Yeah. I'm
You're having a
feeling
good
about
night. You're doing well.
I know. I'm shocked.
John Luther, yeah, with you, man. I think this is Samuel's best game ever. Kyle says, I'm a Steelers fan, so best believe I take our defense anytime the Steelers are on a Madden stream.
Smart man. By the way, Glash, we are not doing well in NBA.
Yeah, I know.
We picked the wrong net.
Muscala is having a game.
Yeah.
You notice that? So annoying.
I hate it.
Freaking Muscala. How's Bruce Brown doing? Oh, he's doing okay. He's not doing that great.
Better than the net that we put in.
Yeah, but not by much.
Still, he had the flame emoji last time I checked.
No, he doesn't.
Okay, he did at one point.
Muscala's got it. He's got like 25 points. I had him in there, took him out.
Yeah. Hey, this is why you don't listen to me.
Here comes another losing streak. 2nd and 10. Yeah, full disclosure, because I'm fair. Koff beat me twice last night. Clippers, Celtics showdown, and in Classic. So he sent me a text with a HM period. So, damn it.
Nothing else needs to be said at that point.
Nope, doesn't.
Hit you with the
Yeah, pretty good. Clear skies here. 3rd and 8. What was that to, Joe?
It's an all-time great text.
They're talking about the Patrick Mahomes' toe. Is something wrong with his toe? Did I miss something?
I've seen some light chatter about it. Nothing to really talk about. Because remember when he jerked his head and he was in concussion protocol, he kind of stubbed his foot on the ground.
Oh, he's got turf toe.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Touchdown Bengals. John Ross.
Wow. John
Once
Ross
again.
is saying, hey, I'm in the discussion here for the Krusty Koff.
A lot of points in this one. Man.
This has been a shootout.
No kidding. I thought this was over. Because the last few Cincinnati possessions, the Steelers are forcing the ball out of their hands.
I like that John Ross was hitting him with the jerk there. Remember that dance? Jerk, jerk,
You're
jerk,
a jerk.
jerk,
You're
jerk,
a jerk.
jerk, 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 jerk. You're a jerk. You're a jerk. You're a jerk.
I know. You're a jerk. I know. You're a jerk. I know.
What a terrible era of music.
And then we got the dab.
Yep. I actually, there was one of those things going around Twitter the other day where it was like, quote tweet this with a concert without telling us how old you are to like explain your age or, like whatever. I worded it horribly, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So and this is true, I quote tweeted it with Cali Swag District. The group that brought you the Dougie. Saw them in concert in Providence.
I didn't even know that.
Yep. Freshman year of college. Not ashamed to say it. Everyone was doing it.
Follower.
Teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. Madison was not doing the Dougie, apparently. Clearly, she wasn't cool.
Ben in the YouTube chat. Where's Green? Looking for AJ Green.
Where is he? Looks like he's standing in line for the Babysitter Billy Award.
Samuels again on the ground. 2nd and 5. 11-point game. Cincinnati not out of this one, but we'll take the point.
You're a jerk. You're a jerk. You're a jerk.
59 points combined.
Yeah, Ebron, 1.6. Brutal game for him so far.
O.J. Howard had a touchdown in that sim earlier today.
Howard!
Yep. First touchdown of the sim, actually.
Oh, O.J. Howard, the guy that people always tell me is a must-have in my lineup and then never does anything for me when I have him in my lineup. Oh,
yep.
That guy?
He showed up today. He did.
Oh, gotta have O.J. Howard in there. You know, he factors in the passing game and the running game. Ah.
Whose voice is that?
That's just general broadcaster voice. Ah, yeah.
James says, I do the Dougie when I walk through spider webs.
You've got some big spider web problems if you have to Dougie your way through.
Jim says, craziest concert ever. Ludacris, Young Jock, and Ron Artest.
Ron Artest.
Ludacris brought out Darren Williams and Lutherhead at the University of Illinois. What?
Oh, that's amazing. That was a fun Illinois team, by the way. Those two plus D Brown, that 3-guard set, they were nasty.
Pretty good. Choker says Tyler Johnson was more odd. Yeah, for sure. Ty Johnson, Freeze Pops, his touchdown tied the sim, I'm pretty sure.
Huh.
Like, at the end of the game. I'm like, oh my God, no way is that, like, Scotty Miller or Ty Johnson. It's Ty Johnson.
Ty Johnson. Look out for him tomorrow.
Artest had a song, Do the Ron Artest. Essentially, it was about beating people up. God.
Shout out Meta World Peace. He found his peace.
I mean, we did start the sim talking about tailgate stories, so now we can tell our concert stories, I suppose.
I've been to a bunch of hilarious concerts in my day. Craziest concert I ever went to was probably Dropkick Murphys on St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, God.
At the House of Blues on Lansdowne. And it was just, I was too young to be in the situation. Like, definitely bad parenting to allow me to go to that thing. Crazy mosh pits.
I'm glad you made it out.
Yeah, I'm honestly lucky to be alive. We helped crowd surf a guy in a wheelchair.
What?
There was a dude in the mosh pit in a wheelchair, like right in the middle of it. And he was like, "Get me up there!" So all of us just like 10 people lifted this dude up that was in the wheelchair and it just carried out to the back. It was amazing.
I can just picture you being like, yeah, yeah.
I was like, heck yeah, let's get this guy up.
Let's
go! Badass.
Poor guy, he's probably up there. No one can see his facial reaction. He's probably
he wanted to go, man. He was like, let's go.
But when he was up there, I mean, come on.
They surfed him all the way to the back. He probably just had to go to the bathroom.
John Luther says I've seen wheelchair people crowd surf. That's insane.
It was amazing.
Is that like a thing?
I don't know, but it was that night. Wow, breaking news here from Madison.
Is this true, Madison?
Now that is a big get.
What? Holy cow.
Do you want to break the news here? Here, I'll give you the music.
Everyone strap yourselves in. Breaking news to the DraftKings Dream Stream. Listen very carefully. Tomorrow, this is the part you already do know. At 1 p.m. Eastern, we have the what if sim between the Bills and the Packers. You must stay after the sim because we have a special guest joining us tomorrow. I'm not making it up. I had to read it 3 or 4 times before I say it. The quarterback of the Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen, joining the Dream Stream for an exclusive interview tomorrow after the 1 p.m. sim.
That's awesome.
He's going to come on after the sim. Now, I don't have any other answers or details. That's all I know.
That's all we're allowed to say.
We're allowed to tell you that Josh Allen, quarterback of the Buffalo Bills, is going to join us on the Dream Stream.
Wow. If you had one question you could ask Josh Allen right now, what would it be, Glash?
Oh my God.
I know mine.
All right, what's yours?
How badly do you want Mahomes to switch over to the NFC?
That's good.
Because this guy is going to be in his way for the entirety of his career. I mean, they're basically the same age. They're probably the 2 best quarterbacks in the AFC right now, right? If we're projecting forward. I know Lamar Jackson's in that conversation. I know Josh Herbert will be in that situation. Yep, Watson, true. I guess he's just been on bad teams. But, I mean, they're all right in that mix, right? Mahomes is going to be in his way. Get out of my conference, bro.
Jordan Lindenbaum. Is this actually Allen or Glass dressing up as Allen? No, I'm not joking. Seriously.
The real Josh Allen.
I'm not sure who's talking to him, but he'll be on the Dream Stream. He was the fantasy MVP for DraftKings. So we had our awards show earlier. Or he's definitely, he's deserving. But yeah, that's happening tomorrow. I'm trying to think now. What would I ask Josh Allen? I don't know. Can you think about it? I would ask him, when you get paid one day, are you going to give Steph Diggs? What are you going to buy Steph Diggs?
Or, I mean, how much did Steph Diggs change your career, man? I mean, Josh Allen went to another level this year. And what was the really only big difference from a roster standpoint? It's Steph Diggs.
Yeah.
The coaching staff was the same. Brian Daboll's there, offensive coordinator. Steph Diggs changed the whole dynamic of that team.
From Game Ops, ask for his number.
Hey, what's your number, man? Hey, first question. So, are you on iMessage or are you a green bubble guy?
Man. That's incomplete. That's awesome. Any relation to Tim Allen? BGC Man 666.
I think if he was related to Tim Allen, we'd know.
Producer Madison just got the news. Josh Allen joining us tomorrow on the Dream Stream after the 1 p.m. What If Sim featuring Josh Allen's Buffalo Bills. It'd be really cool if he could be on the sim to commentate himself.
He wouldn't be able to not be biased, though, am I right?
Oh, Troy.
Yeah, it's hard when I'm on these Cowboy sims. He was great with Morton, though, by the way. Like, I am excited for you guys to hear that. A lot of cool stuff. Great Dane Nation. Check it out.
It's posted? Okay.
No, it will be posted in 2 weeks.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yep. But subscribe, so when it is, you guys see it. It's awesome.
Oh, Cincy with a late touchdown. John Ross, number 3.
He is the Krusty Cough winner.
Dude, this ain't over yet, because if Cincy gets the 2-point conversion, still 3 timeouts. They could tie this.
Absolute shootout.
Jobo's giving me a hard time. He says, we have to make sure we are all well-behaved tomorrow for substitute Mr. Allen.
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Guys, the plan for tomorrow in terms of who is on the call for that sim, the 1 p.m. sim tomorrow starts our coverage here on the Dream Stream. You'll have Koff and Kenny Ducey on the call at 1 tomorrow. So that's the deal there. Obi-Wan says, Phonics, would you ignore me if we ran into each other on the street? Obi-Wan, if I ever ran into you, I hope you just tap me on the shoulder and say, hey, it's me, Obi-Wan.
And then you just look at him and you go, it's over, Anakin.
I've got the high ground.
2-point conversion is good.
Wow. Tyler Boyd. Oh, it's AJ Green.
Hey, AJ, welcome to the sim. How are ya?
All right, so 3 timeouts here for Cincy. If they can get some stops, there's a chance. Ask him which place is more boring, Buffalo or Wyoming.
Now that's not nice.
Let's see, onside kick. Here we go. And what do we all say, DK Sim fam? No dice.
Have you ever seen an onside kick recovered?
There's a backstory behind what I just said. So on Thursday night, I'm with Brandon Cristal. We're yapping along. I forget what the heck we were talking about. I really do. I forget what in the world we were talking about. But we just talked right over the onside kick. I wasn't even looking. And I just said, no dice, meaning like thinking like there's no way they're going to get it. And they did. So Brandon Cristal's like, wait, how did Baltimore get the ball back? And I'm like, oh, onside kick must have worked. But then the Ravens fumbled the ball on the next snap and gave it right back to the Patriots.
Karma. That was the Madden god saying, no, we shouldn't have allowed this to happen.
So now it's become a
it's a thing now.
My new tagline. I've got to say, oh, well, no dice. They want me to change my Twitter handle to no dice.
Glash, I know this is completely random, but this is for some reason sparking this idea for me. When you are on the call for these UNH games this spring, we should do a thing where the DK Sim fam decides like one random buzzword that you need to work into your broadcast.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
Stuff.
You know, like when the broadcaster will sneak in like a little Easter egg for like a radio show that he did an interview with or something like that. Yeah. I think we need to work that in. We need to get the DK Sim fam involved.
I'm down for that. They've got to get this stop here. Cincinnati. Oh, they do. And they're going to get the ball back. All right, there we go. Lee says, can we ask Josh Allen for a buzzword?
He'll probably just say Bills, right?
Right. What else could he say as a buzzword? Like, what would Josh Allen want as a buzzword?
I mean, Bills Mafia. Yeah, I don't know. He definitely would want it to be Bills-centric. Cater to that Buffalo audience. It certainly wouldn't be Go Chiefs.
All right, come on, Bengals. Oh, now they're got 2nd and 10. Bullock getting ready to go. Target line 39. John Luther wants a pick 6. Guys, smash that like button. Awesome news. You got Josh Allen joining the Dream Stream tomorrow.
Lucci Rivera saying he would say Wyoming. No, I think he would go Bills centric. Wyoming's in the past. It's also kind of a handful to say.
Well, it's kind of a cooler in the sense that it's harder to do.
Wyoming, 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 Wyoming.
By the way, Jesse Cofield standing by, guys, to talk more about Tailgate Weekend here at DraftKings. We're giving away, it started today at 2, the $250,000 in prize money. Got a lot coming your way tonight, still another sim, and then tomorrow on Super Bowl Sunday, the big game tomorrow night.
God, I can't wait.
Kyle,
we are
Kyle,
ordering.
You can't go there.
Oh, I'm in 4th. Oh, my God.
8 seconds left. Who do you have?
My lineup is Uzomah, Burrow, Big Ben, Ross, Johnson, and Washington from the Steelers.
Yeah, if you get a Uzomah pickup here, you might have a shot. Oh, boy. Burrow off the
Lofty.
back foot.
No. 2 seconds to go.
2 seconds.
Wow, how did that throw only take 1 second off the clock?
Oh, but a turnover. Whoops, my bad. That was
it was 4th down.
Yep. Missed that part. Kind of important.
Yeah. Hey, this is my best night of Sims ever.
In terms of the finish?
I finished 6th and 4th.
Good boy.
That's good stuff right there.
When I won my first one, I went from dead last to first in the same night. 8 o'clock
That's incredible.
to 10. That was insane. It was 30 for 30, like. But I've never had like that kind of back-to-back finish. That's awesome. Good stuff, buddy.
What if I told you that a last place contest turned into a first place?
And the Sim fam laughed at him. But he did it. He overcame. All right, so whole lot of points in this one. Cincinnati making it interesting. See, the Bengals are fun. John Ross is really good.
That was great. That was the best Bengals sim I've ever been a part of.
I think the Bengals, I've been, look at that. I mean, Joe Burrow, 31 of 41, 373, 3 touchdowns. Big Ben, 18 of 25, 308, 4 touchdowns. So both quarterbacks at the bonus. Running backs, not much going on here. Burrow ran one in. Joe Mixon, 2 for 2.
Well, running backs rushing, not doing much.
True. That's a good point, because Jalen Samuels, which feels like forever ago, he broke this game apart. That 72-yard touchdown in the first quarter feels like forever ago.
Nuts.
Gio Bernard, 9 receptions, 72 yards. So the third down backs in the receiving game, very, very good. Uzomah had 8 for 86.
Damn, girl.
Ross, 5 for 119, 3 touchdowns. Samuels, 5 for 123, 2 touchdowns.
Tuds.
Wow. I mean, Samuels, from a value standpoint, was excellent.
I know,
John Ross
but
was a popular play, right? Let me make sure I get the...
You know what?
Tough
You're
call.
making a compelling case here. I'm going with Samuels, the more I think of it. Same amount of catches, more yards, 2 touchdowns, cheaper. Yeah, I think Samuels is the play. John Ross, I'm sorry, man. Any other night, any other sim, you're the MVP, but Samuels gets the wooden nickel here, entitling him to 1 free, small, soft-serve ice cream cone. Lion's Choice roast beef in St. Louis.
I mean, maybe you should offer one of those to Josh Allen tomorrow. The wooden nickels.
I don't know if he's a big ice cream guy, but
I mean, quarterbacks, some quarterbacks like avocado ice cream.
At the very least, he might enjoy the novelty coin.
Right. Yeah, maybe he's a big coin guy. He collects coins, wooden coins.
People are big on crypto, man.
Telling you, you never.
This is physical.
Only way you can find out is ask the question. See if that one makes the cut.
I am going to give Eric Ebron the Babysitter Billy Award, just a non-factor. I believe it was 1 catch for 6 yards. Not great.
Yeah.
Not my kid, not my problem.
Lee says, does Josh Allen want to drive the DK bus in the offseason?
Yes.
Lee, you're asking very good questions. I like these questions.
Make a stop in Buffalo at Josh Allen's house.
This goes back to asking for his number, like Tate said. Then you can go to that. It's a follow-up question. This is good. The chat can do the interview. I'm joking, kind of. You guys are making great suggestions for sure. All right, so Samuels, that's a good call. He was 24% in the flex, 1.6% in the captain. Burrow, Big Ben, John Ross, Uzama, and Johnson in the leading lineup in the free public showdown. Shout out to Matt Nelson, Matt03 Nelson, first place in our free roll, 173.73 points. Burrow and the captain, Ross, Ebron, Samuels, Uzama, and Johnson. Any parting thoughts? Because you're not on tomorrow, so give me your prediction. What's the final score of the Super Bowl tomorrow? What do you got?
Oh, man. Chiefs 35, Bucks 28.
That was the same score as the Sim earlier today. So maybe it will be exactly what we got in Simland earlier today. Excellent. All right, buddy. Well, you enjoy the big game tomorrow. It was a good stuff.
I am going to be eating wings and dip and enjoying all the football. I'm very excited.
Cool. Good stuff. All right. I'm back tomorrow night, everybody, for Leaderboard Live, which should start in the 6 o'clock hour. Before what time is kickoff? 6:20, 6:40? I always forget.
It's listed on my TV guide as 6:30 Eastern, but
6:30.
I never know with all of the pomp and circumstance pregame when it actually kicks off.
Okay. All right. Well, somewhere in that window, Jesse and Emerson are going to have the sweat tomorrow around 5, leading into Leaderboard Live. I'll be with Jeff, Moose, Ulrich, and then don't forget when the big game is over, come to the Dream Stream, Twitch, YouTube. We will have the sim replay of Super Bowl 55. Tampa, Kansas City, same exact format as earlier today. Hopefully we get the same game, and hopefully the real game tomorrow night is excellent. $25,000 in prize money. First place wins $2,500 DK dollars. So get involved. Just because when the Super Bowl's over doesn't mean we're done here on the Dream Stream. So come hang out. That will be after the game's over. So it won't be a hard 10 o'clock start. I would imagine lineups are going to lock around 10 o'clock, but just get involved. Keep an eye on the Game Center. You guys will be doing so. And we appreciate you all hanging out with us here on the Tailgate Weekend Dream Stream. So that's going to do it for us. Thank you to Tate from the Game Ops team. He did great stuff all day. Daniel as well, producer Madison, Freeze Pops. We have Lamarca and Koff coming up later on, but Jesse Cofield is standing by because we need to learn what else is going on here, Jesse, with the Tailgate Weekend. Show's yours.
Yeah, I mean, we have one more Madden sim for you on the way, plus some great content previewing the rest of the weekend. And of course, I got to remind you about the NFL 5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire contest, where for just a $10 entry fee, you get a shot at $1 million grand prize. Now, that's just one of 3 total contests with a prize pool of at least $1 million for the big game in Tampa. So here's what we got coming up in the next hour or so, but make sure you go check all that out in the DK lobby. So at 10 p.m., it's Madden After Dark. Adam Kaufman, Matt LaMarca bringing you 49ers and Bills. But we aren't quite ready for that kickoff yet. So why don't we talk a little bit about the big game? You know, we want to, and who better to talk about it than someone who has actually played in the game and also won it. Here's Hall of Fame running back Jerome Bettis catching up with our own Emerson Lotzi as they talk about the big game and a special contest brought to you from our friends at Modelo.
Joining us now is Hall of Fame running back and Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Bus, Jerome Bettis, brought to you by Modelo, the official beer of fans with a fighting spirit. Jerome, the Super Bowl is upon us, so of course we're going to need the insight of a champion like you to break down this game. I want to start by asking you simply, what is it like playing in the big game on the biggest stage?
It is, it's a special moment, obviously, because you play your whole career for an opportunity to play in a game that determines if you're going to be a champion, right? And so it starts from the minute you play your first game, whether it was Little League or middle school or high school, you've always wanted to be a champion. And so now you're in this situation, you have a chance, you are one game away from winning the championship, and it's life-changing, literally. You know, if you win this game, that your life will be changed forever. So it's hard to get sleep the night before. You're bouncing around. You got a ton of energy, but you got to try to save it because it's going to take a Herculean effort to win a game of this magnitude. So it's a special moment. All the players are focused and they're ready to go, but it's still a while before the game. And believe me, those guys are saying to themselves, I can't wait until Sunday because I want to play the football game.
Yeah, this time around, though, it's going to be so different for obvious reasons. The pandemic has made a lot of things different over the last year. I mean, how do you think the lack of buildup around the game, like no media day, the limited number of fans, like that kind of stuff, how do you think that'll impact these players?
You know what? The limited media accessibility and all those things, obviously, because of the pandemic, creates a huge advantage for the younger football team. Because you got to understand, some of these guys have never been in this situation. So with that thought in mind, you have to think the Tampa Bay team has an advantage because they're the team that hasn't been there before. Kansas City was there last year. They experienced it. They understand what it's all about. But now you got a Tampa team that's playing at home that doesn't have to worry about all of the media responsibility, all being pulled so many different directions. So that is definitely an advantage, I believe, for the Tampa team because it can become an enormous proposition. Being asked so many questions day after day after day, it becomes kind of in your thoughts and mind, some of those questions that you're being asked. Not having those questions, a clear mind, clear thought, and a clear path to a victory.
Yeah, and going back to Super Bowl 40 here, I mean, how much more motivated were you playing a Super Bowl in your hometown, especially what ended up being the last game of your career?
Yeah, it was an amazing opportunity for me. And yeah, it put some more pressure on me, but it was really more motivating for me because I knew that I had an opportunity to win a championship in my hometown, in front of my family, my friends, a chance to end my career where it began. So there was so many thoughts going through my head to that point. And I think, that was a special moment for me. It created a lot of tension, I will say, leading up to the game. Because like I just talked about, that media request, that frenzy was there, and it was all directed and aimed towards me. Fortunately for me, as a 13-year veteran, I was able to handle it, manage it, and deal with it, and it wasn't a distraction for my teammates. So that was a fortunate part of all of that. But at the end of the day, it was the most incredible experience I could have ever had, and to have won a championship in my hometown, that was the best experience in the world.
Yeah, you mentioned how long you played, more than a decade. I mean, the career of a running back is like much more physically taxing than that of like a quarterback, but you still played, again, until you were 33 years old. So how impressive is it seeing like what Tom Brady is doing at 43?
It is phenomenal to see what he has been able to accomplish at 43 years old, because usually the body breaks down a little bit as you get older. I mean, a lot of it, I will say, and especially the quarterback position, because they're throwing the football with that velocity so many times, and to go to a different offense that asks you to throw the ball deep down the field multiple times a game, for him to be able to accomplish that, I thought it was an amazing feat. So, kudos to Tom Brady, and I have become a bigger fan of Tom Brady as a result of this year, knowing what's being asked of him and him stepping up and being able to get the job done.
Poor Father Time. He can't win anything against this guy right now.
No.
You had your fair share of battles against him too. When you were with Pittsburgh, I think you had a handful of them. What's it like, though? I know you're not on defense on the field at the same time, but even as an offensive player, knowing that guy, the GOAT, is on the other sideline.
You know what? It was frustrating for us because we played them when we had opportunities the game before the game, so to speak. So it was that opportunity that if you win this game, now you're going to play for a championship. Unfortunately, when Tom Brady was there, we never won either of those games. And I will say, with him on the other side, you knew that you had to play perfect football. You couldn't make the mistakes because you knew on the other side he was not going to make that mistake. And so for us, it was a difficult proposition. We didn't win any of them. So he took away a couple championships that I think we could have won if it had not been for his ability to get the job done. So you got to take my hat off to him as a competitor competing against him. He's been able to get the job done multiple times. So you've got to give him credit for that. And I do. I tip my cap to him.
Yeah, that guy just ruins everything, doesn't he?
Destroys it.
How about on the other side of the ball here? When you look at Patrick Mahomes' skill set, who would you compare him to from your era?
I think the closest person to my era would be and I say this because of the arm strength, his mobile, his ability to be mobile. He's elusive. He's athletic. It would be Brett Favre. The one difference, though, is I believe that Brett Favre, I don't think was as accurate as Patrick Mahomes. I think the arms were comparable in terms of both of them had big arms. They could spin it. They could throw it. They were both elusive, moved in a pocket to throw the football. And I think that's the big distinction. A lot of times, quarterbacks move out of the pocket, but not necessarily to throw the football. They move to throw the football, and they're always a threat wherever they are on the field of making that big pass. So I think Brett Favre would probably be the guy who I look at and say, that's who we had to play against, a guy similar to him, and he made a lot of plays.
Yeah, he can improvise like Brett Favre too. You remember that back in the day?
Yeah, and how Brett Favre used to throw the ball underhand, sidearm. He had to get whatever he could do to get the ball to his guys. He did. And when you see Patrick Mahomes, you see the exact same thing. And I think Patrick Mahomes probably looked at Brett Favre and said, "Hey, I can do that, or I can do that," and got some of that craftiness from a Brett Favre, because I'll tell you, there was nobody like Brett Favre when he entered onto the scene, and the things that he was able to accomplish had never been seen before. And now you see Patrick Mahomes with the same ability doing the same type of things because he's that special.
For sure, I feel that because it's almost like he relies on the threat of his arm to open up opportunities to run, and not his running ability to open up passing. So I totally am picking up what you're putting down. Time to give us a pick. This is the moment of truth. Who are you taking, Kansas City or Tampa Bay?
This is a tough one because I'll tell you, throughout this whole playoffs, I went against Tampa every game because I thought, you know what? It's going to be tough to beat Breeze at home. Okay. It's going to be tough to beat Rodgers at home. Okay. And now it's going to be tough to beat Brady at home. That's it's going that way. So as much as I want to say Tampa, I'm still going Kansas City.
You haven't learned. You haven't learned at all.
I have not learned. I'm a pain freak. I'm going to get punished again, I believe, because although I'm rooting for Kansas City, I think they'll win. I am definitely understanding that there's a huge possibility that Tampa is going to win this football game, unfortunately.
Well, here at DraftKings, we do love our daily fantasy sports. Spoiler alert, everybody. So we are always looking for who is going to have the best game. So give us an MVP prediction, though. Does it come from the Chiefs, since who you're picking?
Well, here's the thing. If it comes from Tampa, right, and if Tampa wins, the only way Tampa wins is if Tom Brady has a masterful game. So he's going to be the MVP on that side. Now, I'll say this. On the Kansas City side, it's a little bit different because I think maybe if a Jones defensive lineman, if he can have a sensational game, then maybe, just maybe, he can be one of those guys. So I would look at Chris Jones. I would look at Tyrann Mathieu. I think if the Honey Badger has a great game, he's got a possibility because he's
looking
always
defense
around the
right
football.
now.
I'm looking defense. The reason I'm looking defense is because in order for Kansas City to win, they've got to have a very impressive defensive performance. And I think if Tyrann Mathieu has 2 interceptions or something like that, he's got a very good chance of being the MVP. Obviously, you look at Patrick Mahomes, but I'm just looking at some of those guys that's off the radar to look at and say, these guys have a chance to be Super Bowl MVPs.
Yeah, there have been 10 players, defensive players, who have won Super Bowl MVP in the history of the game. Last one, Von Miller, just a handful of years ago.
That's right.
Hall of Fame running back Jerome Bettis. Awesome catching up with you, and thank you so much for joining DraftKings.
Thank you.
All right, guys, after the big game this weekend, the next huge event in the sports world is the Daytona 500. I know it's hard to think beyond this weekend. You can already, though, reserve your spot in the NAS 1 Million America's Race Contest in the DK lobby. Now, that contest features a first place prize of $200K for just a $15 entry for a preview of that race. Here's DraftKings contributor Pierce Dietrich with our very own Adam Kaufman.
Big game coming up on Sunday, but then football comes to an end. We're going to have to find other ways to occupy ourselves, and I can't think of a better way than the Daytona 500 Valentine's Day. The week after the Super Bowl, it's right around the corner. Pierce Dietrich, he is our resident DK NASCAR expert. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing all right. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you. Let's get into this. DK Sportsbook's got a whole bunch of odds, obviously, including the favorite. Last year's winner, Denny Hamlin. He is plus 700 favorite to win this thing. Chase Elliott is right behind him at plus 900. Who would you prefer to bet on?
Well, if I'm going to go with one of the favorites, it's going to be Denny Hamlin. He's won the last 2 Daytona 500s. Elliott's been good at some of the plate tracks, but more specifically, he's been good at Talladega. And you look at a guy like Hamlin, he just understands the strategy. It's not about necessarily having the best car or being the best driver when it comes to plate racing. This is the closest thing you're going to get to like a chess match in NASCAR. And he knows the strategy. He knows when to push, when to put himself in the right situation. He's got a handful of top 5s recently. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him get his 3rd straight Daytona 500 win.
So right behind those guys, you have a few that are plus 1,100. There's Ryan Blaney, Brad Keselowski. You also have Joey Logano. So who stands out among that group?
Well, all of these Penske drivers are pretty good plate racers, but it looks like Brad Keselowski and Joey Logano definitely trending in the wrong direction. And we've seen older drivers really start to struggle later in their career at the plate races. Meanwhile, Ryan Blaney is on a tear. He had a 2019 win at Talladega, a 2020 plate racing win at Talladega. He almost won the Daytona 500 last year. So I'm going to ride the hot hand and go with Blaney.
Pierce, as we know, I mean, it's not just betting on winners. You can bet on who you think is going to finish top 10. Is there a bet that you really like, someone that you think is actually safe to finish in that top grouping?
Well, I'm not huge on betting top 10s at the plate tracks because really no one is safe. Anyone can wreck out. So if I am going to try to get a top 10, I'm going to try to get a better payout. And that would be Chris Buescher at plus 210. He's got a top 10 finish in 5 of the last 7 at Daytona. And one of the reasons I like Buescher is he's not a guy at the end that's really going to risk it all to try to get a win. If he is inside the top 10 late in the race, his small team or smaller team will be pretty satisfied with that and try to take the top 10. So I think he's probably as safe as you're going to get with those kind of odds.
How about a long shot you'd bet on?
I like Ryan Newman. Get some pretty good odds here if you take Newman to win. You've got the narrative of, the traumatic situation that had happened last year. But if you look at his stats, he has the 4th best average finish at the plate tracks. Now, he hasn't won at a plate track in a long time, but he's always in a position. I mean, last year he was in a position to win until, the crazy wreck happened. So you got to like your chances with a guy who's going to be right there within striking distance at the end of the race. So Newman has got some pretty good odds. It's a nice payout there.
Last one for you, and this one's easy. Your favorite bet for Daytona 500?
So I'll split the difference between the favorites and then Newman, who's a longer shot. It's Ricky Stenhouse Jr. because at the end of the day, we're trying to bet for a win. Stenhouse is a checkers or wreckers guy. And as I mentioned with Buescher, he might play it safe and take the top 10. Stenhouse is not going to play it safe. If we're going to bet to win, we want a guy who's going to try to win at the end. That's Stenhouse. And he's won a couple before. He's won at Daytona. He's won at Talladega. He's been a little bit better at Talladega. But if you're playing win bets, you want a guy with good odds and a guy that's going to go for the win. And that's Stenhouse.
I'm betting on Pierce when it comes to words per minute. Thanks, buddy.
You're welcome.
All right, guys, so far here on the DraftKings 250K tailgate weekend, we've heard Twitch streamer J-Dub on one of our Madden Sims have passed out some end-of-year NFL fantasy awards and brought you into the world of the American Cornhole League. Who would have thought? And tomorrow, we're bringing you the next big event from Major League Eating, the DraftKings and Major League Eating Big Game Snackdown. Some of the best competitors in the MLE will have 8 minutes for an all-you-can-eat event in a steeplechase format. Foods will include an 8-layer dip, pepperoni pizza, boneless wings, chili, a sub sandwich, cheese balls, pigs in a blanket, and the kicker, jalapeno poppers. Okay, so here's MLE's George Shea telling you why you need to tune in.
It's go time. It's go time. It's go, no go, lock and load, love him, leave him, smoking, but got him, see you when see you on the other side. Time. It's condition red, all hands on deck. Batten down the hatches, belly up to the bar, do it to it, feel the burn, fire in the hole, hold the phone, go big, go home, game on, game day, game in. Never say never, never say die, never give up, put up a shut up, ship up a ship out, show me the money, make my day, good night, Irene, wake me when it's over. It's go time! It's DraftKings time! It's time for the DraftKings Big Game Snackdown! Sunday, 4:30 p.m. Eastern.
Joey Chestnut coming off a loss in the DraftKings Major League Eating Halloween Candy Bowl. Going to try to regain his mojo in this one. But right now, let's hear from one of his top competitors who caught up with Emerson Latzia ahead of the snackdown.
What is up, everybody? Gideon Oji, the number 7 ranked competitive eater in Major League Eating, joining me now. It's an absolute pleasure. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very, very fine. Good to be on here with you, sir.
Yeah, man. Thanks for hanging out with us here at DraftKings. So I know you've earned some notoriety here, like in the world of competitive eating, because of your size. I went back and looked at a bunch of videos on YouTube. You're like 10 feet taller than everybody else. You're listed as 6'9". What kind of advantage does that give you, if any advantage at all?
Well, because a lot of the time the table is set up to match my other team, my fellow competitors, but I say mostly a disadvantage, but I'm not making excuses. Whenever they see me out there, they know I'm out there to compete. So that's what really matters. Yeah.
Wait, you're saying there's a disadvantage to being that tall? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, to an extent I feel, because I have to stoop down to an extent to the tables. I feel, man. But not really. Well, I'm not making excuses for it, but I guess but capacity-wise, I think it's going to be an advantage long term as I keep getting better at this sport. Because I have a taller frame to fill up with a lot of food, I guess.
Yeah, it takes like a while to get down there, man.
Oh yeah. So.
Well, you can make all the excuses here you want. This is a very safe space.
No, I'm not making excuses. I'm about that life. There's nobody that's gonna be on that stage I've not been before, so I ain't scared of the light. I love it. So you guys missed the last party because I wasn't there. You would have had a real party with the OG being there. So yeah,
I love it.
All of them, and I've always put up my best. I always do bad, beat all of them, but my Stoney, right? Because my story has not been on the road very often. But even Joey, depending on what contest, But I've done very good. I've done good for myself in the competitive eating scene. But
you have. I mean, that's why I mentioned you're the number 7 ranked competitive eater in the world here. How did you get into this? How do you get into the world of competitive eating? I need to know.
I've always been a big eater. I came to America in 2008, and that's about the time Joey ate the 70 hot dogs. I didn't really know anything about competitive eating, but it was just I actually got a scholarship to come here and play basketball. But I was the first thing that came to mind. I was like, whoa, I could do that because I know I could throw down food. So I've always been looking forward to the day I threw out my boots and I'm no more basketball. And boom, that's exactly what happened. They had an event right there down the road from me in Atlanta. Went to it, did very good, and I've been here since. Yeah.
So you're playing college basketball at Clayton State. You see Joey Chestnut wolfing down all of these hot dogs. Did you ever do anything like in college, like with some of your buddies or teammates? You're like, yo, time me. Let's see how much I can eat in like a certain amount of time.
Oh yeah. Well, it happens that I told them it was my senior year, played my final game. Well, getting ready to play my final game, and I told my coaches and all of them that, okay, what are you gonna do afterwards? I told them I'm gonna go, not knowing how to even get in the competitive eating scene. I didn't know a lot about it, but I know I could eat a lot. I told them, and I went to do my research right after playing college basketball. I was looking for the next competitive thing, and I saw that they had an event here in Atlanta. I was like, you know what? Let me see if I can email somebody, call someone to see if I could get into it, because I thought it was a lot more complicated than what it is. I went on the website and I thought I could just sign up being a regular person. And I did. And I went there and I did actually would have won the event automatically. It wouldn't have even been close. But I met a veteran over there that said, oh, do that. He gave me an advice on how to pace myself, which I now later found out he beat me by like half a hot dog, and that pissed me off. And that really pissed me off because I didn't know I was going to be that close to him. I thought he was going to do a whole lot more like than I was going to do. So that pissed me off. And I found out he was going to be at another event in Tampa about a week later. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to go to, not in Tampa, West Palm Beach, Florida. I said, I'm going to go there and I'm going to kick his butt. Because it was personal to me. Because his name was Crazy Legs. So that was the chase I was following in the very beginning of it. Because I came in to compete. And so I've been here since, and I've sensed that, I've beat him a bunch of times since then. So he's not my competition to an extent. Now I'm looking at the big dogs now, the Joey Chestnut, Darian Eads, the Matt Stoney, the Mickey Sudo. So, yeah.
Where does your nickname come from, The Truth? Because I can't help but think about Paul Pierce and, with your background in basketball as well.
I am the truth, man. The truth never lies. I think I'm the real deal. You know what I'm saying? I own that name on the road. But I think I've been true to this. It just speaks very much about my personality. I go out there to compete, and I came in my very first year smacking very, very good guys. So, you know what I'm saying? I am the truth that's yet to be realized, because I need to win Nathan's. I need to win the DraftKings contest coming up, to really confirm my truthness, But I am the truth. I've proven it so far.
Obviously, the main event of this weekend will be the big game in Tampa tomorrow night between the Chiefs and the Bucks. All football season, our friend Ross Tucker has been stopping by to talk a little NFL with us. So right now, let's take a listen to the latest edition of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
All right, so he's been a Hall of Fame voter forever. He's been a Pro Football Hall of Fame caliber writer forever. I mean, what was your first year, Gary?
First year I covered the NFL, Ross, 1978.
My goodness.
I was covering the Giants for the Associated Press. I was living in New Jersey, and it got me started. I mean, at that point, I was covering for the Associated Press. I was covering the Giants, the Nets, the Cosmos. I was doing it all, and football was just the most fun to cover, as you know. It's just a great game. I really always liked the players, and it just kind of took off from there, where I've made a career and like a life out of this.
Yeah, you did. Gary, I was born in 79 and I will turn 42 next month. That is unbelievable. You've been covering the NFL for 42 years?
Well, how about this, Russ? Tom Brady was 4 years old when I covered my first Super Bowl, and now he's 43.
That is unbelievable. By the way, you can check out Gary on Twitter at Gary Myers, New York. We're going to get into, by the way, Tom Brady in a second because of your outstanding book, Brady versus Manning. So many awesome books, by the way. I've read a bunch of them. The Catch, Coaching Confidential, My First Coach, Brady versus Manning, How About Them Cowboys? But I know you're in the New York area. You follow the Jets and Giants closely, Gary. I just want to ask you one question about each before we get to this other. Do you think the Giants are sold on Daniel Jones?
Not 100%. No, I think that he It used to be that a quarterback had to make the jump from, say, the third year to the fourth year, but that whole equation has changed. And now I think the jump usually is first year to second year, and it didn't happen for Jones. So it has to happen second year going into third year, or I believe a year from now, the Giants will be looking for a new quarterback. But I just want to add, I've seen enough in spurts with him throwing the ball, with his decision-making, with his ability to run the ball, which is really a special quality, that if somehow he can put it together, I think he can be a playoff winning quarterback. But again, we've just kind of seen flashes of it for 2 years, and he's been hurt a bunch. This is a huge season in 2021 coming up for Daniel Jones. He's basically playing for his Giants career this year.
And then on the Jets side, do you think they'll trade for Deshaun Watson, Gary?
Obviously, Ross, it would depend on the asking price. We know it's going to be high, and depending on how much the Jets are willing to give up. They have 2 1s and 2 3s this year, in addition to their 2, and then they have 2 1s next year. But think about this: if they give up too much here, and they bring in Deshaun Watson, then the Jets turn into what the Houston Texans were this past year, where Watson throws to 5,000 yards and they win 4 games. So the Jets are not a quarterback away from winning. If you bring Watson onto what the current Jets team is now, without all these draft choices they've accumulated, how many games are they going to win? I mean, unless they can get him for a 1 this year and a 1 next year, which is not going to happen. I mean, I've heard they won 3 or 4 1s plus Quinn and Williams. I mean, that's way, way too high. I don't think Watson is Patrick Mahomes. I just don't. And I would think that the better route for the Jets to go is to, if they love one of these quarterbacks at 2, take them there. Otherwise, I think the best thing to do is trade down, maximize the value of that number 2 pick, go 1 more year with Sam Darnold, and then make a decision on Sam after this year. I mean, Sam really had the disadvantage of playing for Adam Gase, who was a huge disappointment here, obviously, and not having enough skill position players. I'd like to see what he can do with good coaching and good players around him.
Let's get into Tom Brady before we get into the Hall of Fame stuff.
Okay.
Because I'm always fascinated by the Hall of Fame voting process. I know a lot of the listeners are as well. You wrote a book about Tom Brady versus Peyton Manning. You spent a bunch of time with Brady. I remember you telling me you were in the car with him for an hour. I guess I have 2 questions on Brady. The first one is, can you put into words what he's done, Gary, and how impressive this Super Bowl appearance is, to do it in a new conference, away from Belichick, 3 road games? I mean, you've been covering the NFL for 42 years. Like, just can you put it into words how much more this adds to his legacy, I guess?
Well, yeah, I mean, you can throw in there, off season with a new team, and how valuable that would have been. I mean, he held a couple of workouts at those high schools in Tampa, which he shouldn't have been doing, but I'm sure that was valuable to him, but nowhere near as much as mini camps, OTAs, that kind of stuff that would have given him more of an opportunity to get himself acclimated to his receivers. I think it's a tremendous accomplishment that to do it in the first year with a new team, and then to prove that, the Brady Belichick argument has really heated up the last 2 weeks. I mean, it was going strong during the season as Tom was on his way to making the playoffs and Belichick was on his way to a 7-9 season. But now that Tom has gotten to a Super Bowl without Belichick, I think this tilts the argument, decidedly in Tom's favor. Ross, a lot of people have asked me, is this Brady's greatest accomplishment? And I still say 2001, when he took over for Bledsoe after Drew suffered that injury against the Jets late in the second game of the season, was pretty much a game manager the rest of the year. Nobody knew anything about Tom Brady would develop at that point. It was, he was a 6th-round draft choice. And so he was a game manager. They get to the Super Bowl, and they're now 2 minutes to go in a tie game, and John Madden is imploring Belichick to run out the clock and play for overtime. And Tom takes him down the field to get into position for Vinatieri's field goal to beat the Rams as a 14-point underdog. I still say that was his greatest accomplishment. I mean, the list goes on and on, coming back from 28-3 in the Super Bowl, obviously was huge. But I think I would put what he's done this season as number 2 behind what he did in 2001.
I think I agree with you, Gary. From doing the book on him and talking with him, do you have one story or one thing that jumped out to you from your time with him and the research you did into that book?
Wow. Off the field rather, I think what I found out, and I think it's become known now through his year in Tampa, but really, how beloved he is in the locker room, and how he doesn't consider himself, better than anybody else. He just tries to be one of the guys. Now, I doubt he's this way now, but he was always known as an all-pro practical joker. And, and Matt Castle, who got into a practical joke war with him, learned, and he said, the lesson here, as he came out on the short end of it, was, never mess with anybody who's got more money than you. I think that's true. On the field, just his incredible dedication and commitment, which I think goes back to feeling slighted at the University of Michigan, where he had to sit for 3 years and then look over his shoulder at Drew Henson for 2 years. And so once he got the job in New England, Ross, he never wanted to give his backups any reps with the first team in practice because he truly was concerned. He always said to me, I don't want to give Belichick any chance to think somebody's better at doing this job than I am. So Castle had a fight for any first team rep what he'd get, even in training camp. And he's just incredibly competitive and dedicated to his team and to winning, that there's really no way to overstate it. I mean, that puts him on another level, just his ability to want to soak up all the knowledge that he can, his commitment to his teammates, and just his dedication to just everything it takes to be a quarterback in the league. Listen, he's got great ability, obviously, but I think it's the intangibles that's really made him different.
It's sad, but it's true. It's the final KFC Sunday Night Showdown series of the season, with the big game right around the corner, matching up the Buccaneers and defending champion Chiefs. He is Steve Buchanan. I'm Adam Kaufman. Bukes, we got two high-octane, high-powered offenses here. Not easy for a showdown to pick just one captain, but you gotta. Who is it?
Yeah, this is a really difficult one to nail down who you want to be a captain, because like you mentioned, so many good options that you can choose from. But Tyreek Hill at 15,600 is the one I'm looking at here. Let's take a look back in history when these teams last played during the regular season. That's the game that Hill went for 13 catches, 269 yards, which was an average of 20.7 yards per reception. And spoiler alert, that secondary hasn't exactly improved since we last saw that. I don't think Hill's going to do that type of performance again, but we know the upside that he has. Him in the captain spot, he catches one long one, it's over, and all those fantasy points will be in your captain spot.
So if you are going to pay all the way up for Tyreek Hill as your KFC captain, naturally you need some value to support him in that lineup. Who are you going with?
Yeah, so tough for value because all the big name players are priced up in this one, but Chris Godwin at 8,800 is definitely somebody I'll be looking at as well. When he faced the Chiefs, 8 catches for 97 yards. I think this is going to be a tough game for Mike Evans, so Tom Brady might be looking elsewhere, trying to find some softer coverage. That's what Chris Godwin is going to get in this one. He's averaging 9.3 targets in the playoffs thus far. I would not be surprised if that trend doesn't continue. And like I said, if Mike Evans is being blanketed in coverage, the ball's going to go to Chris Godwin in this one.
All right, Bukes, thanks a lot. Do not forget to feed your whole crew with KFC's $20 fill-up. Choose between original recipe, extra crispy chicken, or crispy tenders, and get all the home-style sides you need. Drive-thrus are open, or get contactless delivery at kfc.com.
All right, guys, we still have Madden After Dark on the way as Adam Kaufman and Matt LaMarca will bring you a Madden sim featuring the 49ers and Bills, but that is not even close to the end of our DraftKings 250K tailgate weekend. I'll be back here tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern with my friend Emerson Latzia as we preview the DraftKings Tournament of Champions. Plus, we're going to have more Madden Sims, live coverage of the DraftKings and Major League Eating Big Game Snackdown featuring Joey Chestnut starting at 4 p.m. Eastern. Plenty of big game previews, including a special edition of The Sweat at 5 p.m. Eastern time. That's going to do it for me tonight, but let's send it out to Adam Kaufman and Matt LaMarca for Madden After Dark. I'll see you tomorrow.
Jesse, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your night, obviously. Matthew, how are you, buddy?
Doing wonderful, my friend. How are you?
I'm okay. It's a little weird working much earlier in the day and then stepping away for a while and then coming back. Just like for some reason, it feels very different coming back for the primetime 8 Eastern versus coming back for Madden After Dark when I feel like I should be halfway through a movie or something like that.
All right, I can respect that. See, the key is you got to just always work.
I'm right there with you. I feel it. Normally I feel that I like in my bones, but today it just felt, we were with J-Dub, popular Madden Twitch streamer earlier, Glash and I on a sim together. It's top of the world right there. And then obviously fast forward a whole day of like building snow forts, and here I am again. It doesn't feel like the same day earlier.
That's awesome.
Right? Good times. Break out the garden shovels and start digging like you're, trying to break out of Shawshank. It was really quite an adventure, I got to tell you. Hey, what's your lineup looking like? Did you make one for the free roll?
I didn't.
Jerk.
I know. I'm messing up.
All right.
You got Josh Allen, I think, though, right?
I'm going to give you mine, and you can assess it. How about that?
Let's do it.
How about that? I got Raheem Mostert in the captain spot because
Mighty Most.
He is the most. Josh Allen, of course, right after him. And then it gets a little tricky because you got two guys that are very expensive, very popularly owned, as a matter of fact.
Sure.
Lineups have locks, so we can tell you some of the ownership here. For our smaller, more modest Madden After Dark, the Wear Your Best LaMarca's free roll, that's what we called it. And I am, because it is Madden After Dark. Mostert is owned in 82.3% of lineups, 29.3% in the captain spot. So a lot of like-minded people out there. Josh Allen, 89% owned, 17% in the captain spot. After that, a real mix of value, you might say. I have Deebo Samuel, because I love the movie Friday, so you have to play Deebo. Kendrick Bourne, because I love the Bourne identity, so you play Bourne. And then Dante Pettis and Robbie Gould. That's what I got.
All right. Little full 49ers onslaught there.
Yeah, pretty close to it. Pretty close to it. It's all Niners and Josh Allen. So at least I got that going for me. We'll see how it works out. With Matt LaMarca, I am Adam Kaufman. All of you here with us, thank you so much. We appreciate you, especially on a Saturday evening. We got Daniel, our technical director, producer Madison, Tate and Game Ops doing his thing. Jesse, you heard from earlier, obviously, and we are just getting ready to wrap up the Dream Stream day for you before we get into Super Bowl Sunday. And I think this right here is a great opportunity, all of you that are with us, to spend the next hour plus really dissecting all things Super Bowl. We can get into the game, get into the DFS. I am certain that my man LaMarca here has taken a deep dive into the salaries and has passionate, strong feelings about this showdown. And beyond that, we can just talk about whatever you want. NFL awards are being handed out right now. Aaron Donald just a few moments ago getting Defensive Player of the Year once again. He's a rock-solid Hall of Famer. Some new Hall of Famers have been announced, including Megatron, Calvin Johnson, going to the Hall first ballot. Hey, who didn't love Megatron? Dude could have kept playing and playing. So we are here, and we are kicking things off in virtual Buffalo. These Bills, you will see them again tomorrow in our What If Super Bowl. They will be taking on the Packers. I will have you for that game with Kenny Ducey early in the day. Another day with a large free-to-play prize pool that people should be jumping into for this $250,000 tailgate weekend stream that we've got going on.
So first thing I got to say is I love these 49er uniforms.
Very good looking. Agreed.
Love the black and red combo with the gold helmets. Woo! Second thing, I got to come clean about something.
Tell me.
I know that you and Kaufman have, or you are Kaufman.
Tell me.
You and Glash
Yeah,
right? You
I've heard of them.
take part in your NBA head-to-heads every night.
We do, yeah. I'm rocking them pretty good right now. I'm not going to lie to you.
Well, he told me that he had won like 4 or 5 in a row. And the reason is because I've been building his lineups.
Sure. What's that?
I've been building his lineups for him for the most part.
Stop that. You can't do that. I think legally you can't do that. But putting that aside, you definitely can't do that. He had told me that he was reading a lot of your articles and he was getting his advice from you, which is like, that's fair game. Do that, of course. You know, I encourage you to do that. I don't want you to go in blind and just guess. I mean, you should have educated thoughts when, you know, recognize the guy's ruled out, or you got guys in a good spot. Like, you know, for instance, like you knew James Harden was in a good spot tonight without Durant, without Kyrie Irving. Like, some logic should come into these, sure, but you can't be sitting there constructing the damn thing for him. That ain't right.
You know, he looked like a man that needed some guidance. So I've been just steering him down the road.
Just recommending a guy or two. Well, so
there have been a couple nights where I've just given him my lineup. Let him play it.
So have you not done that the last couple of nights when I've taken him right back?
Well, today I didn't. Yesterday, I will admit that I did. But we couldn't get the job done yesterday.
We couldn't get the job done.
You know, on to Cincinnati.
Oh, goodness gracious. Well, he will receive a text, a passionate text. Guy, that's okay. I'm honestly, I'm totally fine with that.
Oh, there he is. There's Glash.
Oh, is he in the chat?
Yeah.
Is he upset that you've given him up? I got to catch up in the chat. I'm way behind. Our guy Must Be says, what's up, Kaufman? Thanks for being here. Big Matt, love you guys. Trade for J-Dub. We're going to bring him on in. Glash says, Madison, let me in the Zoom. Wow. Glash, come on in the Zoom. I don't care. Unlock the thing. It's a Saturday night. You're clearly not doing anything. Hang out with us. You're not going to get paid any extra, though. Matt says she's had a lot of Glash today. I'm not sure she's on board. Choker says, LOL, LaMarcus conscience got the best of him. Solid play, Matt. Did you help him out with our Celtics Clippers showdown too, or you just been helping him out?
No. It is funny that you guys play like every sport, every slate,
every day.
Every day, yes.
I got to build the college fund for the kids.
Yeah, no, we've just been doing main slate NBA. So
Jimmy Garoppolo competes a pass out to the 30. Is 2.5 gone by opening quarter. We are scoreless. So where do we? Let me see where things stand right now. Glash and I, since we're on topic. I've got 279.5 with 37 minutes left. He's not in good. He's got 200 on the nose with 40 minutes left. I think we're walking down another loss for one Brendan Glashian, I'm afraid.
That sounds like an L.
Yeah, poor guy. Yeah, I texted him last night after I swept him in our couple that we played yesterday and mentioned that I think I'm like 29-10 against him in our last 39 or something crazy like that. Edge 95, cough, heads or tails? Tails never fails, bro. I'm always going to pick tails.
I did actually take a look at this, and I would never recommend the coin toss as a proposition.
Like to play.
But I think it's been tails in 6 of the last 7 years. Let me see. I tweeted it out.
Is that right?
Let me find it. Yes, 6 of the past 7 Super Bowls. 85.7%.
Greg Coffin. How about Fournier ruled out after lock tonight? I saw that. Although that thing turned into such a blowout that Vooch didn't even have a good game. I was surprised.
Well, I mean, yeah, things have been weird in the NBA. I mean, the whole thing with Durant yesterday was bizarre.
Yeah. Really weird.
And then he basically went on Twitter and threw a temper tantrum. And I think he played today now. It's just a very weird situation.
No,
he didn't play
today. No, Durant might come back the next game, they said.
Okay.
Very strange situation. Glash, while you're hanging out in the chat, pal. Yeah, Daniel, the NBA All-Star Game be fun. What a stupid idea that is. As we are scoreless here, halfway through the opening quarter. 2nd and 6. LaMarca, Kaufman, Mads, Danny Boy, Tate, everybody here with. Are you?
Oh, Danny Boy.
Oh,
the pipes are calling.
Brother Phil. Oh my God! Headline: Shoeless Brendan Glasheen embroiled in Black Sim scandal. It'll be called the Black Sim Scandal of 21. So are you going to build his showdown lineup for him tomorrow when he faces me too? Gonna make.
I'm not.
Make him.
I've been ignoring you all football season, so it wouldn't be fair to start building his teams for him.
I never asked you to build my lineups. I said what I would do every typically like for a Monday night or a Sunday night, I'd hit you up on Slack. I'd say, all right, who you like tonight?
Yep.
And you'd either respond or you wouldn't. It's that simple. As the kid kicks away from 50, is it good? Yes, sir. 3-0 San Fran.
I forgot to even enlarge the sim on our little Zoom chat. I've just been looking at your face.
Blow it up. Well, I like looking at your face too, buddy. Bonzo calls it the Coffs Kids Foundation. That's right. Glass, you're just buying more dolls. So do tell though. Let's start to go in that direction. We'll come back to NBA and crap all over Glass in a little while. Thoughts on the game tomorrow, and not the game itself. We'll get there. DFS. Thoughts on the game, DFS-wise tomorrow.
Yeah. So the one thing that I've been kind of kicking around in my head a little bit is how obviously you want as much of the Kansas City, like big three as possible.
Sure.
But I don't think you can play all three and still have a competitive team, especially if you want to captain one of them.
So I was looking at it, and I think this is where you're going. I think the only way you can get away with doing it, and especially if, let's say, you want to play Brady on the other side, you need to captain like a Rojo or a DeMarcus Robinson or somebody like that. It's just the only way to pull it off.
Right. And I think what I've landed on as my preferred strategy is Kelsey and Hill with no Mahomes, which intuitively doesn't make a lot of sense, but when you think about it, the Kansas City passing attack recently has been Travis Kelsey and Tyreek Hill. Like, they're getting all the catches, all the yards, and all the touchdowns. So you don't even really need Mahomes to be a part of that. If Mahomes has a huge game, obviously that's going to hurt you. But if he's, 303, but the vast majority of that production is going to those two guys, you can get away without having the quarterback in your stack. So I'm debating going with probably Kelsey at tight end, but one of the two at captain, running the other one back in the flex, and then kind of going with a more Tampa Bay heavy approach with the rest of my lineup.
People, get your questions in if you have any, as we are in safety territory here. 1st and 10 from the 2 for San Fran. It's a 3-0 game. Handoff, and how about the fullback getting some run for 8? Use check. Yeah, I don't think I would be able to, and I'm not in a multi-enter situation. I'm just thinking about cash games, head-to-heads, things, I'm not thinking about GPPs and trying to win a tournament. So obviously there's a different mindset there. But I don't think I could, I don't think I'd be able to ignore playing Patrick Mahomes in a cash game. I think I would have to pick either Kelsey or Hill to fade. I couldn't fade Patrick Mahomes.
I don't blame you. Patrick Mahomes has been just insanely consistent, at least 20 DraftKings points in every game but one this season. So his bust potential is literally like zero. So I don't blame you for taking that approach in a head-to-head cash game style contest. I'm just thinking about maximizing ceiling for tournaments. And like the value options are a little thin on this slate. You know, I know everybody loves Ronald Jones, but I think Ronald Jones is going to be like extremely high owned for his ceiling. Like he's not catching any passes at the moment. He did get about 50% of the rushing snaps, but he played on a fraction of the snaps compared to Fournette. Like, I don't think that this is a 1-1A type situation. This is a 1 and a B. So I don't love the Ronald Jones play, to be honest, if he's going to check in with this massive ownership. So then it becomes, where do we go? I think Sammy Watkins is a nice value, assuming that he suits up. I think Gronk or Cameron Brate potentially, but like there's not a ton of these low-owned guys that you feel real comfortable with.
End of quarter number 1's 3-0 San Fran. We'll dive into some of the numbers, let you know where things stand in our standings. We will continue with this conversation. It's an interesting one. Want to continue to, pelt Mr. LaMarca here with questions, obviously, as it surrounds that showdown contest. Garoppolo, though, 5 of 7, 78 yards. Josh Allen, who I understand will be joining the Dream Stream for a little conversation with our own Jesse Cofield tomorrow after our Bills and Packers What If Super Bowl sim. So that'll be a good time. That's a nice get, obviously, here on the Dream Stream. Singletary just 6 on the ground. Mostert only 6. Juszczyk has 7 on his lone carry. He is the leading rusher right now. I don't think that'll last, but good for him. And good for you if you rostered him, obviously. We'll look at the receiving numbers, although I can tell you they are not going to be plentiful so far here in this game. Pettis, 2 for 34, 1 for 25 for Bourne. Those are both on my team, by the way, so I must be doing okay in the standings. Samuel, 1 for 16. Mentioned him as well. Kittle, 1 for 3. Diggs, 1 for 6. Lee Smith, not the pitcher, 1 for 6 also. So currently out of 164 entries in the Madden After Dark, the Wear Your Best LaMarcus free roll, we have a solo leader. It is TXTDC with the Bills DST in the captain spot, also the Niners DST in that lineup. I am sitting 19th LaMarca and only about 10 points off the lead, but I don't have a DST. So that is that's very important. That helps this guy out.
Flash says he would play Mahomes.
Hot tip. But would you captain Mahomes? Again, cash game strategy. Would you be so bold as to just know that any of those guys are in play? Do you captain Mahomes and maybe you want Brady on the other side, maybe you pay up for either Kelsey or Hill, and then it becomes, value seeking, obviously. Now there are, like, is Sammy Watkins, our guy Kenny Ducey loves him some Sammy Watkins. Is Sammy Watkins a guy that you would play tomorrow?
100%. Yeah, I said he's my favorite value play on the slate. He has been the Chiefs' number 2 all season when healthy. Again, we have to make sure he's in the lineup, but I think he's good for, 6-7 targets at 4,200. I'll take that any day of the week. I saw some other questions in here. One person brought up Scotty Miller. Very out on Scotty Miller at 3,400. Like, he has 1 catch in 9 of his 1 catch or less in 9 of his last 11 games. So maybe he can score another fluky touchdown like he did last week, but with the team at full strength, essentially, the wide receiver core, can't play Scotty Miller in my opinion. Byron Pringle, hard pass. I'd rather go to Marcus Robinson in that price range. Let's see if we had any other questions in here. I always get questions about my heat. I keep it brisk in the house. A brisk 68.
A brisk. I'm gonna ask you to repeat some of what you've already said, obviously, in case people are just tuning in. But what about You know, is Rojo too tempting at that salary to ignore? Even though, like, he's clearly not the number one. We know that's Leonard Fournette. But is Rojo too tempting if you're looking for a cheaper punt play? Or are you even going, you know, deeper down than that? Are you looking at, you know, would you take a flyer on Ricky Seals-Jones? Or
I feel like you haven't been listening to me when I've been talking.
No, I said to you, I'm going to ask you to repeat some of this stuff.
I feel like it's offensive.
We're just tuning in.
Yeah,
that was the first
That's
quarter,
why.
and now we're into the second quarter. Don't you take an attitude with me.
So I think Rojo is
right out of the
a
gate.
fine play.
Repeat yourself.
Rojo's fine in head-to-heads, in cash games. Like, you know, he is going to get work at that price tag, which is all that you can ask for. But I think his combination of ceiling and projected ownership make him a fade for me in larger tournaments. I just don't see any ceiling for him right now as we get a fumble from Josh Allen. I just don't see the ceiling since he's not catching passes, and he's clearly getting out-snapped by Fournette. I mean, the carry discrepancy was not that bad between them last week. Fournette had 12 and Rojo had 10, but Rojo was only on the field for 18 plays.
Right.
So that Fournette's just such a better option, and I think he's going to check in with much less ownership, despite the fact that he's been crushing for people. Like, I think that people are just going to look at the discrepancy in salary and say, I have to play Rojo at 2,200, and that means that I'm not going to play Fournette, which actually makes Fournette like a sneaky value as we get a scoop and a score for the Buffalo Bills.
You know, you play that Bills DST, suddenly it looks like you're actually in okay shape. Bills have taken themselves a lead. You're approaching the midpoint of this second quarter. Good on you. Charles says, what about Tyler Johnson? You think he could see targets if Fournette is the best buck play?
I don't see Tyler Johnson being a factor in this game. I mean, Tyler Johnson wasn't a factor last week, and that was with Antonio Brown out of the lineup. So, no thank you for me on Tyler Johnson.
Can we do something? I know I'm not the producer of this broadcast, but Flash is on fire in the chat, and the guy's putting up a stink, and he's recruiting people. He's trying to, you know, take whatever it is that police and firefighters use to barrel over doors. He's trying to knock down the door of the Zoom. Daniel, can we unlock the meeting, please? So that Glash, if Glash wants to come on in and he has something to say, I'm not going to stand in his way, and I don't want to hear any excuses from him about, oh, I couldn't get in. It's unlocked. It's unlocked, Daniel said it's unlocked, Glash. Come on in. What do you want to talk about there, Brendan? Come on in. Let's have a little conversation here during Madden After Dark on a Saturday night. See if you and I didn't spend enough time together earlier, being all polite, all, you know, gloves off. Good.
This isn't fair. This isn't fair. This is not fair. Not fair. Not fair.
Tell me what's not fair? What did I complain about?
Goff, you came into the stream 3 days ago. You barged on in with no warning. Look it. Do I text LaMarca my lineup to ask for his approval?
This is not what he said happened. He said he sent you his lineup.
Let Matt talk. Matt, do I do that?
What's that?
I'm going to let you guys hash this out.
No,
I don't want to be the. I don't want to be the.
Come on, you can't do that.
All right, fine. I wasn't going to do that anyway. You send me your lineup.
Yep.
You ask me for my thoughts. I give you my thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we are done chatting, I will typically send you my lineup. And you are then at your own discretion as to how you would like to utilize that.
True. That's true. Now, maybe one time I made tweaks because I thought what Matt had to say made sense.
I tweaked it to read exactly as his lineup read. That's all.
That's all. I like how you just slip in there, Mr. Adam. Oh, sometimes I'll slack LaMarca with his thoughts. Who do you like? It's the same thing. I mean, come on.
The good thing is that if I'm not working, I am not on Slack.
It's true.
So Glash has the direct hotline to me now with the text, and he was smart enough to get in the Twitter DMs game as opposed to the Slack game. He knows how to find me.
I have chosen consciously to not disturb you over text. If he's around on Slack, if he's in front of the computer,
Nice guy.
I'll hit him up, but I'm not gonna dive into the man's personal space. Hit him up in the text and see what's going on. Flash, here's what
you just know the right way. You know, it's the right way to approach people.
Flash, here's what you need to remember, and I'm pretty sure for all the people that are here with us, including Lamarca, of course, who's been
Please, Cough Daddy, what do I have to remember? Tell me.
What you need to remember is that I don't care. You could play his lineup against me every single night for all I care.
Well, in my defense, I didn't hear anything. I had the YouTube feed still up, and I saw this. Oh, Lamarca makes Splash's lineup. So I was like, whoa, what is going on here? And then I put the audio up.
Yeah.
So I didn't like what I heard.
Well, you should scroll on back to the beginning of the broadcast. I think you'll like it even less.
And also, real quick for the record, don't tell Lamarca what you think your record. You know exactly what your record is against me. You told it to me last night.
That's why I was doing it, Kaufman.
I don't know my record against you overall. That's just the last 30 days because that's what the DK website showed me. I'd love to know what it is all time. That would be great.
I'm not trying to sit here and say like, oh, my goal is to get Glash to crush you, but I do think that you need to be knocked down a peg.
All right.
You've gotten a little smug.
There's a thick air up here to breathe through.
You know, we were getting along so well today.
I know.
It was almost going too well.
Where's J-Dub the Peacemaker when you need him?
Seriously. Lucha Rivera, enough of you, okay? Come on. All right, I'll let you guys go. Take care. Unless you have anything else.
Glash, I love you, buddy.
No, love you too. Good. I look forward to our head-to-head in for the Super Bowl tomorrow. It's going to be a great time.
I love you, Lamarca. Take care, Matt.
Bye, buddy.
Bye. Bye, other guy.
Other guy. Well, at least he left the Zoom. Even Crib is in the chat, just with the eyes rolling back in her head emoji, or whatever we would call that.
I think that's just an eye roll. Eyes rolling back in the head. Is that a little different connotation?
Is that a little too descript, I guess? Is that too deep as opposed to the eye roll? I thought I was basically saying the same thing.
Speaking of Glash, me and Glash will have the Super Bowl resim tomorrow.
Nice.
Are we allowed to say that? Or do I have to say the big game resim?
No, I think it's fine here. All part of the Madden football universe. Huh. I think we may need a different acronym for that, actually. I don't think we can use that. 3rd and 1 from the 20.
All right, Madison says green light.
Green light.
Today's Super Bowl. Let's do it. You want to have an 11 o'clock buzzword, Super Bowl?
Nope.
All right, me neither.
All right, me neither.
Here we go.
Kid came in hot for someone that wasn't even listening earlier. Jumped on in, started defending. He didn't even know what he was defending. Incomplete pass.
Yeah, I mean, I probably went in a little too hard in the beginning. I shouldn't have said I've been building his lineups. It's not like he texts me saying, "All right, what are we doing tonight?" It's more I've given him access to my lineup. You know what I'm saying?
Of all that yeah, I get that. Of all that we discussed earlier surrounding tomorrow's showdown for the Super Bowl, who is your absolute favorite play? And if you want to buckle it down, narrow it down to like a favorite stud play and a favorite value play, types of things obviously that you often write about, then that's quite all right too. However you'd like to answer the question.
Sure. So I think Travis Kelce is my favorite stud. The guy has just been so unbelievably good recently. And I don't see anybody on the Bucs that can cover him. I've heard a lot of people say, "Oh, Devin White he can take Kelce away in this game. Devin White is more of a run stopper than he is a pass coverage type guy. Travis Kelce's going to destroy him. As my first time chatting on YouTube says, LaMarca is the real life Eeyore, which I can respect that. Eeyore was an original gangster. As far as value plays go, I'm going with Gronk at 3K. It's a little bit narrative based. Like, you can't tell me Gronk's not showing up in the Super Bowl.
It would be hard to believe, given the experience there, the number of times he's been there, obviously Brady being the one that he's still working with. I'm with you. I mean, I'm not saying he's someone that I automatically feel like I need to roster, but would I be the least bit surprised if he goes for, I don't know, 3 for 50 and a touchdown? Definitely not.
Right. Like he had 3 red zone targets 2 weeks ago against the Saints. He's still playing on the vast majority of the snaps. He was on the field 58 of 65 snaps. I know he's been being used more as a blocker than as a pass catcher recently, but Brate is banged up. Like, I just have a feeling that it's a Gronk night, and he's so cheap at 3K.
Alana says, jokes on Koff. He nopes the buzzword so often that he actually is buzzwording the word nope. Damn it. Final 39 seconds here of this second quarter. This is where I'm supposed to say, so tell me, LaMarca, who are your favorite plays tomorrow? Be it hype for your stud. I'm kidding. Don't worry, I was listening. I was just out myself from before. Gronk at 3K. Admittedly, and it's surprising as a Patriots fan, I haven't thought a lot about Gronk in terms of feeling inclined to play him. I've been looking at some of the other values. How do you feel about like the really cheap value guys though? Like the total pump plays, the guys that are like, sub 1K.
Not a fan.
Of any of them?
It's hard to tell yourself a story that any of them is really going to pay off. Like, you mentioned Ricky Seals-Jones. The guy has played 11 total snaps in the playoffs. I get that he's $200, but the odds of him catching a pass have to be 5-1 against. The cheapest that I'm really looking at is DeMarcus Robinson. Like, I think you can always go with a cheap Kansas City guy. Like, that's always a viable strategy. Robinson, again, I prefer him over Pringle, but if you wanted to throw Pringle in there, fine. Like, those are the guys that I'm looking to for salary savers.
We've reached the half. Not a lot of offense in this one. 10 total points, and 7 of those have come from the defense. The other 3, it's all special teams so far in this game. As a matter of fact, that's.
There's a game going on.
Yeah, this is a sim here. Irvin says, LaMarca, give us the dad joke. You have a dad joke before we get to any stats? Your dad been texting you lately?
No, I haven't been working with you. My dad's not in the office anymore, and that's.
Well, I know you mentioned that a while back. I didn't know if he's gone back at all.
No, they're remote now.
Okay, he's not just Googling dad jokes then, just to make him.
I'll Google one for you right now.
Yeah, find us a good one. Singletary, the leading rusher, 7 for 22. We'll look at the receivers as well. Again, this 7-3 Buffalo lead. I am, despite not having a DST in my lineup, I am sitting 6th. What do you think of that? TXC, TDC coming right for you. Samuel 5 for 44, Kittle 3 for 20, almost played him. Pettis 3 for 49, 2 for 35 for Bourne. What do you got? Still narrowing down the field?
Yeah, most of these are terrible. I don't trust stairs. They're always up to something. That one's not bad. I've got a great joke about construction, but I'm still working on it. I used to hate facial hair, but then it grew on me.
Yep, should have seen that coming.
All right, that's enough for now, I think.
Greg says I won't read his type of guy jokes because I'm embarrassed about the accuracy. Some of them are pretty good. I've been scanning over them. Daniel says these are classic jokes. He's all on board. John says Matt LaMarca looks like Matt Patricia went into witness protection. Where's that pencil?
Yeah, seriously. I've been getting Patricia for a long time.
Yeah.
You know, he was a real inspiration for me fashion-wise.
I can see that.
You know, I don't think he was a great coach, but the guy was a revelation as far as NFL coaching outfits go. Like, I mean, they're wearing his stuff in Milan now, I'm pretty sure. So,
oh, that's a good. I've never heard this one from Urban Legend. How do you track Will Smith in the snow? You follow the Fresh Prince.
All right, not bad.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like that. Oh, man. Carter says, all right, I'm sick of this. I said it earlier. When the crowd cheers, I cannot hear Kaufman. I said it earlier. When the crowd cheers, we can barely hear Kaufman. Kaufman, please do something about this.
You know, I've been struggling a little bit to hear you tonight as well. I've got my volume turned up a little higher than normal.
Is that right? All
yeah.
Right. Daniel, can we drop down the crowd noise or whatever it is that's in LaMarca's ear as well? I don't know. I mean, anyone else? Madison, you having trouble hearing me? Producer Mads? I'm hooked up to the same way that I always am. Plus the kids were coming around and playing with my settings or anything like that.
You're coming in loud and clear now, buddy.
All right. Okay. I didn't do anything. Nothing's moved on my end. Daniel says I think your mic levels are a little bit lower than usual. Strange. Very strange. So we're talking DFS as it relates to the Super Bowl. Any questions you have as you work to build those lineups, certainly hit us up. LaMarca's covered a lot. If you want him to cover anything again, you're joining us later, you just need a little refresher, that's okay. I don't mind asking him twice. I think I've proven that. How do you feel about, because I know this tends to be kind of a footnote in your Showdown preview articles during the NFL season. How do you feel about the defenses and the kickers?
Yeah, it's a tough slate to make a choice or to make a case for one of them. I actually don't hate the Tampa Bay defense if you want to play the narrative that the Chiefs offensive line is not going to be able to block the Tampa Bay pass rushers, which I think is a realistic scenario. I still think the Chiefs are going to win the game, but if the Tampa Bay defense racked up like 5 sacks and held the Chiefs to 21 points or something like that, would I be shocked? No, I would not be shocked. So I think the Tampa Bay defense is interesting. After that, I would play the 2 kickers probably. I don't hate these plays as far as values go, but I would probably look to, you know, the cheaper pass catching type options if I was going to go down in this range.
In both cases, or a kicker and one of those guys? You know what I'm asking?
No, I don't.
Would you play one kicker and a cheaper pass catcher, or would you just stick with cheaper pass catchers and ignore the kickers if choosing between the 2?
I think you should play 1 kicker max. Don't play 2 kickers. And yeah, if you need to play multiple guys in this range, 1 kicker and a pass catcher, totally fine.
Which kicker you like better? Does it become the team ultimately that you just think is going to put up more points straight up, or the team that, like, let's say?
Yeah, I think you go opposite. Normally quarterbacks and kickers are pretty negatively correlated.
Mm-hmm.
Because when the kicker is scoring points, it means that quarterback's not throwing touchdowns.
Right.
So if you're going to play Mahomes, then you probably want to roster Succo. If you're going to play Brady, then you're probably going to want to go Butker. If you're playing Mahomes and Brady, then you probably shouldn't do kickers.
Interesting. Brady's a tough fade for me, and not even with bias. He's a tough fade just because it's a Super Bowl. Obviously, we know what the offense is around him. We know what he's still capable of. Now, it's hard to ignore what he did last week or 2 weeks ago with the 3 second half interceptions. You know, it's by no means a lock the guy's going to go out there and put up 20, 25, 30 points. It just, I don't know. And we've talked about this in general. It's hard overall when you feel like you have a good quarterback to not play both quarterbacks in a showdown format. You just feel like you want to accumulate the points. You're going to go with both QBs, but obviously you do that, then you are, as you outlined earlier, you know, you're costing yourself one of those stud receivers or, you know, a Travis Kelce.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that like Kelce and Hill have been producing like stud quarterbacks, if not better, in terms of their ceilings, their consistency. Like, it is crazy how much work these guys are getting and how good they are with that work. I mean, Kelce had 15 targets last week and Tyreek had 11. That's 26 pass attempts between two guys. You know, how many times do you think Mahomes threw the ball in the game? 38. So literally that's 12 passes to players other than those two. So, you know, for my money, Kelce and Hill are just too good to fade right now. Like, they're in great spots, great matchups individually. You know, Pro Football Focus gives them, you know, huge mismatches against the guys that are expected to be covering them. So that's why I give those guys the edge. But yes, my ideal build right now is the two Chiefs studs with Brady and then finding some value.
Yeah. And captaining one of those guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably Kelce. Again, he's my favorite, but if I had to go with Hill, I would not be all that upset about it.
Kelce the safest floor to you, though.
It's not even the floor, it's more the ceiling.
Interesting.
I like his
I might have
ceiling.
thought that you liked Tyreek Hill's ceiling better, as we have a field goal good here for San Fran.
I mean, listen, they both have insane ceilings and they both have insane floors, right? Like, Tyreek torched this team for 200 yards and 2 touchdowns in the first quarter the last time they played. So it's hard for me to say, you know, oh, Travis Kelce definitely has a higher ceiling. But with what we've seen over the past few weeks, Kelce's the higher ceiling player.
Titan Twin is in front after that field goal, 53.5 points, about a 4-point lead. I'm still sitting fifth, less than 10 points off the lead. Let's go. 7-6 game halfway through the third quarter.
Chef Duke. Like that name. The Chef Duke asks, Darrell Williams, do we like him? Do you think he's a good play? I do like Darrell Williams. I think that the Chiefs running back situation is like so complicated that most people are just going to say, you know, screw it. I'm not going to play any of these guys. But for me, Williams has become like the cleared top star or top choice of the Chiefs runners.
Hit us with your questions, whatever you got, obviously, surrounding tomorrow's Super Bowl. I'm going to go off the DFS for a second, although it's all related. If we're being
One last question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Somebody says, can you just punt the captain spot and get all the studs in? And you can, and I think that will be very popular. If you are going to do it, my thing is just don't do it with Ronald Jones. I think Rojo at captain with the 4 studs and then another punt play is going to be a very popular lineup construction. So I would just say pivot off of that format so you don't have to worry about your lineup being duped as easily.
How different is your GPP and cash game strategy for this contest?
I don't typically play like cash games on a 1-game slate. I know that you do. You love them.
Yeah, I do.
This is how you're paying for your kids' college fund?
Yep, just, you know, good $500 at a time, baby. It all adds up. Let me tell you, these are some intense head-to-heads.
The head-to-heads is you don't have to worry about ownership. Like if Ronald Jones is grading out as one of the better, you know, point per dollar values, even though he doesn't have a great ceiling. So yeah, you should have Ronald Jones in your lineup in a head-to-head. I'm more thinking of like a GPP type approach. So
a lot of people out there trying to win some big tournaments tomorrow. I get it.
So yeah, like to me, Ronald Jones is the perfect example of a cash versus a GPP type play.
2nd and 3, 2 minutes gone, or left, I should say, third quarter here. From midfield, Josh Allen. Not done much, but that'll help. Completed out to the 24 as he's closing in on 100 yards.
Irvin says, Lamarca, MLE contest tomorrow. You taking Chestnut, Esper, or that random roided up little person from West Virginia? First off, when I started reading this comment, I thought for sure it was going to be a joke about me being in the MLE contest.
Yep, same.
But you can't pick against Joey Chestnut. Come on.
Friend of the DK Dream Stream, Joey Chestnut. How dare you? Folks, smash that like, by the way. Getting close to 550. We want to hear from you. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button. It is much appreciated. And I'd love to hear from the people, by the way. If you are, you know, the hashtag team always here. If you were with us earlier today for the Super Bowl preview sim, which was an exhilarating sim. Hopefully we get, you know, a real life game that is that good, quite frankly. That was a lot of fun. Almost went to overtime. Casey won it by a touchdown late. Lots of points per side. You know, what cleared the over, I'll tell you that. I think it was 35-28 the final, so it was really fun. Tyreek Hill had himself a few touchdowns. Talking about,
I'd sign up for 35-28 right now.
It'd be a good time. Love to hear people if that ball is completed and ultimately for no gain. Love to hear what you thought of the sim earlier. Not so much the sim, but the stream itself. And J-Dub, again, popular Twitch Madden streamer, joining us. How you enjoyed him. We had a lot of fun, Glash and I hanging out with him. Hopefully he'll be back.
Here's my question for you and for the sim.
Okay.
Sim fan. What are your thoughts on like the Super Bowl boxes? Do you like those?
I mean, they're a total crapshoot, obviously, but I like them. Usually, I'll play them if if it's convenient. Meaning, like you're in the office. I'm not playing it this year. I don't think, unless something comes up tomorrow. Do you not like it?
I mean, I'm kind of like you. I'll do them if somebody asks me. And
I don't go out of my way to do it. As we get a touchdown from Josh Allen on the ground.
Like my dad freaking loves Super Bowl boxes.
He's the guy they were invented for. Any reason why?
The obvious reason.
Sure.
Just that he's a degenerate.
Fair enough.
All right, Madison said I'm in trouble, so we'll stop talking about this.
He just said,
Madison put me in timeout.
Talk about something else. Daniel says, what movie trailers are you most excited to see tomorrow? I have no earthly idea, Daniel, of what movie trailers I should even expect to see tomorrow during the Super Bowl. And that in and of itself actually kind of has me excited.
Ooh, are we gonna get like a Black Widow trailer?
That wouldn't even be new though. Haven't there already been a couple versions of that out?
Yeah, but I don't think I've seen one on TV yet.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Maybe Justice League Snyder Cut trailer. Yeah, that's possible.
I've been doing the Marvel rewatch recently. I don't know if I've talked to you about this.
I did it. So I haven't actually finished, but I'm basically done. I only have a couple left.
I've now gotten to the point where I've seen them all.
Yeah.
Outside of the Hulk, which.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So you hadn't. So we did talk about this at one point because I think at that point you still hadn't seen the Guardians movies.
Right. I would say I was down about a third of them.
Okay. So now you're.
I saw both Guardians. I had never seen the second Thor.
Okay. But you had seen Ragnarok?
No, I've seen Ragnarok.
But you
hadn't seen The Dark World.
Okay. So, well, all right. Bring me up to speed. I like talking to people about the MCU, and obviously the sim is not eventful as we have the fourth quarter on the way. Super Bowl tomorrow be damned. What have you thought of your MCU rewatch? I want to hear about it.
I continue to say that Doctor Strange is the most underrated MCU character. I don't know why he couldn't just open up a little time loop thing or, one of those holes and just drop Thanos in it and he could just stay there for all eternity.
Sure.
But yeah, I think he's a stud. I think that the Ant-Man franchise is pretty hilarious. Like, I think Paul Rudd is great as Ant-Man.
Yeah, I think those are a little bit underrated.
Which is not a take that I was expecting to have. I thought that the first Guardians of the Galaxy was great.
Yeah.
I thought that the second Guardians of the Galaxy was
not great.
Not great.
Yeah, in line with you.
The second Thor, bad. The Dark World was bad. And Iron Man 3, I think, was my least favorite of all the Marvel movies.
Interesting. I enjoy this.
So those are my takes.
So where are you in your rewatch? I mean, I know you said you've seen them all overall, but where are you in your rewatch?
I'm pretty much done with it. I have the 2 Avengers at the end, but I've seen both of those pretty recently, so I don't know if I'm going to rewatch them.
What about the latest Spider-Man? Have you seen that?
I've seen that multiple times, but if it's not on Marvel or Disney Plus or whatever, it's hard for me to.
Yeah, it's not.
But
it is elsewhere where you don't have to pay for it, but it's not on Disney.
Okay.
That is correct.
So I've seen the one where he goes and fights Jake Gyllenhaal a bunch of times. I haven't seen the first one.
Daniel brings up one possible trailer drop tomorrow could be the next Spider-Man movie. I don't think it would have to be a teaser. I don't think they've even started shooting anything yet for that movie.
Spider-Man will always be my favorite.
Your go-to superhero?
Yeah.
Spider-Man in general, like going back to the comic and other Spider-Man movies, Spider-Man is your favorite superhero, or do you mean Tom Holland's Spider-Man is your favorite?
Well, I think he's the best of the Spider-Men.
Agreed.
But Spider-Man in general is just my favorite superhero. It also stems from the fact that the last Spider-Man video game, which you're probably too old to really respect this, but they came out with a Spider-Man video game on PS4, and it was the dopest video game I've ever played.
Yeah, I mean, I have not played it, but I'm familiar with it, and that's what everybody says.
They literally make you can be Spider-Man essentially. The controls and the way you can shoot the webs and interact swinging through New York City is just incredible.
Iro says, now that Koff is famous, he's too good to read the chat. I'm not famous nor too good for the chat, Iro. I see your head-to-head challenges in there, my man. Not to worry. I'm right here with you. Just haven't decided.
Why are you famous? How'd you get famous?
I have no idea. Maybe because I did a stream with Flash and J-Dub. Just took me to another level. Sean says Miles Morales or the OG Spider-Man. I think you're talking about the OG Spider-Man, right? Because
I haven't played the Miles Morales one yet. Yeah. I'm waiting to get PS5, and when I get PS5, I'll get the new Spider-Man game. But that's
probably come with it. Probably wind up with the bundle.
Yeah, I don't know when that's gonna be. It could be months. It could be next year. I don't know. I'm not gonna actively search one out. When they're available, that's when I'll buy them.
I was able to come up with a second PS5 in my search, and handed that one up. Not handed. I mean, I just resold it to our own babysitter Billy, and that one was a bundle that came along with the Miles Morales game, which he told me he beat it in a couple hours. He said it's an insanely short game, but incredible. He loved the game.
I could believe it. I know that there's also I don't know if it's out yet or they were working on it, but there was supposed to be an Avengers video game, and that apparently is not nearly as good. You would think that would be an awesome game, but they just got they didn't get it right.
Mayor Simlan here. Greg Coffin says, LOL, LaMarcus Holland is the best Spider-Man. Prompted a who the bleep is this guy from my wife.
Tobey Maguire was like 35 years old trying to be a high school kid.
Yeah.
The only thing that the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man did right was the upside down kiss. That's iconic.
It is iconic. And MTV, award winning.
But other than that, like Tom Holland's just like a kid. And I don't know. I'm a big Tom Holland guy. I got a lot of Tom Holland stock.
He's doing movies like crazy too. He's all over the place now.
Is he?
Yeah, he's done. He did a prison movie recently. He's done a couple of.
Tom Holland.
Yeah, he's done a couple of Pixar movies. I'm serious. I'm not making this up. Go to the kid's IMDb. He's busy. He's very successful.
I need to see a Tom Holland prison movie.
I'm not making it up.
Obviously, I believe you.
Ashley says, there's no way I said that right. Just like the casino, you put your money on the table, Koff will put it in his pocket. Listen, you guys want to do a little NBA head-to-head? We'll do a little NBA head-to-head. Let's go. I didn't know I was playing against Lamarck every night, but... Daniel says Holland has a new movie on Netflix.
Daniel's got all the good info tonight in the chat.
Daniel's up to speed on things cinema. Daniel and I get along real well in that way. In other ways, too. But definitely in that way. 1st and 10. Josh Allen scampers, zigzagging his way toward the end zone and stops at the 4, picks up a dozen. Looking for another rushing touchdown. Can he get there? Here on this DraftKings 250K tailgate weekend. What was I going to ask you before? I don't know. Well, how about in the interest of time? And it spins back to DFS a little bit, but more just general thoughts, the football fan in you. Because you're not going to have another opportunity to weigh in beforehand. What kind of game are you expecting tomorrow, my friend?
Offensive firepower. I think that my thing is the Chiefs can't be stopped. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe the Bucs pass rush and the Chiefs being down both offensive tackles will be the thing that finally stops the Chief offense. But they are literally averaging over 35 points per game coming off of a bye week with Patrick Mahomes at quarterback. So I'm expecting a big output from the Chiefs offense. I think that the Bucs are going to do their best to keep up. I don't necessarily think that they can, though. So I'm thinking that this could even be like a 38-28, 31-24, 35-20, like something in that
lot
range.
of offense.
A lot of offense.
I'm on board. But you are expecting the Chiefs to win.
I am.
Are you rooting for the Chiefs to win? Or are you just
I am.
Okay. So that's where you're
I mean, listen, the Jet fan in me can never cheer on Tom Brady.
Yeah, I get that. So if it were the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, nothing is different with the exception of the quarterback, as we have a touchdown first of the day, John Brown.
I think that's Diggs, no?
Oh, I'm sorry, Diggs. Yes. Apologies. Focused on my question. Stephon Diggs with the touchdown here. If it were, I don't know, any quarterback you had no bias against as a Jets fan, as a sports fan, it's not Tom Brady. It's, I don't know, Jameis Winston. Whoever it may be. Are you then pulling for the Bucs?
Probably not.
We're all in on the Chiefs train.
Yeah, the Chiefs haven't gotten to that point yet, at least for me. I'm sure for some people it has, but they haven't gotten to that point where they're hateable.
Yeah.
You know, like they're still a very fun team to watch. Like I kind of equate them to the Golden State Warriors, right? Like if the Warriors were in the final every year for 10 years, I'm sure at some point I would have started to hate them. But I just routinely enjoyed watching Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant play basketball together. And I like watching.
It became hateable when Durant got there. Like, it was fun until Durant got there. And then
That's your take. I'm not of the same opinion.
I'm not saying that's my take. I'm saying that was a popular take at the time. Like, that's when they went from incredible and revolutionary and fun to, okay, this is just like cheating, a video game, basically.
Fair. To me, watching the Chiefs offense is the same way. Like, Patrick Mahomes still does stuff that you're just like, man, I've never seen any quarterback do that before. And I love Andy Reid. I'm happy that Andy Reid is finally getting the shine that he deserves. Looking all big red out there with his face shield and his guard. I'm a fan of the Chiefs. So we'll see how long that continues for. If it was like the Packers versus the Chiefs, I might have been rooting for the Packers because I'm also a big Aaron Rodgers guy.
MVP Aaron Rodgers? Is that who we're
I think that it's kind of not unfair, but people are going to dunk on him when he retires that he only has one ring and his record in the NFC Championship isn't great. So I would have liked to have seen him add something else to his resume, but unfortunately that did not happen. So Tom Brady don't need anything else on his resume.
I agree with that. I mean, it's not. Yeah, no one will describe Tom Brady as dude. I think we're.
I did hear him say today that now he wants to play past 45.
Yeah.
I mean, does this guy know that he's married to a supermodel, and that he's got like $1 billion in the bank?
Maybe absence makes the heart grow fonder. Maybe they're.
I think this dude
not together all the time.
If I had the option to not work, I would take that as soon as humanly possible. Just so everybody out there knows. The second that I don't have to work anymore, I'm gone.
You got to remember, though, Lamarca, and I don't mean to insinuate this is not the case for you, but he is doing something that he loves perhaps more than anything. Maybe it holds a different kind of place in his life that even his family doesn't. As Daniel says, for Brady, football is life. Maybe
that's unhealthy.
Maybe the man would feel empty without football.
He's going to have to retire at some point.
Is he?
So I hope he finds something that makes him happy.
Man threw for 40 touchdowns this year. I'm not so sure he does need to retire at some point. He is defying all odds.
Runner Trav says, yeah, but you lazy. I mean, I work pretty hard, Travis, but there's no doubt about it. When I have a chance to rest my eyes or veg out on the couch for a little bit, I'm taking that opportunity.
Mike says, I seriously love Lamarca and Koff. Thanks for making the schedule what it is, MVP. MVP must be Madison. She makes the schedule.
Everybody loves Madison.
I think I saw that TV show. 20 seconds left. Big throw caught inside the 20. Out to the 13.
There's your boy, the Born Identity.
Cue up Moby. Urban legend. Tom Brady's arm will fall off a cliff. Wouldn't surprise me if it happens this upcoming season. Cool. Kellerman's in the chat. First and 10. Jimmy.
I mean, if the guy hasn't declined at 43, I'm starting to think he just might.
I mean, like Tom Brady famously said a few years back, I'll retire when I suck. I'm not sure he's ever gonna. Where is Tom Brady for, and I don't mean like Pro Football Focus and all the analytics. Where is he to you at 40, like right now, 43 years old? I'm not talking about his career standing or all-time GOAT status. I'm talking Tom Brady today here on the cusp of the Super Bowl and February 7th, 2021, 43-year-old Tom Brady. Where is he ranking for you in the NFL among quarterbacks right now?
Like if I had to win a game tomorrow, a la what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers actually have to do, where would I rank Tom Brady among quarterbacks?
Two questions. That one, and if you're just picking a quarterback to start your season, where does he rank?
All right, fair question. I know you said don't talk about the analytics, but Pro Football Focus had him ranked as the number 2 quarterback this year. Better than Patrick Mahomes.
Wow. That's something.
Yeah, they had Rodgers 1. Oh, an untimed down.
Hello.
After the DPI.
Got it. Touchdown. Wonder if that's going to lead to a new winner. Who Garoppolo hit with that? Tough to tell.
We'll find out.
Good measure.
I would say that he's around 5 for me.
Okay.
I definitely take Mahomes. I know he just beat Rodgers, but I would take Rodgers. I think that's when you can start really debating Tom Brady versus Deshaun Watson versus Russell Wilson versus... That's it.
Like there were, and I mean, I know we're at the end of the sim at this point, and the Bills have won 21-13. This, we'll do it briefly because this to me is interesting.
It is your boy Bourne, by the way, who scored that touchdown.
Nice, needed that. Last year, see if that puts me in the top 20. Nice. Last year, you know, basically this time last year, a little bit later than that, you know, Tom Brady, he leaves New England. He becomes a free agent. The Pats didn't want him back. You know, Belichick in particular, he did not want him back. Brady really, and there wasn't the QB turnover last year that we expect this offseason that we're already starting to see with that, you know, Rams-Lions trade and everything. But there were really only a couple teams that were interested in him, actively interested. There were a ton of teams attached, like the Titans and teams like that, and they gave Tannehill the giant deal. It was the Bucs and then what, like the Colts were maybe interested. There weren't many teams that were really in on Tom Brady. After what he just did this past year, even a year older now, this offseason,
I'm getting older.
How many teams do you think would be actively in trying to sign Tom Brady?
About the same. It's like, it's one of those things where you need to have a certain type of team. You need to have a team that's ready to contend around him.
Mm-hmm.
And there are not a lot of teams out there that you look at them and you say, okay, they're ready to contend. Now all they need is the quarterback.
Yeah.
Like it's a pretty unique situation that he found himself in Tampa Bay. So like,
how many people looked at Tampa as that team though. I mean, 7-9, they're just a quarterback away. I mean, how many people really thought that?
I think a lot. I mean, they immediately became one of the favorites to win the NFC after they signed him.
Yeah.
So the defense, it's starting to get the respect that they deserve, but they were like an undervalued defense for most of the year. I mean, their pass rush is fantastic. They have a very good front seven. Their back four could use a little bit of work, but they have a Super Bowl caliber team around him. I mean, look at those receivers, look at the pass rushers. There's really no denying it. Great offensive line as well. So, you know, like the Colts, I think you could say would be a Super Bowl contender if they could have gotten Tom Brady.
Yeah.
The Rams, but I don't know if they could have afforded him. I guess they could have. They were paying Jared Goff $1 billion.
Right.
So, anywho.
All right. Well, let's see. TXC TDC is our projected winner, barring any stat adjustments from our Game Ops crew, obviously, as everything gets up to date. And wouldn't you know, the Bills DST in the captain spot with a defensive touchdown, clearly not many points allowed, couple of sacks, and the fumble recovery as well. Wait. This is going to, nope. Updates are coming. This is why we always say it, manual scoring. That just bumped down to third. TY-CIN, or Thank You Sim, as I like to call this user, who we've seen before, with a projected 2.5-point victory. Thank you, Tate. With Allen in the captain spot, bumps me up to 13 from 19. So how about that? That'll win me nothing. Allen in the captain spot at about 28 points. Kittle, Singletary, Bourne, Pettis, and Gold. Is my guy Kendrick Bourne going to be your Krusty-Koff player of the game, or are you going another direction?
Yeah, it's got to be Kendrick Bourne.
6
I think
for
he was the
88.
highest scoring player on this slate, right?
Yeah, he was. 6 for 88 in the score, 7K. He was 38% owned, 6.7% in the captain spot. Nice game, Born Identity. How about your Babysitter Billy, your Child Watching William, Not My Kid Award? Who's that going to?
The Child Watching William.
Yep, the Babysitter Billy.
George Kittle.
Yeah.
55% owned, roughly. 5 catches for 37 yards. Not getting the job done.
No, not great, Bob. Mostert, another candidate there too, by the way.
The mighty Most.
82% owned, dude had 8 points. 29% in the captain spot, 8 points.
All right, I changed my pick to him.
All right, Mostert, talked him into it. Wasn't even tried, talked him into it. Tomorrow, big day, as Tailgate Weekend continues with $250K in total free-to-play prize pool prizes. DK giving out that loot, folks. 1 o'clock. Yes, you heard me right. A 1 o'clock sim. So don't come at noon. You're going to be early. Don't come at 2. You're going to be late. 1 o'clock Eastern time. We've got the What If Sim per Bowl, the Bills and the Packers. So these Bills coming up in the very next sim. I will be along with Kenny Ducey. I'm not, just so people know, I'm not going to make our intimate contest for the 200 people for that contest because it is a huge, prize pool, obviously. So we're going to be monitoring that contest. So make sure you jump into it. Again, it is free to play. Me and the Deuce hanging out for that one for 1 o'clock. DK interview right after that sim with Bills QB Josh Allen. So you do not want to miss that. He drops by, chats with Jesse Cofield a little bit. Probably going to ask him all about how it feels to be featured in our What If Super Bowl. I'm sure that would go over really well with him. At 2:30, I will come on back with Jason Rossi for the Ravens and the Saints. We'll keep the party going here in Simland. And then 4 o'clock, MLE, Major League Eating preview show for the big event, the snack down that we were talking about. Jesse will guide you through that. And then at 4:30, the actual event for MLE. 5 o'clock, the Sweat. Jesse and Emerson will preview all things Super Bowl, get into a lot of the DFS conversation Lamarca and I had earlier, and you can listen on back to this stream if you'd like some advice. 6:30, it will be our own Loud, Brendan Glasheen and Jeff Ulrich for Leaderboard Live, final one of the NFL season. Emotional, I know. And then right after that, Lamarca comes on back with Glash for a Super Bowl resim, as I believe you called it earlier. We will have again, the Bucs and Chiefs, and see what happens in real life, and then we'll see what happens again in Simland, and that is one you don't want to miss because, again, another large free-to-play prize pool will be involved with that one as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a good time. You looking forward to tomorrow? You looking forward to this game, or you emotional about the NFL season ending?
No, I'm definitely looking forward to this game. I think it's going to be a fun Super Bowl. So I'm ready to dig in. I'm staying home because I am doing the replay sim afterwards, and it is kind of a pandemic out there.
Yeah, no, it's definitely more than kind of a pandemic. It's very much a pandemic out there. So
I'll just be chilling. But yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for this game. I'm also curious. I want to know what Jesse's what's her pregame research for the MLE pregame eating show? You have to tune in at 4. I will. I'm gonna find out. I need to know. I think we all do. Make sure you check out DraftKings Super Bowl commercials tomorrow night too, folks. You don't want to miss that. Thanks to producer Madison, Daniel, our technical director, Tate and Game Ops, all of you for hanging out with us here for the first half of our big DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend. We appreciate it very much so. Look forward to being back with you again. And boy, I guess it's a little less than 14 hours. Looking forward to it. In the meantime, Mads is going to watch SNL. I'm going to watch Psych. Lamarca is going to fall asleep in his chair probably, and then wake up and start writing something in the middle of the night. Bank heist. That's my thing that I've been, or money heists, something like that.
He's going to go rob a bank. Perfect. And then and then we will also, Clash is going to text him and ask him for his advice on how to beat me in NBA. It's going to be a really complete evening. Thanks for being with us, folks. Talk to you again tomorrow.